then that's a lot of damage also.
So why is this?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically one gift. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh.
Broken.
Bro.
Three, two, why?
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL hero. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I must come.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
They one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobia?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then that's a lot of damage also.
So why is this?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically one gift. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh.
Broken.
Bro.
Three, two, why?
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero turret.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I must go.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Can one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Looming dash also can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is this?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically 1v. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh.
Broken.
Bro.
Three, two, why?
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero turret.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I must go.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Can one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Looming dash also can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is this?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one gift. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
MPLSG is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Our official partner, Roto. And our partners in esports, JD Sports. Up your game with JD.
You thought it would be Cheryl Yao, but you're wrong! It is I, Dio with Abstract, that will be your host for today as well as tomorrow. Welcome to MPL SG Week 3, day number 1. We've got quite a lot that we have seen in the past 2 weeks, and we have finally reached the halfway mark of MPL SG thus far. That means that we have the brand new roster coming in from every single one of these teams, or rather 4 of these teams. As such, we have more players that have joined in or perhaps even joined out. But before we even jump in to take a look exactly what teams are going to be playing today and who's joining in per se, let's take a quick little rundown and take a look at the leaderboards and see how is that looking thus far. So, with the standings up on screen, at the top of the leaderboard, we have NIP Flash with a total of 4 match wins. At this point in time, with 100% win rate with a total of 12 points. In the meantime, Evil is going in neck and neck with NIP Flash. However, all they have is 11 points, just 1 point short. In the meantime, third place, Vanguard Esports, 2-2 with a total of 50% win rate with 7 points, and Bleed Esports neck and neck on that as well, together with Rift Esports, both of which have got 6 points. Finally, on 6th place, with Front Yardigans, they are literally right at the middle / the bottom, so they are still in the game thus far with 1-3 when it comes down to the match wins, 25% win rate and 3 points. Unfortunately, HomeBois SG and RSG finds themselves with 2 and 1 point respectively. And we hope that when it comes down to week 3 and week 4, we'll be able to see a little bit of a changes when it comes down to the standings and see if whether either one of these teams will be able to create a little bit of an upset. But for now, what exactly are we going to be expecting in week 3, day number 1? Let's take a look at the match schedule for today and see who's duking out with whom. Match number 1 today, we've got Bleed that will be going off against RSG right now. And of course, when it comes down to 12:30 p.m. Singapore time, we have HomeBois SG going up against Rift Esports. The third match, Evil versus Vanguard, that will be happening at 3 p.m. NIP Flash against Front Yardigans at 5:30 p.m. But that's not all. We also have match 5 for today. A little bit of a different kind of an issue where we actually have got 5 games for the day. As such, NIP Flash, they have gotten themselves to go up against Evil. A little bit of an earlier schedule for this matchup. The 2 Titans at the top of the leaderboard thus far, they are finally here to duke it out. Will they be able to hold on to their 100% win rate by the end of today? That is definitely something that we gotta have to find out. Well, in the meantime, we did talk about the fact that we are gonna be taking a look at the very first match of today. So, with RSG versus Bleed, let's take a look at the Bleed lineup and of course have our players from Bleed come up over to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Bleed Esports have been playing around for the longest time ever. And with this transfer window, we have Deck that will join into the Bleed lineup, replacing Folkmar. So how is Deck going to be performing, and especially after taking over Folkmar? We shall see when it comes down to game number 1. But before we jump on over, we're going to have to introduce the next team that is going up against Bleed Esports. Let us welcome RSGSG. It has been quite a run so far for RSGSG as they find themselves at the bottom of the standings. However, all of which might be changed today as Yunski has been replaced by Gear, which is actually a pretty interesting and pretty fun interaction between these two teams, as Gear was, of course, originally from Bleed before. So there is definitely quite a bit of history over there. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this game between Bleed SG versus RSGSG, we're gonna have to watch it unravel. Let us pass it over to our casters for today. Over to you, boys.
Well, welcome everybody. But first, I gotta say, is there something wrong with Cheryl today?
Yeah, I don't know. Cheryl feels shorter today.
Is that Cheryl? Because I'm pretty sure the tag said at Cheryl Yao, right?
Maybe part of the transfer window. I don't know.
You got it. Tooth and nail. Transfer window.
Now we need Cheryl on the desk.
Yeah,
that's right.
Cheryl might be appearing on the desk. Who knows, man? But before anything, I'm your caster, Mo-Man, and with me is Deadeye and Jace. For today, we got some exciting games lined up for you guys. Okay, but first, transfer windows, right? Transfer windows. We talked about, bottom. At the bottom, something's wrong. It's not Cheryl, it's Abstract. And on the other side, RSG, suddenly, there's a Gear in their team. Gear used to be the up-and-coming roamer from Bleed, he was performing extremely well during the last season. Now that he's on the other side, will it mean he has prior knowledge to what Bleed is doing?
You know what, Mo? I don't think it's a transfer window. It's a transfer door.
Yeah.
Everybody is squeezing in, including Cheryl. Okay, I think let's not beat the dead horse, right? But I think more importantly, there's a lot of things to cover, especially for the Bleed and also RSG lineup, especially with, Youngin being RSG, ex-Bleed coach, and also ex-RSG, and you got an ex-Bleed roamer, EXP laner in Bleed. In RSG.
FMM is there as well. But yeah, so it's all Bleed. Well, everywhere is Bleed, but we have Bleed on the screen right now. Jace, what do you have for us?
So right now, EXP laner Dominic. You've also got the jungler coming back. He's went to Vanguard for just a moment. He was also from RSG back in the good old days, Season 3, alongside Bray. That's Deck right there. Strong mechanical player. You've got also Kiwi, another strong KDA mechanical player in the mid lane from Asterisk, the rookie of last season. Jay coming back at the same time, the mainstay of Bleed, and also got FMM once again. It's back to Bleed as well.
Yeah, Bleed looking decked out, right? With Deck,
yes.
Of course. With Deck coming in as their jungler, will be replacing Folkmar for the games of this day. But on the other side, we will have RSG.
Yep.
In a situation where they have never been before. What do you have for us, Deadeye?
All right, so this is Team RSGSG with Closer here in the EXP, Yon in the jungle, Roy in the mid, and this time around, Gear will be stepping up into the 5th gear here, joining us in the Rome, and now CS will be in the gold lane. Actually, off stream, I asked you guys that, right? If Gear is enough to have a new, strong, and new improved lineup rather for RSGSG, and the answer is yes. And let's see, I'm very excited, of course, to this lineup right now coming in from RSG.
I feel that with this addition of Gear into their lineup, it just completes their entire roster, right? They needed this roamer who is extremely active, And Gear does fulfill all that because he makes the shot calls. He has the initiation power to do this plays for CS and Closer. I find CS and Closer very more of a reserve players, right? But when you put in Gear, that puts in a new synergy. But talking about new teams, we have new patch rollouts as well. So there's a lot of changes, but we highlighted the most important ones, and Jays, just look at that.
Okay, so of course, Tesla right now, right, you've got, it's basically nerf, right? So early game nerf, you're looking at the CDs. Usually before that was 7 seconds for the first skill, now reduce cooldowns, right? So increase cooldowns, mind you. Then after that, they're also like, not only just that, his damage reduction passive is also nerfed as well. That's also not being highlighted. I think that's the biggest issue for Tesla. He's super strong, especially when it goes into low HP. Apart from that, Zarsk and Hylos, you know, these two are your first main two picks. Always, it's like very high percentage first pick, especially for the blue side, right? Because of how strong they are, and now they are nerfed. For Zarsk, especially for the first skill, right now, base damage, HP, and hybrid defense, magic power, everything is nerfed. Basically, his stats is nerfed, but his utility coming in with the Dominator's Descent is still very strong. Whereas for the Hylos, you're also talking about, because of the items buff, makes him a little bit overpowered. He's almost unkillable, the pony from hell, right? So basically, that's already nerfed. Apart from that, now, remember we talked about the Hanabi and Lolita. You know, that shields are very annoying. Yes, now that's nerfed. But what personally I'm excited for is Arlott and also Claude. And also to a certain extent, Grok. Now, because especially these three heroes rely on common emblems so much in order, you know, in order to have the maximum mana output, maximum utility. Now you remove that. All of a sudden, Claude can go in with the marksman emblem. Now he has more attack speed. Arlott can also goes into the fighter emblem. Now he has all of a sudden more lifesteal. And on top of that, Grok even more tanky. But of course, you know, we got the latest hero that's just released quite recently, Suyu, but he's only playable on 10th October onwards.
Yeah. So Hero is out today, but you cannot play it in the league until 10th of October, right? So I mean, still not a big issue because I feel that with the skill level that these players have, they will be able to incorporate it, no problem.
They should.
Have you tried Suyo?
Not yet.
Have you tried Suyo?
Not yet.
I know Churros has. So yes, so he has a lot to say about Suyo. It's quite the hero. So yeah, if you can get your hands on him, do try him out today because it will be releasing today, 21st of September, right? But before that, we do have the stats up that will be coming up on the screen, and we can see what Bleed is all about.
Yes, I'm all about the numbers, right? Of course, deck NA because welcome back to MPL. Apart from that, you're looking at Bleed. This is the main hero that are really famous for, especially Kiwi. Apart from the Zarsk, he also play a lean mean Valentina. Unfortunately, not in the main meta as well. But look at the KD, look at the teamfight participation for Kiwi. 86%. He's always there, activating in the teamfights at Zektra. Another thing also to take note, Bleed for FMN, his GPM is not ideal, I would say. Usually you're expecting a healthy 700, 750 to be effective, but he's been really falling off in the gold lane, especially. The competition in the gold lane is really stiff. You've got Marky, you've also got the likes of Vanix in the gold lane, right? So that's why he's feeling a little bit underwhelming this season.
Yeah, it feels like they will have to step up in terms of gaming. Whether or not bringing deck will be the one-size-fits-all solution for Bleed at this point. But at this point, at the standings, they're doing pretty well compared to the other team that we'll be seeing on the screen, who is at the bottom right now, RSG.
Yeah, RSG right now. Still, we are seeing the same priority pick on the gold lane here. It's going to be the Harith here. But as you can see, for the meta heroes that we have just mentioned, of course, Jace with the current patch, I think this team will not be affected directly in a sense. But, of course, Gear stepping up, it would now revolve around the team fight and the draft around this guy. So I haven't seen, to be honest, me personally, I haven't seen yet his hero pool here, his playstyle as well. But with this surprises here in the mid changes, I think this will affect the whole system here for RSG.
Yeah, I think right now, I know you guys, just in case if you're joining us for this particular season, Gear used to play a lot of Arlott. He was an EXP lane main. Then after that, he went to jungle in just 1 week of turnaround time. That was season 3. I remember that. That's why we call him the child prodigy. And then now he's in the roam. So he's a very aggressive roam. Arlott, by the way, his mana got removed. That's basically hot commodity. But for the side of Bleed, deck used to play a lean, mean Fanny.
So that's definitely up in the ban list. There's a lot of changes, right? There's a lot of new pieces put in, and teams will have to find their synergies right now because they are going to be playing with a completely new roster. But we do want to find out what these teams have to say in this head-to-head video.
Based on the old RSG, they are aggressive type of team. They like to play with the early tempo. I don't think he is the leader type, so I'm not sure what their team chemistry is. So we shall see what Young In can cook for them.
First thoughts on RSG is that Bray isn't there anymore, and Yon replaced him as a jungler. So I think Yon can't take over his role because what I feel is Bray was really carrying RSG SG. Yeah, I honestly don't know much about Yang Yin, but I guess it will work out for them as he has some achievements also since he was SG that period. So I guess he will help the team more .
So my first thoughts about Bleed roster, I believe they also made their roster quite late into the season, quite late into close to the roster lock. Because from what I know, I almost ended up in a team with FMM, but he decided because their team didn't go into the qualifiers, they didn't manage to. So that's why Bleed has this roster. So I haven't seen the roster yet, but hoping to versus them early because it's a team that hasn't really ironed out all their problems. So with regular season being so near, if I can face them early in the season, I think chances of winning would be higher. So for the roster itself, of course I'm a big fan of FMM. So very happy to see him back in the goal lane. I think that's where his true potential is. So happy to see him play again.
Yeah, I think Bleed has a stronger lineup compared to last season because their jungle this season is stronger than last season. Yeah, and for FMM going back to goal lane, I think FMM is still one of the better goal lane in Singapore, and he's still able to lead the team and help them to go far in MPLSG. I think because Young was too easily mentored last season, that's why it cost Bleed the playoff run also. And I think coming to this season, Yon mentor has improved, so I think he will do better this season.
Well, a lot of respect coming in from both teams, right?
Of course.
And I'm a big fan of Youngin, right? Youngin said he's a big fan of FMM. Youngin, I'm a big fan of you. So, well, we'll have to see what you have to cook with now Gear in your lineup as well. So with Gear, I mean, there's going to be a lot more differences in terms of drafting as well. In terms of Yoonski versus Gear, there's going to be a lot of differences in playstyles as well. But meanwhile, for Bleed, Bleed, they have taken out Folkmar and put in Deck. And you talked about Deck being one of the best fannies, right? What do you have to say about this?
Well, definitely speaking, Bleed right now, I think they're starting to see a little bit of pattern right here. We're dropping imports, which is kind of interesting. We don't really see that halfway through the season because imports are really something. Yep.
Right? Yeah, and speaking of dropping imports, right? You guys went with Bleed before the mid-transfer window, right? So I'm sticking to my guns. I'm the only one who went with RSG 2-1. Why do you guys go for Bleed, man?
You copy homework.
Copycat.
Copycat. But yeah, I think imports is, as Jace mentioned, has been something contribution to the team, and that is why I voted Bleed here over RSG. And I didn't expect, of course, the change up for RSG here in the mid-season.
Oh, and 50-50.
Wow.
Across the board, it's gonna be just on the dot, 50-50, right? If he didn't copy his homework, maybe he would have put an RSG.
No.
or just put Croissant right there. Okay, because the reason why, actually, to be honest, I admitted this on stream, I actually made all the predictions before week 1, day 1. All right, and I'm sticking to my guns because I firmly believe that Bleed, in the middle of the season, they will certainly have a big spike because I think early, because when I look at the roster, they feel a little bit shaky in the early parts of the season, but now we're already halfway through. By the way, this is the final half of your regular spin. Don't forget, it's not like the past few seasons, right? It is now only top 6 in the regular season. Top 6 teams will be able to go into the qualifiers. So if you're bottom 2 right now in the regular season, you're gonna get relegated.
Yeah, and RSG is literally at the bottom. 1 point to their name right now. They will have to garner all the points they can get as we head on into the draft. Phoveus already being banned out, together with the Ling and Fanny, fearing the capability coming out from Yon. But in the same time, right, Deck is also known for playing these kind of heroes. He does play a pretty mean Ling, pretty mean Fanny as well. And now we do see the Harif being taken out of the pool.
Yeah, Bleed is literally burning the bridges right now, right? Like, MPL is just saying, like, nope, I'm not going to give Yon his comfort heroes, even at the cost of sacrificing Deck, literally, right? So expect Bleed probably to have an early jungle pick, especially in the 2nd or 3rd slot, going into the draft.
Now, this is where I see as well that our banning phase has been changed quite a lot because of the changes in patch. Usually we see the Hylos, the Zask being banned here, but right now it's not going to be the prio bans here for both teams.
Yeah, I was expecting the Hayabusa ban to come in because knowing these players, right, Hayabusa is still extremely strong. With the changes as well, it just made him more of a bursty hero.
Yep.
And now with all 3 assassins, all 3 premium assassins taken out of the pool,
So
RSG,
do you pick?
Yeah, what do you do?
Of course!
The chip!
Why did we... I mean, personally, I forget about this one.
100% win rate, right? We've only seen him win him once.
Yep.
We've only seen him in the game once.
Yep, because in fact, he was banned 97% of the time.
21 times, yeah.
34 times. Literally a lot of ban. And the fact that it's leaked open, but then RSG now has 2 prior picks, right? Bleed right now, the way they're drafting, you're basically banning all the jungle, burning Deck at the same time, and then after that prior picking, yes, you get 1 prior pick, but you're giving RSG 2 prior picks, right? Now, RSG has access to the Zask and the Hylos.
Arlots!
Yeah, access to Zoss.
Here. I think the
Hylos
Arlot is also pretty good for the counter there for the teleport.
They can leave it as a low priority pick because the roamer has already been picked on the left side. And now, please ignore the screen that you see right now. The pick is the Claude and the Hylos coming in from RSG. So this would be the accurate screen right now. So with the chip, right, you know what roamer they're gonna play. So RSG, they can hold off on the Arlot, leaving it as the 3rd priority pick. They can still pick the Zosk and leave Bleed to continue burning for Yon and Deck if they want to.
I personally think Bleed has to pick the jungler right here, right?
Yeah, they
because
have
right
to.
now, MPL is the one that's trimming down the jungle pool and now trying to suffocate Yon and also Deck as well. You gotta pick one right now. There you go. Nolan's being secured by the side of Bleed, picking up the Edith as well, ignoring the Zask.
Yeah, ignoring the Zosk, I mean, it's not too much of a big deal knowing that RSG, they do have the Hylos. And now, with Bleed picking up the Edith, right? Edith, we see it as the typical counter towards Hylos, as what people would want to do. I mean, in terms of primordial form, you have that shred available in that late game as well. And now with the chip, it's added mobility. RSG, how do they respond here? Claude, Hylos?
The biggest problem about Chip is that when you bring Ultimate White Walk, you basically bring everybody together, right? So if instead of going for the Arlot, you can also open up yourself for a Minotaur, right? You just, whenever you see 5 people, you just press 1 Ultimate, hey, I'm immediately counted. But now RSG will secure Julian for themselves, knowing that going into, if you let Bleed have that gameplay, MPL is going to block down all 5 junglers right there. So RSG, Young and made a wise decision to pick up the Julian here. Let's also talk about the Claude, right? Don't forget, Claude without the mana, if you notice, pick 5 times, ban once as well. He hasn't been picking up a lot of these prior pick because there are better gold laners. But now Claude, his mana is removed. Now you have bonus attack speed. Going for the Marksman Emblem because you don't need to bring the Common Emblem anymore. Heck, if you want to be even more annoying, go for Fighter.
Yeah, we're gonna see Claude really shoot up, right? Shoot up in terms of having that little burst before, because he has that emblem advantage now. He used to be able to not go for these because he had to go for the common emblem. He does have that mana issues in the early game. Now he won't have that problem. And Bleed, surprisingly, will be blinding out the Terizla, who has been nerfed.
Which is good, because Terizla, I think, it's the same problem. Bleed right now needs to protect everybody that Chip brings on, right? I'm expecting a Minotaur from the side of Bleed going next, because like you don't want to basically bring everybody right into a massive ultimate, right into a penalty zone or a Minuan's Fury, right? RSG, on the other hand, bans away Lunox, looking to ban away the Nathan as well. So those are literally RSG right now is cutting down gold laners, but there's still plenty to go around. The Rogers is still viable to a certain extent, yes, albeit slightly nerfed. Moskov is still really strong, especially when everybody comes out from White Walk.
And there's the carry still in the pool as well. A lot of viable goal laners for Bleed to think about. FMM, of course, in terms of hero pool, he can pilot any goal laner that you throw at him, so it's not going to be too big of an issue.
Yeah, I think carry is really good for the side of Bleed because there's a high loss on the other side, but yeah, I think that's about it. RSG right here, I think the bans are still decent, but I'm looking forward to this Bleed ban, right? I'm expecting like a Minotaur, something to cancel a.
Well, I see you're not looking too forward anymore.
Jawhead? Okay.
Did get banned out.
Jawhead Julian is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, Jawhead Julian pretty good in terms of securing that early game tempo, but I feel that Bleed, they do have already what it takes in with the Chip and the Nolan to deny away that space, right? Julian, you want to go for as much early game advantage as possible. Bleed wants to take that out of the equation. But RSG, I feel that they have still a lot of options to go for. If they want to go for the Grok Julian, it works as well. Early game invasion still very strong, having that barrier wall to deny away advantages from that Chip who does not have the ability to cross the wall.
I gotta highlight as well, we're talking about the roaming here pick for the side of RCSG, right? But we see right now that the Hylos has been nerfed in the current patch. I'm not sure though if it's really viable as an EXP laner right now. Because as the game drags on, this Hylos potential is not gonna be that much during the later stage of the game. Probably gonna be Hylos roam is the most possible pick here.
Oh, they go for the Aurora and
there
the
the carry.
Really strong pick. And RSG, they have the roamer with or the EXP laner if they wish to put this Hylos on the EXP lane. Potentially an Arlot pick, right? Having that displacement value versus the Aurora, extremely strong. Having that displacement versus the carry as well. Just that they lack lockdown.
I feel like it's either Arlot. Arlot, it will be tricky because of the Aurora. So I think you go for Minotaur, right? I think Minotaur fits exactly what RSG wants to do. Heck, even the Grok also looks kind of interesting, right? You got knockup from Julian. After that, you've also got the green Glorious Pathway. Okay, go for something boring then.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about AoE, having that extra lockdown as well. Tigreal fulfills all of that criteria, right? To be able to lock down the Nolan, who they know that they will have a retribution on the other side, no Purify. So Tigreal main's priority is just to implode on that Nolan no matter what. And Chip most likely would be putting that shortcut in a position of aggressiveness. And Tigreal can totally counter that aggressiveness away if he has that flicker available.
Yep, I think we're looking at the roster right here. I think it's kind of fair balance, leading towards Bleed because of more lockdowns in the form of Aurora, in the form of Chip, a lot of mobility. RSG, on the other hand, they're looking for this massive death ball. I'm going to walk like a death ball and we're going to trample all of you.
Yeah, even Stevens for both sides for me because Julian Nolan, they both need that momentum to get that game going. But speaking of getting the game going, we are at game 1 of week 3. RSG at the bottom, trying to fight it out against Bleed.
Yep, this is basically the fight of survival for the side of RSG, right? Not only just RSG is suffering, you're also seeing RSG from all across the different regions suffering as well. And now with the quick replacement of putting gear, literally putting this gear into this clockwork of RSG, hopefully they can make miracles happen.
Yeah, they do need a miracle. They need to win every single game moving forward if they want to make it out of this bottom 2.
I'm looking forward to Roy on this Valentina though. Like, yes, you got big ultimates that you can steal from Kiwi, to a certain extent Jay as well, but Valentina has kind of fallen off in terms of my personal mid lane part ranking. I feel like Zask fills that role completely, especially right now when you're walking into an assassin jungle meta. Valentina doesn't really have that burst damage.
Oh, Roy, very low. I think this harassment is unique for coming in from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, Roy still I mean, with the chip being leaked out, right, that shortcut, on-shortcut action is probably what we are looking forward for RSG versus Bleed, because it's going to be a bloodbath of a team fight going in. As a blazing duet, there's going to be a lot of shortcuts going in. CS, he does have that mobility, right? He has that BMI to get away, so it's not going to be in too much trouble on this bottom lane yet. But in terms of late game favorability, who do you feel is more favored, RSG or Bleed?
I feel Bleed should scale better into the late game, but hold on a second, Kiwi.
Kiwi, 50%. Now it's going to be Yon with a follow-up, but the flicker has been used already here coming in from Kiwi. Counter-attack for the side here of Bleed. Yon will fall down. That's the first blood here for the red team.
Oh, that's a big problem right now.
Yeah, that hurts.
Julian relies on early game snowball, but now Nolan, on the other hand, is the one that's picking up a snowball and also the turtle as well. So really well played coming out from Bleed.
Yeah, that means Bleed would have a closer advantage of that game. Early game, 2 minutes in, they already secured the first turtle. They got the first blood onto Yon as well. And this is a situation where your Julian does not want to be in. But Roy getting chased out by Jay right now. He does have the shortcut.
Yeah, not going to be used this time around. But look at the formation here in the middle lane. They are going to push through. That's going to be Flicker and Earth Shadow combo coming in from Dominic here. Primal Wrath be used as well. Flicker for gear, try to go back away. And Roy as well used up his battle spell.
Yeah, he did take the primordial form to try and get out of harm's way. It did work in his advantage, but did not get the key counter engage that RSG needed. Bleed still pressing on their advantage. Closer though.
Oh, teleport it is. Now it is going to be the horse overpowered by numbers. Bleed again with a pickoff.
Looking high loss, man. Even popping the Vengeance and also the Glorious Pathway. You cannot survive everybody if everybody decides to jump on you. Literally, JJK style. It's one of the liners from Chip, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be shortcut into everybody coming in. And now we do see the emblems coming out from both teams, right?
Yep.
And look at that, Claude.
Interesting, right? Instead of going for marksman emblems, you go for tank emblems, right? Looking to sustain a little bit earlier, especially during the early game. But personally, I prefer the marksman because you really need to just milk and soak all that attack speed. Oh no, boy, you're a machine gun going into the late game.
Yeah, well, I personally prefer the marksman emblem as well, because in that late game situation, you have so much comfortability in terms of item rotations as well. You can swap out key items. You don't have to go for that spoken for Holy Trinity, right? But definitely, as a Claude, you still want to go for it.
Yeah, definitely, right? Claude usually have a good attack speed after 3 core items, but based on my experimentation yesterday, right, I feel like the Claude has already come online with just 2 core items.
Yeah. And now we do have the second turtle out at 4 minutes.
Implosion. That's going to be the drag here and out position, but still Dominic survives. Now the Primal Wrath rather has been used here closer in the middle of the battlefield. Is out position. Picked off once again here for Bleed.
Yeah, it's a situation where Closer does not want to be in gear. He is trying to force something. This turtle is still underway.
Shatter too! That was a beautiful set there by Dominic! And the rest here of RSG backs away.
Oh, that's a massive miscom coming up from RSG, and Bleed took that as an advantage, right? And not only just that, the Y-Walk really making it, the shortcut really making it so hard for the side of RSG to kind of reinforce. And on top of that, there's so much CCs, right? Be it coming from Dominic, be it coming from Kiwi. That ultimate, the Frigid Glacier coming from Kiwi breaks the combo that Gear wants to do.
And at this point, RSG, they have lost all semblance of early game, right? There's no way they're going to garner back the momentum. What do you suggest they do?
Interesting, right? Before I answer that question, Julian goes for literally, I think, Bloodwing's first item, right? Usually, I think you can go either for Feather of Heavens, especially you're so behind, because right now you're just struggling for gold, right? I think right here, RSG, the only way is to hope and pray that CS gets to pop off, right? Yeah, finally pick up the Bloodwings. Maybe that could potentially change. I think if RSG wants to strike now, they have to do it now.
Yeah, RSG, I mean, they still require a bit of farm on Closer. We see that he's getting bursted down in this early stages of the game. And that's not where you want to be at as a Hylos, right?
Especially when FMM has already picked up a golden staff as well. So now he's going to get more shred against Closer. Now your HP bars is just a joke.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary versus this carry pick. And of course, carry known as that tank shredder. With the help of Dominic, Edith, and the backline, it's going to be crazy.
Gear right now doesn't really have HP bars to deal with FMM as well. So RSG is kind of in a pickle right now, right? They're hoping that Yon to pop off in the early game, but it did not work out. Right now, it's Bleed driving this whole map right now and having a solid mid-game control.
Yeah.
And now with the third turtle coming right up, Bleed is poised to take that.
And we are yet to see a kill here for the side of RSG, especially you have Yon here on the Julian, closer here on the Hylos. Remember, with the current patch, the Stu progresses really declining in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and I do like what RSG is doing.
OJ trying to go back away. Implosion caught him. And that's going to be, again, a pick-off here. This time around for RSG. But the turtle will be given away here for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, at this point, I feel that they have to give away these kind of objectives. They have to go for the trades as maximum as they can get. But now Gear in a bit of trouble, though.
Sacred Hammer. But that's going to be Frigid Glacier, rather, being avoided with a flicker. And now closer with the Glorious Pathway. Evaded again with a great poke coming in from the lock lines. And now FMM goes back away as well.
And RSG, they're finding a stride, right? They're finding a stride. They're getting the trades. They're not losing any advantages. They did get the bottom tower as well for the Casa the Turtle.
Yep.
And this is what RSG wants to fight for.
Yeah, and right now RSG is just distracting Bleed, right? Bleed is the one that's walking as a death ball. And while Bleed is trying to penetrate through mid, RSG sent 3 members to defend that one. Send Julian over down the bottom, send the Claude all the way up top, and now you've got 2 open waves, kind of equalizing in terms of the map pressure. But Bleed, on the other hand, still gain like mid part of the map control.
Yeah, they're trying to funnel farm onto CS, Yon, and Closer. These 3 are going to be the core as much for RSG in that mid to late stages of the game. As we see with moving towards 8 minutes, and now with that farm on CS, it's going to be a problem in that AoE mentality, right? Having that deck on the back line.
It's been caught. And now the Sacred Hammer, that goes back away here. Dominic trying to slow them down. Glorious Pathway to chase, but Jay will save the day. They're now going to go for the poking war once again. Closer, popping the Vengeance Battle spell. It's enough here to pick up Dominic, and Dominic falls down in the process. And now Roy, Gear, CS. And going back down. Gear with a drag. That's a great pick-off here for RSG.
And Gear might be the change that RSG needed, right? This kind of plays, these kind of initiation plays are what Gear is known for. He's known as an extremely aggressive roamer. On the R-Lot, on whatever you put him, he's still going to be aggressive. And he's always looking for that opportunity. Despite being so aggressive, he hasn't died at all. And it's going to translate dividends going into that mid game, going into that late game, having that tank ability on that Tigreal.
Yeah, I'm looking at RSG right now. Just take a look at goalie. Earlier just now was around 3k, now he's got reduced into half, right? So that's exactly what RSG is looking out for, and that giving himself right there, don't forget he has a lot of good shutdown goal, right? So RSG is gonna gobble that up like Matt Crispy. Yeah, it's juicy, it's spicy.
Yeah, and really, CS would take all the advantage that he can get right now. We know him as that late game monster, and whether or not he can bring it to there.
That's going to be a contest. Again, Earth Shatter, Glorious Pathway instantly, but the Frigid Glacier perfectly again initiated there for the side of Bleed.
RSG went into that fight, 3 men. Unfortunately, Claude wasn't there to actually engage the fight. So it's really up to Dominic finding and making sure that, you know, RSG is always a couple men down before going in. Right now, RSG is not walking like a death ball, and that's starting to hurt them. They've already started to pick up the items, right? I'm expecting them to actually go for more team fights. So Bleed took that advantage, seeing that RSG is not on form, engage and bit onto RSG.
Yeah, RSG kind of getting slightly caught with their pants down right now, but now they do have 5 members.
Dominic again. Oh, look at the damage. FMM. That's going to be a kill. A monster kill already for the carry. His positioning here. Must be very careful. But man, Dominic once again with those pickoffs.
Yeah, literally, Bleed is playing with RSG's timing right now. RSG, they are really not playing. They're not singing the same tune, all of them. They're playing on different tempos, right? And that's the problem between the transfer windows. This is the battle of the transfer window in a certain extent. Yes, RSG may need Gear, but if Gear cannot play alongside RSG, that's going to be a problem. Bleed, on the other hand, that feels like, you know, he just joined, and he's actually working out fine alongside Bleed.
Yeah, team synergy is getting very important as we reach these 5v5s. We do have the Lord on that top lane pushing into the inhibitor turret.
They're gonna have to defend this one, and they will burn out the Lord. Guys, I haven't seen yet CS popping off here in this game. He still doesn't have the kill as well. I think the damage is badly needed from this goal laner.
Yeah, because RSG is not fighting as 5 right now, right? Because CS is always playing with the side lanes, but I feel like RSG really need to start together because Bleed is taking full advantage of when RSG is split up. Right now, Bleed is literally stomping with a 5k gold lead, and Kiwi, that Frigid Glacier, trained with Roy at the same time. Yeah, it's also setting up for, you know, RSG's downfall, right? Bleed, on the other hand, just look at FMM, super farm up, hasn't died a single time. Gotta purify that RSG has to punch through, especially when Gear is starting to play more in catch as compared to, you know, massive 3-man catches.
And RSG, it feels like they're going for that. It feels like it's a very simplistic playstyle, right? If the fight is not in their favor, they just retreat and there's nothing going on in the backline. They're not going for this kind of counter-initiation, counter-engage, bait-and-switch kind of play that we see from the more proficient teams. It feels like there's just only one instruction. There's no layers upon layers about contingencies for RSG at this point, and they need to develop these contingencies as they move on with this tournament.
Yep, right now, take a look at the damage dealt, right? Kiwi just outputting a ton of damage. Roy following next. The marksman for the side of for Bleed is there. CS is unable to join these fights, and that's why RSG is falling behind in terms of these team fights, right? So expect RSG to really pop out when CS starts to join. Now, I believe CS is starting to have all his Trinity items, right? Probably also got a Wind of Nature already. Even building towards a Winter Crown, a little bit more defensive. That's exactly what RSG needs. Bleed, on the other hand, they're looking to control the middle part of the map because the mid lane, look at that first tier turret is still up.
Yeah, RSG heavily relying on that pickoff onto deck, I feel. Because Gear, he needs to land that perfect implosion on that singular target with no Purify. And that's going to be extremely key in the next few fights going forward. And for Bleed, they just want to take out one target at a time. If they can take out Closer, they can take out Gear. They can just put their sights on anyone. RSG is just much more nuanced when it comes to gameplay.
I feel for RSG right now. Just take a look at Roy's positioning and look at how immediately Roy gets baited out.
My goodness, it's Dominic once again with that initiation here, and John falls down instantly like butter with a hot knife, and now Gear here with a drag. It's not going to be Jay falling down here. It is actually RCSG giving away the Lord and retreats for safety.
Exactly what I was talking about. Once Roy revealed himself in the other side of the map, Bleed is going to snap. Dominic caught the timing really well against RSG. This is all about timing coming out from Bleed.
Yeah, and if you look at their ultimates, right, they were all up. All bars were green, all unavailable to be used. Glorious Pathway, Implosion, not available. CS is the only one who popped that Blazing Duet. And now, with all inhibitor turrets being threatened,
CS, that's down. That was a burst coming in from deck. Inhibitor turrets gone. No more base towers here for RSGSG, but the Lord's still standing here. 50% health. Dominic moves forward. That's going to be, again, the knock-up. Drags away. Look at the zone here. The backlines coming in from Closer as well. Implosion there, but no follow-up. Great defense right now for RSGSG. And now Roy's not done yet. He's going to chase with CS with the Blazing Duets. But that is now the Winter's Crown being popped up, almost being bursted down there. By the side there of the Nolan. They're still going to hold on. No, deck backs away.
I told you guys, like, RSG is strong now. They should have known the timings. They should have, you know, start engaging S5. And now you see how Bleed, what happened to Bleed, right? RSG has already secured all the items from the side of CS. Gil gets a nice catch. They're strong as 5, and they realize it. And now they're putting Bleed on a pedestal right now, trying to slowly press them down on the ground.
Yeah, they have been putting Bleed on a pedestal. That I really agree with the analogy, because RSG has been showing too much respect to Bleed. I feel that they had all the ultimates available. Implosion was never used, and Glorious Pathway was never used. And once it's used to its full effect, bam, that's what happens. Closer, finally able to tank for his team. Now, with all the inhibitor turrets down, will Bleed have the advantage they need to close out this game?
Yeah, right now, Bleed, the goal lead is still in the favor of Bleed, right? Not only just that, the map lead is in the favor of Bleed. RSG needs to go back and constantly defend, whereas Bleed could just go around trampling. Yes, at the very least, RSG is able to take the side lanes just a little bit, especially the mid lane, reducing Bleed slightly, but it costed RSG a little bit too much.
Yeah, Gear now having that immortality can be more unhinged when he's checking these bushes, right? He does have that, that hammer to run away if he needs to. But in terms of having that vision advantage, as Bleed is still with that map priority, that lane priority as well.
That victory rate is leaning over the side of Bleed, definitely, right? For sure. But I feel like RSG can make the 5% work, especially for the side of CS. You start to see him popping off, right? And that's exactly what RSG is relying on.
It just changed to 50-50 at the last point. So I think that was just Tigreal. Just the fact that they have a Tigreal, that late game implosion, everything can change in one team fight. And now
hopefully
we have
this
the
one.
final Lord possibly being out and about.
Actually, they're going to contest here. RGSG. I think Gear, all eyes on him. His implosion will be a necessity here in order to turn the battles around.
Yeah, it's already 1/4 HP though.
Oh, look at Jay. Been giving the space here for the side of Bleed. They have secured the Lord this time around. Time to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, CS is nowhere near, right? RSG knows they're not going to be able to kind of contest that one. So, yeah, Bleed comfortably takes the Lord down. And now it's just, Bleed closing this out, right? Whether they can close out against a Tigreal, against perhaps Roy on the Frigid Glacier, or even to a certain extent, Yon's knockup and CS Blazing Duet, that's something that Bleed might need to resolve. Because if Bleed cannot end this one, RSG has a better chance in fighting towards the later parts of the game.
And it feels like RSG, they're just getting disrupted consistently by Bleed, and feels like they don't have a backup plan once they're disrupted. They're just hoping for that perfect team fight where they initiate, but now with the Lord in the base.
Will they be able to hold again? Dominic with a massive Earth Shatter. He has been bursted, however, and now look at the defense once again for RGSG. The turnaround, it is going to be FMM backing away, and the Lord will be dispersed. Yeah, RSG once again holds on.
I told you, RSG is very hard to fight against to clean up RSG because this roster, especially when Bleed congregates into one spot, that's exactly where RSG wants them to be at.
And that was a 3-man Earth Shatter coming out from Dominic. It was all cards in Bleed's hands in the early stages, in the mid stages. Yes, you are able to burst them down with the help of the carry, with the help of deck. But once you reach that itemization stage where you can't burst them down, what happens?
Potion, now with the knockup, it is going to be now CS joining in. Here's been knockup, but still the damage is there. Look at this one. It is now going to be deck very low. FMM as well. And now Dominic, will he be going in for the kill rather? And now enhanced sword for RSG this time around to retreat.
Heavily reliant on CS. RSG, once they lose him, there's no damage coming out. We see the flaws in their lineup right now. As long as CS is alive. And that was his first death of the game. And that just shows how much this man has been getting in terms of farm.
Right now, Bleed's encroaching RSG's base. They're looking to try to end this without a Lord. They're forcing it because they know they're one man down. But CS is coming back around 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I think they can defend this one. I think CS will respond in time.
If Bleed goes in for the throat here, that would be the biggest mistake of their career. Because CS is coming back up. All they have to do is hold him there. And without Chip, there's no way. There's no way.
I'm looking at a goat right now. You're already at 58k. Usually a good sensing where most of these items are being built. Literally, thank you very much, producer. He knows I want to talk about these things, right? And then they pull it up. If you notice, most of them are already max built. To a certain extent, CS is already starting to swap items. For example, if I'm not mistaken, the Winter Crown is being swapped back already. So yeah, RSG right here, they're on RSG and Bleed, they're on equal footing in terms of item lead. But we need to see it's more about positioning, it's more about how they engage these team fights right now. And of course, more importantly, decision making, especially all eyes on Roy and all eyes on CS. Now that Bleed knows that Roy's all the way up top, look at how Bleed is going to play. They're going to play a little bit more aggressive, all eyes on Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic would be the key initiation, but on the other side, Gear would be finding an opportunity for RSG, especially when it comes down to this 18-minute Lord that we see at 20 minutes into the game.
Why was you doing the Dwarts dance?
Habits die hard. This is it! Again, there's Shatter 2! Now Counterplay Implosion is there! And now the burst down in Gear. Mortality has been popped up with Roy! Flicker's back. Dominic is there for the kill. FMM tried to go for the chase as well. CS! Will it be picked off? But John and CS will be falling down. And this is it! Bleed! Going in for the kill. It is going to be closer here, left alone to defend. Unfortunate here for RGSG. They have been outplayed in the Lord dance.
and all cards on the table, right? They did have everything available. It's just execution was slightly off. Always being disjointed by Bleed, and Bleed played that heavy disrupt playstyle that was implemented by Deck.
Yeah.
And Dominic really stepping up in terms of gameplay.
Yeah, man.
He became the main initiator for Bleed, and it felt like the voice that Bleed needed to get back on track.
Yeah, Bleed feels like a completely... I feel like the introduction of Deck coming into this lineup, it really reinforces Bleed what they want to do, right? Now it feels like they have a better direction, not only just a better direction, they have better timings as well. It feels like they have some sort of a magic clock against RSG, and they're just reading it, right? They're reading RSG like an open book.
It's like when Bleed says go, it's always the correct time, and RSG are caught like, just with a belt buckle, like
maybe
just slightly struggling.
Belt unbuckling, maybe one button that's not done, and that's where Bleed just dives in and stripping them apart.
Yeah, it's like whoa, it's go time.
The fact as well, I've seen the graphs there when it comes to the damage. The lowest 3 damage dealer was CS and Yawn, which we expect they need to step up on that department.
Yeah, they do. But of course, CS was playing for that long game, just not having that timing available. But for Bleed, I just feel that just Dominic stepping up is gonna be crazy, right? But guess who's the MVP?
Dominic.
For Bleed.
It's Jay. Okay. My bad. I was wrong.
Okay, honorable mention definitely is Dominic, but let's focus more on Jay, right?
Yep.
What he brings onto the table as a chip. His ultimate literally brings everybody onto the table, literally, right? Every time, always constantly catching RSG. I think the main reason why this lineup coming off from Bleed works really well and always catching RSG off guard is because it's always when Valentina is not there, when the Claude is not there, Bleed forces these engage a final 5 onto one person. You saw what happened to the high loss up top.
And what do teams do against the chip, right? Usually we see the likes of AoE coming in, like Guinevere, something like a Vexana, something like a Minotaur. When you have that shortcut on the field, what are the 2 options? You run or you fight. It's either you have that mobility to run away, and RSG's only option during all these timings, right? They were just to run. They were just to run and run again, and Bleed, they finally got that formula down where, RSG is going to run with that shortcut no matter what. So let's just chase them down and kill them.
Yep, and I think right here, I think it's more of a draft issue coming up from RSG, right? Like, I mean, Tigreal makes sense with the AoE, but if you look at Julian, what's his role in this matchup, right? Is to find a strong lane and then after that start hard engaging, right? But right now you have Claude on the weak side. Yes, it's really strong right now, but usually takes to the late game. Dominic can hold his own. Hylos, technically speaking, needs the stacks in order, or basically, just a little bit more farm. But he doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure. So what happens, right? RSG needs to really play around the mid parts of the map. But how do you jump onto a Kiwi when he is meant to counter every single jump that you want to do?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, right? Yawn, being that only source of damage for RSG in that early game, that's really putting a very heavy pressure on him having that advantage. Because him not having that advantage, who else? I mean, Gear's not going to have it. Roy's not going to have it. Closer's not going to have it. They're triple utility. And Yawn is the only damage, with CS being that only contingency. That's just going to be a lot of pressure onto just 2 heroes to just have that full damage. Meanwhile, you look at Bleed, right? If Deck does fail, Kiwi does have the damage to pull through on the Aurora as well. Dominic does have the damage as an Edith. FMM does have the follow-up damage. A lot of front-to-back planning for Bleed.
Yeah, that's why Bleed was really strong, especially when the mid parts of the game where they really popped off, right? You allow Deck to scale. Just look at his items. Don't forget the Nolan technically buffed because his ultimate now lands on to also applied slow, allows you to really continuous catch up onto this one person. Yes, you can see that the dash is a little bit nerfed, but you see Deck's positioning on the Nolan truly comfortable.
Yeah, really comfortable indeed. And I do have to talk about him coming into Bleed. I feel that Dominic has become much more enabled as a player, given Deck's playstyle as well. It feels very complementary. When Dominic is going in, you see Deck going in as well. So it really feels as if they are a singular unit at this point.
Right? I totally agree with that one. The synergy between these two, the aggressiveness is on par with each other here. I think this is a great step here for the side of Bleed.
Yeah,
remember last few weeks where Dominic just went in on his own?
Yeah.
And now
wasn't Dominic going in on his own, or was his team not following?
Correct.
Yeah.
So now you also have Dak that just wants to go in and kill. Dominic also has that bloodlust. I think that's exactly what Bleed's looking for. Bloodlust.
Yeah, bloodlust. I mean, their team name is Bleed after all. And with these aggressions coming in from Dominic, from Deck, right? We see Gear Closer being picked off so early in the game. Even though Gear didn't die a lot of times, he just stopped the entire team fight from happening with that singular engagement.
I think another big problem for the side of RSG is that, technically more Bleed, right? The two Purifies onto FMM and also Jay to make sure that Jay at least brings the everybody, right? Purify, and then after that, I drop the ultimate, brings everybody onto the fight. So whatever Gear wants to do, he has to go through 1 or 2 Purifies first. FMM is also nigh uncatchable, so RSG needs more CCs counteracting against Bleed. Unfortunately, RSG doesn't have it, so Bleed, really good job in terms of the drafting right there.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight what you just said. Bleed, they did an extremely good job of forcing the implosions onto Gear, forcing the issue time and time again, making sure that the implosion was used before the shortcut, before everybody came in. Gear could not find any optimal situations.
Yep. Another reason why, you know, the gold lane for the side of Bleed is winning, just look at the emblem choices, right? There's a very aggressive emblem coming out from FMM, even going for Master Assassin. He wants to win in the early game, right? Whereas for the side of CS, he's going for more defense, even down to tank emblems as well, to make sure that he survives in the early game, but that doesn't translate. If you notice, RSG just lacks a lot of damage going to the later parts of the game because this Claude focuses more on survivability.
Yeah, I mean, what a shame, right? What would have happened if he went for that marksman emblem and he had this kind of survivability? It would have shredded through the members of Bleed, and I just feel like Deck and Dominic, they could not have a chance to stand in that battlefield. But now we look at the damage dealt.
Yeah, that's the thing. 100k difference here with the damage dealt. That's big with Julian here on your side for the side of RSGSG. And back to what you were saying, right? With the current patch, and I thought that CS emblems there will be very aggressive because no mana requirement. You go to that heavy aggression lane presence. But just to show that this Claude right now will be played as an early to mid game. I think it can be.
Yeah, it can be pretty strong early to mid game as well. It does have a lot of pressure, but it all falls down to execution, right? We see FMM already in that early game destroying CS in terms of having that lane advantage as well. And we saw Yon not fulfilling his destiny of being that early game, mid game machine as Julian. You know, as Julian, you want that snowball going no matter what. But Deck, he got that engine going first. With that first blood onto Yon, it just opened the entire game. RSG, they did not have a backup plan. Their plan was just, make sure Yon gets good first 5 minutes and we win, but it didn't happen. Now what? Now what? We see them scrambling.
So right now we talk about Claude, right? In terms of emblem choices, forcing RSG to play closer towards the early to mid game, but not into the late game. Because when you talk about late game, Claude should be able to win against a carry, right? Because carry is single target, Claude goes in, everybody dies, right? Apart from that, we also need to talk about how RSG focusing on the earlier parts of the game, whereas Bleed, you know, they're really consistent all throughout. Just take a look at the top 4 that you're looking at. Rich Guy goes over the Deck, FMM dealing most of that damage. I think that's the kind of damage, like literally half of the total damage dealt by the side of Bleed. Closer taking a lot of that, unfortunately, because you're talking about a carry and a high loss. And then Jay, of course, best wingman on that chip.
I'm just going to highlight, sorry. The carry, the damage dealt is actually, that is around the damage dealt by the whole team of RSGSG itself.
Oh my goodness. It is. And the thing is, right, if you are unable to kill FMM, the only answer is to kill him. Right? The only answer to this damage is to kill him. So they had 2 targets. They wanted to go for Deck, they wanted to go for FMM, and that's the beauty of Bleed's lineup here. If you go for Deck, FMM is dealing the damage in the back. If you go for FMM, Deck is dealing damage in the back. So who are you going to go for? There's so much damage coming through, and the conversion of Closer, tanking so much damage for his team as a Hylos, but there's no damage in the back.
Yeah, because if you notice, it's mostly RSG, right? If you take a look at the highlights later on, RSG is always, the main damage dealers from RSG is always on the other side of the map, right? Either farming up to make sure they get the items, or basically up to wave clear duty.
And let's just look at the highlights, right? Jay, just having a stellar gameplay, having that mobility to deny out Yon in that early game might have changed the entire state of the game here. We see Dominic being threatened here, but still, no cigar. He does fall eventually, but Closer is traded as well. And this is a situation where Bleed is just happy to be in. They just want to funnel.
Yeah, just look at Yon's positioning in this particular sequence, right? And it also could be also enabled by that chip, right? So basically, Bleed is always forcing RSG into a position. And just take a look at this one. Look at where CS is. CS is on the other side of the map. Bleed, because of Jay's chip, it forces RSG into a fight they don't want to handshake.
And I forgot to...
And here,
yeah,
look at Roy.
We forgot to highlight as well that Chip's ultimate right now has immobilizing effect instead of slow. So it's a big deal there to dish out those wombo combos from the side of Bleeding Sports.
It's crazy coming out right now. I mean, 100% win rate for a reason. It's why you don't let Chip out of pool. And we do see hints of a comeback coming out from RSG here, right? RSG, they found their strength. They were looking like they were going to close out Bleed, but it's really not enough damage.
Yeah, the only time when RSG is really strong is when they start to congregate. But right now, if you just take a look at how our Bleed, because of their item advantage and also their hero pool advantage, right? They kind of split up. I don't know why CS bought the item, but it really doesn't matter, right? Because it's just massive damage coming out from Bleed. The members of the side of RSG is unable to stop them.
Yeah, target prioritization not there as well. I mean, it was just very hard for us to break down because everything was all over the place. But you know who can break it down for us? Yeah, you know who can break it down for us? You know
who can do the
we have
breakdance
off the desk today? Wow, wow. We have Professor Churros in off the desk, and he will be breaking it down for us.
What's going on, guys? Professor Churros here with Off the Desk segment, and right you are. I'm gonna break it down every single one of the entirety of this game, but one moment actually speaks out to me, and this was the last Lord fight before the final push. But before we get into that, let's start first with the draft. All in all, both teams have very, very similar drafts with very, very similar play styles, with the fact that the chip has been picked up, showing a lot of aggression as well, but with AoE CCs from the entirety of the team. And don't forget, Nolan also has a little bit of adjustment with his ultimate that slows down a lot of the members, or using his ultimate, the Fracture, to slow down the members after every single engage or every single skirmish. Once you set up, FMM goes in on a single target. So there is a lot of single target damage coming in from FMM alone. Not only that, on the other side, CS is a very, very strong damage dealer, especially with the AoE CCs. We'll see how these two teams actually play out their draft to the best of their advantage using this last Lord fight. So I was just looking at this Lord fight and just thinking why Roy was up there. And one of the reasons is because you would never know if Chip would be able to push in with that carry. So that was a very, very smart move from Roy up at that top, just because you have a huge turret taker in the form of FMM. You've got basically someone that can bring the entire team out from that Lord fight, knowing that you have that lane priority at this moment. So moving on to that fight, no one's going to be up on that top side, waiting a little bit too long. You know where FMM is. You're going to be pushing down, and Roy is going to come back to that Lord pit. But just hold on a real quick second, just because you see CS coming in. This gives a lot of information towards Bleed, because this shows one of two things. One, he doesn't use his BMI. Two, he does use his BMI, clears that wave, and comes back. And so we see Dominic with that target fixation towards this general area right here. If CS comes back, he knows that the BMI has been used up. Jay will launch that missile and sound the alarm for the rest of Bleed to come back in. So this was a very, very smart move, knowing where Jay is and knowing where CS is, just because that is that target right here. So knowing that 4 of the members, they're coming through, gear starting to charge, Dominic wants to hit straight for that backline. For some reason, though, I'm going to pause right here. I don't know why Closer was so far behind when he was supposed to be one of the backup initiators right after gear goes in. I posit that if Closer was able to get in a little bit sooner with gear, they would have won this entirety of that team fight. But now look at where Bleed is actually formulating their defense, especially towards FMM. FMM on that top side, we have that triangulated defense right there, protected from the main damage dealers, and you'll see basically 2 fights happening, and Bleed actually orchestrated this fight to the T. So we'll let this play out. Glorious Pathway already popped. We see 2 basically team fights. Deck already pushed out after Yawn and CS used their Winter Crown. I think this is more of a panic issue when CS comes in with a Blazing Duet. He immediately pops his Winter Crown knowing that Deck would be able to come back out. But this was where they were a little bit too quick on the HP of the Lord. You're able to do this and able to secure that Lord if the Lord was just slightly lower. So 2 fights happening, 2 fights breaking out. FMM's pretty safe. He's chipping that damage. Roy Closer has that target fixation onto FMM. But then, who is taking down that Lord? It's Yawn. Dex coming through. We see where Jay is going to be rotating towards. Jay has that target fixation on that Lord, knowing that that top side is being pushed by FMM. He has that damage to sustain himself. He has that a tankiness to him to be able to get off situations. He's got that Purify, so no help needed for FMM. And then Deck comes in with that last hit on that Lord. Even if they lose out that fight, even if they lost Kiwi with that immortality as well, the passive coming through, they still would have been able to push through with that Lord. So with that, it was a very, very well-disciplined team fight for Bleed. But now RSG hasn't won a single game yet. Bleed is about to take another one from them. Casters, what do you think about this?
I think about churros.
I don't know. Maybe RSG has something in them, right? I feel like, yeah, it's a comeback situation for RSG. They have a lot of things to think about, right? They still are finding their synergies with gear on their team, on their roster right now. I believe they have the mechanics to make it work, but it's just a lot of calling issues, I believe. With that last team fight, highlighted perfectly by Professor Churros, there was a situation where you want to go for the Lord or you want to go for the team fight.
Do I stay or do I go?
Yeah,
Literally.
and it was like damned if I do, damned if I don't situation.
Yep.
But I just feel like they have a team fight oriented lineup. They should go for the team fight. That was a Chicken McCrispy right there. But speaking of Chicken McCrispy, we do have Chicken McCrispy new and improved. So the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. You can catch all of MPL Season 8 action and complete the experience with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery as well. So what are you waiting for? Just order your Mac Delivery right now, maybe possibly for lunch. It's 10:50 to 11 a.m. still. You can get a McCrispy regardless. And that's not all, right? Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad. So terms and conditions apply. Do find out and get Mac Delivery Mac Crispy.
I think it's just the perfect thing, right? While you're watching MPL Singapore, a Mac Crispy goes perfectly, right? It's like popcorn. Yeah. All right. And not only just that, you can order it right to your doorstep if you're watching online. And hey, even if you're watching downstairs, just order it. It's fine. Wait, I don't think you can bring food downstairs, but it doesn't really matter. I'm sorry. But you can just order it right now, and after that, eat in between the games.
Plus the diamonds. And I just saw the TLPH recalls. Yeah, I want that.
Oh. So you get the McCrispy and the diamonds so that you get all your recalls because it is in season right now.
Yeah, and I really like the RSG recall, but RSG's not performing too well this season, so yeah, maybe I'll go for some other team.
Stop it. Come on.
I mean, if they can't come back, it has to be now. It has to be now. It has to be against Bleed. Because this is their only semblance. This is their only hope. And right now, they do take out the Matilda. They do take out the Nolan. I'm still very curious, right? Why Matilda? Why Matilda is such a heavy priority versus Jay? Because that's what RG has, a lot of teams have been batting out against Jay.
Yeah, not only just that, Matilda is actually being buffed in this particular patch. Not only just the fact that now she can actually just use her skill while walking around. So now, back then, you know, Matilda, when she presses a skill, she needs to stop just a little bit. Now she can. She can just walk around. I think that's a massive quality of life change, right? And that makes her combos even more fluid.
Yeah, watch out, Irithel. Here comes Matilda. You're not the only one who can run and use skills.
plus right now we were seeing the team fights meta somehow growing up here in the season, and Matilda's guiding wind is always the saving grace.
And speaking of team fight meta, right? You know, who shines in team fights? You know, Team Evil and Team NIP Flash. So this is going to be our game 5, you know, match 5 that we have, NIP Flash versus Evil. That's a match that I'm really looking forward to.
Man. Top 1 versus top 2 later on.
Top of the leaderboards. But now we do have a very important game for RSG.
Especially for RSGSG.
Yeah, they need points. They really do need points, no matter what. And now they do take out the chip.
Yep.
Oh, please, yes.
Chip has been still the OP for me, even though we see, right, the cooldown has been changed from 20 seconds to 60 seconds. Still, that global presence is a threat, and immobilizing effect during the team fight, man, that's game changer.
And that's not just that. Bleed won because of that chip, right? Like, the fact that you can always constantly catch RSG off guard, bring everybody into a team fight that definitely is in your favor, use your manpower advantage, and that's the power of chip, right? So definitely RSG needs to respect ban that one. Unfortunately, that was leaked out in the previous game. So we're looking at right now, perhaps the Phobias, the Phobias already banned out, my bad. There's also, like, you know, the Harif that's open. There's also the Juicing that's open. Unfortunately, it was not being picked up by any team because of a slight rework already. Look at RSG. That's first pick Hayabusa.
That's extremely aggressive coming out from RSG.
Yeah.
Bleed, they can go for the lockdown plays if they choose to do so, right? You can manage to counter a Hayabusa, but of course, Bleed, whether or not Jay is able to play it, able to pull out that Kaja, able to pull out that lockdown heroes on that roamer that he needs to.
Jawhead is really good as well. We're talking about things that can break the combo of Hayabusa, albeit he's being buffed now. He's more bursty as compared to the previous patch. But Bleed right here, they're open. Zask and the Hylos is wide open for them to take, right?
Zask, Hylos, Harif, all three, right? The dream combo that we talked about in the previous meta, are they still strong?
Okay.
They open with Edith and Julian. That's perfectly highlighting, like, trapping RSG and going, yeah, go for the Zask, go for the Hylos, I dare you. We have the Edith now, and we believe Hylos isn't that strong in this meta, so they're giving it to RSG.
Okay, cool. But right, every time when I see Julian, it's really coin flippy, right? And personally, I hate coin flippy. You need that early game to win. You saw RSG losing to the Julian because Julian wasn't able to find a good early game. Then it's really coin flippy. I don't like Julian. Personally, just personal taste.
Showing up this early on the draft, it only shows that Bleed already showing as well their victor conditions, right? So you want to enable that Julian in the early stage of the game. Maybe Jawhead will be available here right now for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, Jawhead combo with the Edith. That's a lot of lockdowns and knock up as well. So it's constantly seeing one person get to flip into the air. It's actually kind of funny.
And it's going to be extremely strong against that Hayabusa, who needs that early game to keep going as well. They're both, in terms of playstyle, very similar. Julian, Hayabusa, they want that snowball. They want to get the early game momentum going. So what do they go for here? They go for the carry still.
Carry to counter the Hylos, right? But RSG, if you look at what they picked for the first three already, Hylos and Harif, a very nice combo, you know, allowing the Harif even more movement speed, especially when you're on top of the Glorious Pathway. The Law and Order really helps to make sure that, you know, Harif gets a good time. Don't forget, it also slows down the retreat coming out from the rest of the Bleed. So RSG, this one more combo is really strong. I like it, but Bleed, let's see what they're going to ban here.
Yeah, it's going to be a true test of versatility for CS. Because I feel that CS, as a person, as a gold laner, he is always going for that late game monster build where he comes in, cleans everybody up. But now on the Harif, you have to adopt a different kind of playstyle. And now, with the bans coming through, Kaja.
Hold on a second. Wait, hold on. It was RSG that secured Harif first.
Yep.
Then after that, Bleed ended that with a carry. So technically speaking, Bleed is picking carry right into a Harif, and Harif wins carry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just
Why?
that's just FMM saying that. Yeah. CS, I'm better than you.
So Imba DJ is saying that, hey, we're gonna lose in the early game. Well, hopefully, you know, carry can basically hold himself down all the way to the late game where the carry can be used to counter the high loss. I think that's what Bleed is trying to go for.
Yeah. And this is where the Julian comes in. I think this is we are going to see
game,
that.
right?
Yeah, the early game at least assist the gold lane here in the carry. We all know there that the Harris will totally dominate the gold lane because of his harassment skills here. But the Julian being picked here from Bleed, I think they can do counter it in such a way for those rotations.
We see a lot of pressure on deck. So there will be a lot of pressure for them to perform, but they do go for that Vexana.
Yes.
A lot of lane priority.
Yes.
But where are the front lines for the Vexana? It's so easy to jump a Vexana. Hayabusa is going to have a field day.
Eternal Guard, bro.
Eternal Guard might not be enough, you know?
I think Bleed going for Vexana is the man to counteract against Harif, right? Once Harif goes on the Zaman Forest, Vexana just lands down Eternal Guard. All of a sudden, that Zaman Forest doesn't look really safe anymore. But yes, I agree. Hayabusa can easily jump onto Vexana, so I'm looking at Bleed. They need more peel coming out in the form of that, perhaps something like a Jawhead, something like a, to a certain extent, the R-Lot, right? Which also works really well. RSG is going to snap pick that one instead. That's a Loi coming up from RSG.
And that's what I was looking forward to from RSG, because their ability to jump the backline with the Hayabusa is unmatched. Whether or not they double down on that, that's going to be very scary for Bleed coming in, given their lineup. You know, they are extremely scared to get jumped in the back line. Julian,
Minotaur.
Carry, Vexana, it's gonna be scary. They had to go for a blanket AoE. Minotaur, yes, very good pick. Grok would be good as well if they want to go jump for jump.
Cool.
Then, of course, with the new changes as well, Grok can go for a lot more aggressive emblems.
I agree with Grok. Grok is something that Gear can potentially play because Grok used to be in the EXP lane, right? And apart from that, you also talk about...
Okay, they're going jump for jump.
Not only just that, it also allows you to defend Vexana from jumping onto being jumped on, right? So I think that's what Bleed is going to go for. Jay will be piloting that one. Don't forget that's Jay Cho right there. And then after that, you know, I love the Loi pick as well coming up from RSG because Eternal Guard also provides you that body to really disperse even more and proc that duality even more.
Yeah, Bleed heavily relying on Julian to get the early game, mid game advantage going for them. Meanwhile, RSG, they have a more scalable lineup, more easier to execute in terms of game style, in terms of late game, mid game scenarios, in terms of team fight as well, no problem. So RSG versus Bleed, this would be RSG's last stand, right? Whether or not they do get that 2-0 from Bleed, it all falls down to this game here, in game 2.
Yeah, I think we see, again, team fights lineup coming in from the side of RSG. Game 1, remember? They do have the team fight lineup as well, but this time around, they need to be cohesive as ever.
Yeah, I think it's even more, right? For the side of Bleed, especially, they can easily switch up their the kind of play style as more of a team fight play style because of the Eternal Guard. Jay can engage with a pick, which also works really nice.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of early game, really, still all on deck.
Definitely.
Really all on deck. There's so much pressure on this Julian at this moment to perform.
Warcry on that Loi. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed.
So after 3 skills, you start to do a lot more damage with your procs. So it really boils down to, hold on.
Okay, he's still disengaged here, and what I see right now, I gotta see Gear's R-Lots. Yes.
We've been hyping that up before the cast, and he literally yeah, you gotta have to watch this because Gear is really comfortable on this R-Lot. Don't forget, I'm looking forward to what emblems he selected for himself because now R-Lot doesn't really need the mana anymore. So instead of a common emblem, what would you go?
Oh, look at Jay. Is really out there defending, of course, FMM. And we expect, of course, FMM will be bullied here in the gold lane.
Yep. He's getting bullied right now, but hold on. Yon, unable to secure that kill down the bottom lane.
Still a lot of pressure securing that advantage for CS, right? And this is where Julian should be making counter moves across the map, but he's already level 4, and he's lost that advantage because Julian hits that power spike way earlier at level 3, having all that advantage. He's going for the jump.
Deck
does not find it.
But instead, Yon finds him there. Still going to back away with a Nan sword. Yon still with a poke. Roy here in the backlines as well. That's a kill. First blood here for Yon.
And it's deja vu, right? It's same game, but different teams.
Yeah, that's why I personally don't like the Julian, right? You're so reliant on early game. And if you don't have a good early game, when MLBB is so fast-paced, you get punished so severely in the early game. It's more important for deck to have good play.
Yeah, and if you don't have the counter damage, you don't have that front line, Kiwi is going to have to play a heck of a game just to stay alive versus this lineup here. Jay, he does find the way of Dragon, though.
Isolated with a kick, and now bullied here with the numbers coming in from Bleed. Still managed to survive Gear, trying to dance his way out, but cannot do so. Ray will be the second one in chopping block, but too little too short for the damage here coming in from the side of Bleed.
And Roy surviving there is huge. Yon is back in with a shadow kill, though.
Dominic, Jay, share the kills, but no.
Share the damage, literally, right? Literally, hey, come here, stick together, share the damage, come on. And literally, so Yon doing a really good job trying to clean up. However, RSG, that fight was decent coming up from Roy, right? And you start to see the power of that Lo E just soaking everybody up. Gear, unfortunately, technically speaking, Arlot is not a true tank, meant to be played as a utility. This final slash is really good, but it's just disrupted constantly by Jay and also Kiwi.
Yeah, with the turtle still spawning, not spawning in, I mean, deck would have to find an early advantage.
Yeah.
They gotta keep picking off Gear no matter what. That final slash will be a threat. Where the Dragon onto Gear. Very good by Bleed.
Yeah, and Scythe, not enough damage yet, but Gear will fall with Eternal Guard coming in from the side of Kiwi. Flashes out here from the side of Jay, and now there's Kiwi. Roy still surviving. And now Zaman forced for CS. Goes for the kill, Dak falls down.
FMM is in. Pops the ulti though.
No, they're forcing their way in. Dominic or Shadow misses quite a lot. And now FMM still having those light wheels freely hitting across the map. But then it is going to be Dominic here will be picked off.
Yep. Yon did a really good job trying to dissect the whole fight. Dominic is just peeling for nobody, right? Bleed right there, just trying to, you know, the damage dealer is trying to step forward. Hayabusa is there threatening it.
Yeah, it's not in the stage of the game where the damage is enough to finish off RSG at this point. RSG, they do have that mid-game favored already in their favor. Because CS, if you think about it, Harris just shines in this kind of situation. You put that Zamon's Force down, it is a no-go zone. And Bleed, they try to force it out. They still try to force it out. But without deck available, there's no damage.
Yep, they thought Kiwi's Eternal Guard was able to dissuade CS away. So it was a really good job. Hold on, somebody's going to get jumped.
No! Still going to flicker back! The final slash. Almost. Not quite.
What's that going on? A ping pong?
The flicker for flicker, and then after that, just a kick for a good measure right in the face. What are you trying to do right there for the side of RSG? But that's almost could end so bad for FMM.
Yeah, it could have ended badly for FMM. Bleed, they do walk away with that win right here, but still the map is heavily pressured by RSG right now. Next few advantages not gonna go in their favor. They cannot fight for these towers. They have to go for this macro gameplay.
Yeah, Dak cannot do anything. He has to watch his tower go down, taking free damage.
Another kick, and this is gonna be another pick off once again. Layers upon layers of CC. Bleed takes off Yon.
That's huge. That's huge. Yon should not have gotten into a situation where he can get kicked like that. And that's going to be a heavy momentum going towards Bleed right now. They can force an objective. They can take a tower. They can take any form of towers that they want right now, but they're not converting.
Right now, it's just Bleed trying to find any form of pickoff. Right now, they've revolved in around pickoff.
Oh, another miss!
Oh, not again.
No! Do you not see what FMN did? Just step forward right in front of the code. All of a sudden, that Gear's final slash doesn't work. Massive mechanic coming up from FMM.
Oh, we shouldn't have hyped this up, man. You don't want to hype up a Singaporean.
Yeah, you praise the Singaporean, and then all of a sudden they can't perform.
Sorry, Gear.
And the worst thing is, right? The worst thing is, all three of us at the Costa's desk, right? One is from Philippines, one is from Malaysia, one is from Myanmar. So yeah.
A road jack in the making. Oh man, It feels bad for the final slashes. But anyway, Jay once again initiated a team fight with a king.
Nice one.
Pass it on to Deck. Follow up here with their chatter as well, coming in from Dominic and closer, pumping the glorious pathway. Trying to prolong the team fight, but still cannot do so. Oh, Roy just bursted down Dominic there.
Yeah, Bleed, that was a really good engage, by the way. Was able to pick up CS. Look at how, you know, the members of Bleed just targeting now CS, because once CS is removed, there's not a lot of damage from the side of RSG, right? And the Zaman 4 is used very defensively, so RSG needs to try to find another source of damage. It has to come up from Roy, it has to come up from Yon. Yon needs to find assassination onto FMM or Kiwi, hopefully.
And Bleed have that very good response, right? In terms of having that team fight objectives, they don't have much to go for, but they go for the macro plays across the map, and they are still trying to find a lot of macro plays, segmenting as much of the team fight with Jay. And, yeah.
Oh, Jay has been caught here, and he will still survive. Still going to kick the outplay. Gonna go survive indeed. Oh, what a play coming in from Jay.
How's Jay alive?
God, Jay Cho right there. That Shunpo shield, that Shunpo CC immunity. RSG trying to jump. He had the right sense to just literally go there, but hold on a second.
Oh, Dominic trying to hold his ground, but he will be picked off there with Zaman Force and the pokes coming in from RSG.
Yeah, they cannot force the secondary team fight. Bleed needs to avoid all team fights if possible. Their only pick-off potential is with Jay. Way of the Dragon is so pivotal for them until they can reach 15 minutes in.
Oh, Deck stopping that with his on Scythe. Glorious Pathway trying to disengage rather, but he will fall. Zaman Force for CS going for the damage. And high sword once again, but Lou and Ibaka, it's a triple for Yon!
I felt like Deck used the enhanced sword just to go back, gave the damage over to Yon. Yon picks up a triple kill. Technically speaking, Yon should pick up a double kill instead, but because Deck goes back in, hey, free triple kill, why not, right?
It's exactly what I was talking about, right? RSG, they won these team fights. Bleed, they cannot take these team fights. Way of the Dragon is too pivotal, and using it in a situation where it's a 4v4, that's not going to be the clean pick-off that you need from Team Bleed to come back.
Right now, it's just RG still having a bit of a gold advantage and to a certain extent map advantage, right? Because Roy is constantly jumping onto Bleed, Bleed is now forced to basically react. And in terms of reaction, Jay had the good game sense to be with exactly where, you know, he needs to be in order to defend and absorb so much of this utility coming out from RSG. And I feel like RSG is being a little bit predictable, right? Like, if they see FMM on the other side, they'll just TP over there. So Bleed, I think by now should have figured out RSG's game sense.
Yeah, RSG, they have to go for a different gameplay right now, and they're going for this objective 5-man death ball, but Jay's in!
Jay! But still, Yon secures the lure there. It is going to be Deck, though, trying to rack away. Jay will be picked off. Glorious Pathway go for the chase. The final slash there for Gear. And now a disaster here for Bleed.
Finally.
Yeah, RSG, they can fight for days because they have that frontline capability. They can jump your backlines. And meanwhile, for Bleed, who do you have to tank the damage? Only Jay, only Dominic. But once they are down, which they can get shredded from Team RSG, what do they do? There's no answer.
Kiwi? Oh no, the burst is there. It is now going to be Roy secures the kill. And Jay trying his best here to hold.
That's the way of the Dragon burnt.
Yep.
They won't have that. They're going to lose an inhibitor turret because that's a key utility for Bleed.
Yep. Right now, it's just a slow push coming up from RSG. Bleed needs to brace himself for a top-side push. Glorious Pathway use. RSG is pushing it.
Wow. Early on, they want a healthy Lord pushing through. They want to end this now. RSG will be able to do so. However, Dominic and FMM still managed to defend the siege. Bot side as well, being cleared by Deck.
Yeah, they lost one inhibitor turret. That's good enough. But already, is the net worth too far gone? Right? 9,000 advantage towards RSG, where they have an extremely scalable lineup. And Bleed, they're just relying on FMM and Dominic to get that farm for that late game alone. Kiwi, yes, he's 0, 2, and 4. He's really not able to survive. And this is Kiwi, right? He's known for never dying. 0, 2, and 4 is an abysmal scoreline for Kiwi.
Yeah, because he's getting countered right by Roy. But hold on a second. That's also going to be a diversion. Don't know where he goes.
Oh no. The pincer movement the stun, the layers of CC, and now it is going to be Dominic falling low, and he will be picked up once again. FMM with the first damage there. It is going to be Gear popping the immortality as well, and now look at CS with a zone.
Monster.
A double here for the Harith. They want to end this now. Jay is here to forward, trying to go for the hold. Deck here with his hand side. He will fall and sword to escape. It is going to be Gear still trying to pick up, but still look at Bleed. They survived.
Yeah, Kiwi just outputting so many AoE against RSG. RSG couldn't hold that one. Has to let that go. They don't want to be hasty, but if you notice, that gold lead is looking really healthy for the side of Bleed right now. Earlier, just now, what, 8.6k?
Yeah,
now
9,000.
fallen down to 6.5.
Yeah, I mean, RSG forcing that team fight there, I mean, I really didn't like it at all. There was no way that you could have forced it. There was no Lord coming in. That was only one creep in that entire pool, and they have a Vexana. You're not going to be able to force anything. You're not going to be able to go for that win. But RSG, they are still an advantage. The Lord is coming right up. It's going to be an enhanced Lord, so they can't go for this gameplay. Diversion, though.
Oh no, diversion.
Yon is in.
Yeah, they scouted it out. It's basically, it could be either used as a scouting tool and also used as a dive tool, right? So RSG using that early to scare Bleed out of position. They know exactly where they are right now. RSG is trying to rush the Lord.
Yeah, flickers are available here except for Dominic J. All right, Bleed decided to go back away. This is too risky for them just to clear the waves on the top side.
Yeah, they would have lost that team fight. Gear's in.
Gear flickers in with a final slash. Glorious Pathway as well. And the burst damage is there. Closer takes the kill. And now Jay's here with a way over the dragon. FMM, however, will be picked off. No goal later here for the side of Bleed.
And RSG, they want to keep fighting for days. Bleed, they realize that, but just a bit too late. Gear was already too far gone with that conceal. Great initiation coming out from RSG, knowing that Bleed cannot take a team fight. Now, RSG, they're still waiting for the Lord, though.
Man, the Lord timing is not in the favor of RSG. By the time the Lord meets Bleed's base, FMM will be back. Dominic will be back. So RSG missed a very small little window opportunity, even though they burnt so much to secure that one to make sure they're a win. And now they have to fight 5v5, and this must be frustrating for the side of RSG.
All eyes on Jay right now because he will have that Way of the Dragon sticker play. If anything, for a comeback for Bleed, he will be trying it right now on CS.
Oh, that's now that Way of the Dragon here. CS still managed to survive. Zaman Enforcement pop. Shadow kill there for Yon. Going for the triple, but no! He will be picked off instead.
Damage coming out too much for Team RSG. They do go for that top lane diversion. They want to end this right now.
But the damage coming in from FMM is there. They still managed to hold here. This is 2 sieges they have managed to fend off.
Yeah, still very tense coming in from both sides. Kiwi being alive, that he is that keep away factor that Team Bleed needs, but Jay in a lot of danger.
Oh, Gear.
Final slash available, though.
Oh, this is very important here, but Jay still managed to go back away closer, now popping the Glorious Pathway. They want to end it. Now look at Jay. Immortality has been used as well. Dominic is here, the backlines, but Jay will be falling down. Flicker and their Shatter misses. They will escape with that diversion play.
Man, if you're a fan of Bleed, you are literally puckering right now because they just defended against RSG's onslaught time and time again. Jay, this Dr. J is just literally stalling RSG like a massive boss.
Yeah, and the fact that he keeps Kiwi alive by being that distraction that he is. Yeah, Kiwi is free to rain down those blasts and
those AoEs.
And it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage to clear the waves.
And right now, don't forget, FM is not having a good time, right? Apart from he needs to watch out for Harith, he also has to watch out for that Lo Yi as well, right? And that dispersion duality proc is going to burst him down like nobody's business. Bleed, on the other hand, is relying on long-range artillery strikes coming out from Kiwi. Take a look. Most damage dealt is definitely from the side of Kiwi. The carry, on the other hand, look at FMM, is struggling to land down the damage because of how RSG is playing.
And right now, we are at 15 minutes into the game. Late stage are ready for Team Bleed. This is where they want to be. This is where they shine. But already is 3 inhibitor turrets too much for them. If RSG, they manage to get this Lord right here, it might be all she wrote for Team Bleed.
Yeah, oh, that's a very massive zoom in, making sure that we all know RSG is taking the Lord as well. Bleed on the other end, Dominic stepping forward. That's a knockup. Hold on a second, can't see who is
forcing
it.
this one. Now there's gonna be Glorious Pathway once again, and Jay will be in the middle, popping the Winter's Crown. But look at CS providing the zone, same as closer here. FMM, Kiwi will be chased, will be picked off as well, and this is big.
Yeah, it's FMM.
Diversion play as well, FMM! Go for a final slash! But will he survive? No, the TP in your face, the total disrespect from the side of RSG. They are feeling it.
Minions.
They want to end this one. Concentrate on the base. We have a serious tie here.
Yeah, 1-1. RSG, they do have it in them to come back. 1-1, right? All good for RSG. Still, everyone's bet still on the table. You went for 2-1 Bleed, I went for 2-1 RSG, and we're just hoping for the best here. It will be a best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally, they were ex-rivals, right? RSG and Bleed used to literally fight for the crown in the top of the table back in the good old days before Team Flash pop off, right? But now, it is RSG at the bottom of the table, Bleed in the mid, right? And looking how at both these two teams really try to fight, especially in this one. Finally, RSG taking the second game win in MPL Singapore Season 8 regular season.
And I can say this game coming in from RSG, it's somehow we can say that it's dominating. It's a one-sided game in their favor here.
Yeah, it just feels to me like Julian is not the answer. It has never been the answer.
No Julian equals win.
Yeah, no Julian equals win. So for that third game, we just expect not to see the Julian maybe, but who do you feel was the MVP of the game for RSG? I mean, Jace, let's go.
I would say it's Loi, because without the Loi pick, right, it's really hard to basically output the damage. If you notice, most of the damage is really coming out from Roy.
Oh, and you guessed it, man. That's why you're an analyst, right? You're so good at this, right? Roy is going to be 100% kill participation. He never died, 4-0-19, having that kind of Kiwi stats.
19
Kiwi
assists.
Stats. Yeah,
19 assists.
I gotta say, this is what Kiwi was looking like last season, right? Last season, Season 7, Kiwi was that unkillable mage monster. And now, Roy is back to take back his throne. And giving him the Loi, come on, man, that's just blatant disrespect. We know him as the monster he is.
I think it's really RSG winning this draft this time around, right? Picking a Harif against a carry couldn't do much. You lock the carry out, and apart from that, the carry needs to be careful about this Loi. And then after that, you know, the Loi counters the Vixana because of the dispersion. So I think RSG literally, Youngin really winning the draft right there. And giving the Julian over to me.
It was not RSG winning the draft. I feel that it was Bleed losing the draft. Because you picked the carry into the Hylos and the Harif. It was already on that field. You know, you see a Harif, you see a Hylos, and you still pick a carry into it. That's just blatant disrespect.
Yeah, plus we talk about during the draft as well, they show the Julian early, and the certain conditions already been given there by the side of Bleed. Then they did not manage to make the Julian pop up in the early stage of the game. It was really not, we kind of feel the presence at that moment.
I can't feel the Julian at all.
That's the thing.
Giant was in the pool, right? Giant was in the pool, and there was so much ability to shut down. But they went for the Cho instead. Of course, very good pick for Jay.
It is.
It was a very good pick for Jay, but it became very ulti-reliant. Where if the Way of the Dragon was already used, that's just go time for Team RSG. And that was just so easy. Moment you see the Way of the Dragon flicker gone, and yeah, RSG is like, yeah, go, 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 go.
Yeah, if you take a look at this Julian, right? If you look at how he's building his items, doesn't have the Feather of Heaven, of course, not relying on the AA, hoping with the Blood Wings can just shred people immediately with a Scythe, and after that goes for the Holy Crystal. This deck wants to burst in the early game. That's the main goal. But towards the later parts of the game, you need Feather of Heavens, right, in order to just pop off your 3. Usually, towards the later parts of the game, Julian becomes a knockout monster, right? Knock people up, and then after that, start slashing people, proccing the Feather of Heaven over and over again using the enhanced AA. Unfortunately, that did not happen because Yon is just assassinating everybody in the back line, especially if Deck is there, he's going to get shredded. If Kiwi is there, he's going to get shredded. And FMM, I mean, he's basically locked behind Bleed's front line, backlines, right? Because he cannot step forward. RSG has so many things as forcing Bleed into an awkward position, and apart from that, trying to run away, there's also the high loss ready to just pounce onto you.
Yeah, Yon was there as well in the back line, always threatening Kiwi, making sure that he had to play on his toes. Jay did an extremely good job trying to force the Way of the Dragon onto Yon at all times, but once Yon is kicked, right, there's so much to back him up. Roy's there with diversion, final slash, Forest pathway, Zamon's forced down. There's no way they can take that team fight.
Yeah, the chasing capability coming in from RCSG is just insane as well. They can have easy escape in such scenarios as well. Especially the diversion plays coming from Roy.
You can run.
Yeah, you couldn't run.
I can jump onto you anytime, bruv, with the diversion. And the diversion also forced a lot of diversion against Bleed, right? All of a sudden, you have to be careful about the Loi jumping to your back line. You need to be hyper aware, and Gear can always sneak to the back. You never know, from behind a back door, final slash, or Gear could just sneak up on you using conceal, catch you off guard.
Yeah, I love this double down coming in from RSG. Just a lot of double down onto Yon's backlining capabilities. And in terms of itemizations, of course, pretty standard across the board. You see Gear really prioritizing that magic defense at the early start of the game. You want that Robot Silence just to counter out Kiwi. The fact that you're just going for Kiwi. Right? In the early stages, you just want to make Kiwi's life as hard as possible. And Julian is magic damage as well. So that's just one item that fits everything for that early game, and it was just so easy to itemize for Gear right there.
Looking at the emblems as well, to a certain extent, yeah, deck also goes for Quantum Charge, right? So a lot more chasing. Usually you also see some Julians going for the War Cry so that, you know, you use the Feather Habits. So this is a very different Julian, right? A very early game biased Julian where some Julians prefer to go to the mid game where, you know, the auto attacks start to, you know, pop off like crazy. Also have to comment Roy, right? Going for the War Cry for that low E. Once you land down the your first 2-3 skills, then all of a sudden your duality procs just kind of burst everybody down. For a period of time, Roy was just outputting one of the most damage in the whole game.
Yeah, I believe he was the key damage dealer because at the early stages of the game, right, you just keep forcing that Way of the Dragon onto Yon, and Roy was just left like free behind, just dealing the duality procs time and time again. Meanwhile, Deck, he did have a staggered early game. He did get picked off extremely early, and that's just not what his emblem is wanting to entail for the rest of the game. With that Quantum Charge, with the rest of the emblem setup as well, he does want to get a clean control of this early to mid game. And Yon, he just had everything in his hands.
Yeah.
We saw also that there's so many agility emblems here coming in from side of Bleed, but when it comes to mobility as well, they have been overperformed here by the side of RSG, especially with the Hayabusa pick. And I thought we can feel the nerf coming in from this hero, but no, man. Still hurts a lot in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, you got free iframes, right? That's a ton. That's also a ton of utility giving over the side of for the Hayabusa, right? But to answer that question for Bleed, going for Wilderness Blessing and also agility is because they need to rotate. Just take a look at how Bleed wants to play in the early game. They need early game pickoffs, and in order to do so, I need more movement speed to rotate from one point on the map to the other. But the problem is, once again, your gold lane is losing. Your EXP lane is stagnant. Where do you play? You play in the mid. But when you play in the mid, Roy counters basically the Vexana to a certain extent, right? Do you die for Loi? No, because you got a rotation and dispersion to watch out for.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely scary to dive Loi indeed. And Bleed's game strategy all depended on that Julian having that early game pressure.
Sounds familiar. Did I not say that last game?
That's a lot of pressure. You put Julian on someone like Deck or someone like Yon, they are going to be forced to play to the highest degree, and it's just not possible. Not yet for them anyways. Because once they make that mistake, there's no coming back.
Yeah.
And if you take a look at Team Bleed's answer to what Hylos entails, you need that early game advantage for Julian to get Dominic going, to get Kiwi going.
Yeah.
And then finally, FMM will come through in the later stages of the game. But that's just all on one move.
The problem about Julian in this particular patch, well, I know Julian is really strong, mind you, but you need to win. All right? It's a high risk, high reward kind of hero.
It is.
And it's a coin flip. It's a very low tolerance. You know, like when you try to put your sword back into the scabbard, it has to fit snugly, and that's what a Julian is, right? If your sword is smaller than the scabbard, you can just turn the scabbard around, the sword would drop, and you're basically that scabbard is useless.
Yeah. You know what I would say picking a Julian in these kind of games entail to? It's like picking a Martis in your ranked games, right? That you gotta have that snowball. Once you don't get that first 3 kills on that Martis
you're
within
a glorified
that first...
minion.
Yeah, you're just a minion walking around.
Minion.
And the gold laner is just gonna be like, yeah, free grab delivery. What is it, chicken? That crispy, y'all.
Speaking of which, remember that sequence when Deck enhanced sword right into a shadow kill?
Yeah.
Oh,
perfect timing.
That's perfectly free. But just take a look. Okay, it seems like most of the damage is still done by CS because it's AOE Zaman Force. Just take a look at damage there, 119k, a lot. A rich guy goes up to CS. Well, he's farming. I mean, he's farming his output damage. He's also has 10 kills to his name. Only died once. The sandbag definitely Jay. It's kind of surprising for a Cho to absorb so much attention and also damage taken, which is kind of surprising for me and of course Roy. Total assist 19.
Yeah, Jay really a monster on that Cho.
Yeah, and I loving now that RSGSG playing as a cohesive unit here, because team fight is their draft and team fight it is their winning each time against the side here of Team Bleed. And with this progression right now coming in from RSGSG, they badly need this one. 1 game win is important for the series for RSGSG.
Yeah, I really like the committal coming out from RSG. They've been committing to team fights a lot more, and knowing that they have that team fight advantage.
Yep.
Using all the capability.
Yeah, and don't forget, it's a lot more pressure on RSG. Till week 3, day 1, they haven't won a single match.
They won a single game.
They won 2 games as of now, right? So it's a lot more pressure for RSG to really perform. Bleed, on the other hand, deck fits just right in. It feels like, they don't really need to change much. And this goes to show like how important roamers are in this particular, well, in MLBB, ever since the start of the game, right? How the roamer can change the identity of that team. RSG swap a roamer in the middle of a transfer, in the middle of a regular season, and that's a massive change. And that change, I don't know whether it's a good change or a bad change.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all about the gameplay. It's not all about the mechanics as well. Sometimes it falls down to team synergy, where maybe Gear is calling a lot better than Yunsky, where he says, yeah, I'm going in, and everybody goes in with him. And Yunsky, in terms of having that voice, maybe he's not just there for Team RSG. Maybe they don't like to listen to him. It's a lot of little nuances within these teams where it's not just mechanics. It's about your personality as well.
It's about teamwork. Unfortunately, MLBB is a team-based game. It's 5v5,
It's still 5v5, and even if you have all the tools to make it work, like Bleed Cho, right? They did have Jay performing so well on the Cho. They have... They have Kiwi on the signature Vexana, FMM on carry. It was all the tools to make it work, but do they fit together? Do they fit together in that same pot to make that perfect stew?
It's basically Gear being a bit of an outplaced Gear in RSG's machinery earlier just now in game 1, but now, he's starting to fit in just a little bit, but he needs to continue that one, especially going into game number 3. Especially if you take a look at his highlights, I think Gear really did a really good job, but apart from that, I think it's just the draft winning.
Yeah, this is going to be Gear 1 now going to Gear 4. And we're going to see here the highlights right now. This is the early game we're seeing right now, man. It's the Julian been pick off, and we highlighted that you need that early snowball, and it did not happen here for Team Bleed.
And Jay just surviving here was the chef's kiss, right? But Jay surviving, but still, like, there was no objective. There was no counter engagement coming in from Team Bleed. They were just trying to help Jay survive. And now with Jay going down, that glorious pathway, Zayman's force just denies away so much space from Team Bleed. They cannot even fight in the zone.
Yeah, you highlighted as well. Once Team Bleed also commits into a team fight, they have no other way around but to move forward. So that's the thing as well. And so many chasing capabilities here we see from RSGSG to pick them off.
Yeah, apart from the glorious pathway, haha, the version, haha, I can be anywhere you want to be. And CS, technically speaking, on Zaman Force really slows everybody down. I think this combo coming out from RSG is really well done for the side of Youngin. Zaman Force on top of the glorious pathway. You apply slow to enemy, you also provide movement speed for Harith to chase to basically proc the dash over and over again. Wonderful job.
And in the final few team fights, right, Jay was changing his target. Instead of Roy, trying to find CS. But CS at that point was too far gone already. he had the shield capability to just survive through all these pickoffs. And now with this last Lord fight, right? I mean, RSG, they already got the Lord. So this is anything but a win for them. And Kiwi going down here, that just means that's all their defense gone.
Yep, I think, but that's Bleed just saying that, hey, you know what, we're not gonna, we have to try something, right? They're forced to do it. So that's why I think Bleed has no choice. They're gonna get either pushed down or they will try to take the 50-50 to really handshake that team fight.
Yeah, they had to either go for the Lord and either retreat, but I didn't know what exactly they had to do. I mean, Professor Churros, can you help us break it down? What do they have to do? Wow.
Of course I can. That's why I'm here. Hey, what's up going on, guys? It's Churros here from for Off the Desk segment. I'm at a loss for words because, like, when you're down on all fours, how do you pick yourself up and make the changes that you need to get back into it? That's precisely what RSG did. I have 3 examples right here that I want to show you guys, and the changes and the synergy that has been made by not only Coach Youngin but the rest of the entire team and their play style to get back into this game. Really excited for Game 3. But before that, let's start with Exhibit A, the draft. I like how Youngin actually picks up the Loi, knowing that, like, okay, Bleed's not gonna have the chip. Let's have some map control and let's play map control for map control. It's like fighting fire or fire. And I love how Roy actually uses this Loi to the T. This is one of those fights where we have to be able to protect the back line and try to get as much damage as possible. But notice only 8 minutes. FMM maybe has 2/3 of the Holy Trinity before coming in. But the way that they use that diversion, gets into this brush and try to split that fight so that you push away the tanks from the main damage dealers is just so immaculate, and getting CS coming in. And picking up this Loi is sort of like bringing, it's sort of like bringing your backline to their backline. It's not one of those front to back mages that we see anymore, and that's a very, very simple triple kill from Yon. I'm gonna be scrubbing back a little bit because I see that he's using the Wiggy Shadow Kill, waiting for that right moment where Deck uses the enhanced sword to jump right in, securing that triple. So this was a beautiful, beautiful moment coming in from Yon. He's actually woken up at this point, but Bleed actually has actually bought enough time for that Lord coming in. And notice where Jay is. You don't see his name, but he's basically at that bottom brush, the mid point brush at that bottom side. But note where every single one of the RSG players are looking at. That is their target fixation. You've got Closer looking at Dominic. You've got Gear having an eye on FMM. Roy also has his eye on Dominic as well. CS wants to be able to take down that Lord as fast as possible. No one is checking that point brush, and that is where Jay really comes in. That's why he's the doctor right here. The goal is try to disrupt at that right time. And notice how Deck was actually trying to get in, but it was a little bit too slow. I don't know if it was a miscommunication, but this was a really, really beautiful sort of like timing from Dr. J over here and making that right shot calls, that right play. I just need to rewind it just a little bit. Knocked airborne. CS might have gotten that last kill, but actually Hayabusa got that Lord in that process. If Deck was just a very bit slightly faster, they would have been able to secure it. So Yon actually got that Lord from the burn damage from the retribution. And then all hell breaks loose. They know what's going on. Gear leads that charge, and what I love about the entirety of all these fights, and coming down to my last clip, is Closer is being that gap closer that his name is supposed to be. Notice how far that gap is based on economy, and notice how, okay, Bleed is gonna be taking a step back. I'm gonna be disciplined, and I just want to wait till that Lord comes down. We'll have a nice defense. This was the second Lord fight, mind you. Gear and Closer are not working as a team, and whenever Closer becomes the gap closer, so to speak, it just makes it so beautiful. It's just so perfectly orchestrated that RSG is able to just come back. And I like that synergy that RSG is bringing to the table right now. One game away for RSG to actually take a game or take basically a series, his entire regular season. I'm so excited. Guys, take it away.
Bleed, they have to respond right now, right? It's already tied up 1-1. They know that they can't win with mechanics alone. They have to really draft around Team RSG. RSG not a team to be trifled with right now, especially putting Gear in that situation where you give him the R-Lot and closer on the pony from hell. He's gonna run at you.
He's gonna run it down. He's gonna get very close to you.
He's
Uncomfortably
gonna
close.
make the gap closer.
Why am I here? Why am I doing this?
I mean, yeah. Closer is becoming that gap closer, of course. But yes, there will be a game 3. We're going to head on to the draft really soon, but it's still about whether or not you leak out that chip, right? It seems like chip was their key gaming factor for Bleed.
I personally feel like this series, what we learned, it's all about the draft, right?
Yeah, it's
Game
all about
1, you give the chip over to the side of Bleed. Hey, Bleed's gonna take it and run it down. Julian, by the way, is losing constantly. 100% lose rate in this particular series.
Are you gonna be surprised if both teams either are going to prioritize
ban the Julian?
No, I think they'll just ignore the Julian, right?
Yeah.
But if you notice, the Julian was forced out because both these two teams are starting to trim down assassins. There you go. Ling and the Fanny banned out by the side of Bleed. RSG bans away the chip this time around. So if we take a look back in game number 1 where Bleed is first pick, they actually banned the exact same thing. Ling, Fanny, and what probably coming out from Bleed, probably the Hayabusa.
Yeah, ban the chip and you are good. But now with the Hayabusa, right? With the Hylos, with the Harif still being in that pool. We see Harif being very strong in terms of having that zone control with Hylos. But whether or not you can disengage from that, whether or not you are engaging into that, whether you have that stronger AoE or the stronger disengagement, that's going to be that drafting pattern that needs to come true from Imba DJ and Youngin.
Yeah, right now, Phobius banned around this slot as well from side RSG. Phobius is really strong right now, especially with the assassin meta. There you go, will get taken away.
Do you think, though, the Luyi will be giving out again for the side of RSGSG here?
No, I personally feel like the Loi, it's really there to counter the Vexana. Unless Kiwi goes for something else, I don't think you'll see the Loi coming up from RSG.
And it was really in synergy with the Hayabusa as well, who has been taken out of the equation. Having that ability to split the team fight with that Shadow Play into Shadow Kill, then, I mean, Hayabusa diving that back line together with the diversion. That's what you want to see from RSG. Now you don't have the Hayabusa. Do you still go for that Luoyi, though? And now with the final ban, I mean, you gotta take out the Hylos, right? You don't want to give it for free to Bleed.
Yeah, you can, but Mathilda right now, don't forget the new flavor of the month, right? Like you can force the assassin to play a little bit more aggressive. Look at Bleed, definitely first picking the assassin right off bat. Doesn't want to give RSG another assassin. What's the next best assassin in this particular patch?
Julian. Just kidding.
Exactly, right? So that's the reason why. Unless RSG goes for something like a Joy.
They can go for a fighter utility as well. I mean, going for the Alpha is also really an answer.
That works.
But now they do go for the Edith, the Harif. I mean, this means Hylos is still in the pool. But Bleed, they go for the Lunox.
Lunox is really strong against the Harif. Don't forget, it's one massive counter. You lay down the Zaman Force, you go into Brilliance, boom, you can't target me, haha. And then after that, I'm just gonna shred. And that also works well against the Edith. So really nice choice coming out from Imba DJ this time.
Nice. And the damage is there in the early stage of the game as well. So I think Bleed right now will transition in such a way they can be aggressive, and with this Hylos pick, of course, you don't want to give it away in the side here.
They have to deny it. They have to deny it. Zamon's Force with that glorious pathway is a lot of zones of control. RSG, they do have the Edith to answer back. Harif does have the counter control for Hylos right now, but now they have to think about locking down that Nolan. And Nolan is still... There's no answer for it. Do you pick a Tigreal? Do you pick something like a Minotaur? Just try to get that blanket control in space? Or do you go for that singular control?
Or carry?
I think for Nolan, heck, even the Eudora is actually a big problem for Nolan, by the way.
Yeah.
But I jokes aside, I think Minotaur is definitely a lot more easier to execute as compared to Tigreal. Tigreal needs a lot more setups instead, but okay, RSG goes for the Landslot. Oh, I forgot about the Landslot. Yon used to play a lot of Landslot back in Season 5 as when that was a tank Landslot. But now this is an assassin Landslot. You got the iframes, exactly what the Hayabusa does.
Yeah, pound for pound, Lancelot, I believe, does fit very well in this meta here, but they still need the tools to make it work, right? They need to counter damage onto Nolan, to counter lockdown. The only thing that they have right now is the Earth Shatter, and if Bleed take away the Minotaur, they take away those blanket skills that Bleed, that RSG might potentially pull out, Bleed might be winning in drafts here.
Looking at the bans right now coming up from RSG. That's a Farum is taken away. Bleed could start locking down. Okay, literally a little bit of knee-jerk reaction coming out right there. Bans away that Loi. Unless Bleed has something up their sleeve. Lunox mid lane?
I mean, if I were RSG, that ban for Faramis really highlights that I want to pick up the Valentina, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it really highlights that I want to pick up the Valentina, and it does really well with that Glorious Pathway as well, but they do back?
No, they ban it away.
Yeah, they do ban out
they
the
ban it
Valentina.
away. So right now, Bleed maybe locking down on more mid laners, right? Like, what's next? Zask?
Kadita?
Kadita? Oh, unless Roy brings it back.
Yeah, Roy can
We
potentially
almost forgot about the Kadita, but there's a lot of iframes on the side of Bleed, so I don't think Kadita is a good idea unless they can actually lock them down with the Petrify.
With the Kaja, Petrify, or having a Jawhead maybe, would be in the favor of RSG if they have that lockdown. And they still do need a lockdown for Nolan. I mean, Earthshatter is not going to be cutting it.
Yeah, that's why I was suggesting a Minotaur, right? It's something easy to play. Just knock up everybody, booyah, and then all of a sudden you win.
Booyah ban.
That's a Jawhead ban away from the side of Bleed. That takes a long time. You can see him, but DJ, the gears literally turning in his head. RSG right here. Okay, what they're looking for, mid laner or perhaps a roamer. I think they can hold on to that EXP laner decision right now because Edith can easily be flexed. RSG right here. Perhaps pick up a mid laner. What mid laners are good here? Kadita, you mentioned about that. Unless you want to go back into the good old days of Aurora is actually good.
Yeah, Aurora would be good as well, but they do pick up the Vexana.
Once again.
Okay, Vexana, I mean, would be having these kind of problems where if you dive your backline, right, Vexana has to play so safe. And Roy, I believe he's much more of an aggressive player. When you compare him to Kiwi, he's going to be in a situation where, yeah, that flicker is going to be burnt no matter what. And Roy, he has to be versatile in his playstyle. He has to switch it up right now if he wants to stand a chance against Bleed.
Man, I can remember the good old days when Roy debuted, he played the Kagura. Something really up in your face kind of mages, right? And it's a little bit more, and he's more aggressive than Sailor, right? Who was touted as like the Kagura king back in Season 2, Season 3, right? But now Vexana being selected right here by the side of RSG. Bleed needs to do something right here. Aurora selected, and the Kufra coming in, trying to find a way to counter against a Harry, counter against the Lancelot.
And I was actually looking forward that RSG will go for the Cho, but this Kufra pick is actually very good here for the side of Bleed. I mean, initiation-wise, plus negating those dashes coming in from this Lancelot.
I mean, now RSG, they go for the Arlot, right? It's just all in their favor to go for the Arlot right now.
Yeah, I think you go for Arlot. But once again, you use an Arlot against a Kufra, that's a little bit kind of nutty, unless RSG go for Minotaur or a Tigreal.
Yeah, Minotaur Tigreal.
I think Minotaur is better because
Minotaur fulfills them.
Yeah, because a Tigreal, the combo will get broken by the Aurora very easily because of the Frigid Glacier and also the second skill. So RSG this time around, that's a Tigreal. Okay, trusting and hopefully the Tigreal works this time around.
Yeah, but I could have agreed with you, Jace, with regards to the Minotaur pick because
CC
once
immunity.
Yeah, exactly. Plus the sustain as well, it can give. To the side of RCSG. But anyway, of course, Tigreal, you need that hard crowd control in this kind of lineup, especially with the Vexana and Harith pick here.
Yeah, I mean, just the ability to just lock down with that implosion, I feel that they value it a lot more versus that Nolan, right? Minotaur, he does have that wide blanket in Own Fury, but there is no lockdown happening when he's channeling that ability. So Nolan still has that window to get out.
Of Shatter, I think it's all relying on layering RSG's CCs, right? Eternal Guard to a certain extent can also help with the knockup, right? So yeah, but the problem about Nolan is like you blink and he just dives you, right? So the only way, maybe instead of using the Minotaur, the thought process is to try to combo break the Nolan by pushing him away using the Tigreal.
Yeah, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Last game of the series, RSG. They're looking for their first series win against Bleed, who has tied things up 1-1.
Man, I can feel the pressure of the series, to be honest. If RSG won this game, the momentum will be shifting really on their side here.
Yeah, I mean, this transfer window definitely should have benefited RSG. We start to see a little bit, maybe game number 1 was just a warm-up from Gear. But game number 2, man, RSG, I think they won kind of convincingly, right? And that's exactly what RSG needed after a very bad start for the regular season.
Yeah, now Deck, he will be having that Nolan piloted by him. He does want this early advantage, especially versus the Lancelot, who takes a lot slower to just get online.
And speaking of Lancelot, this is actually the first time you're going to see her for a while.
Yeah.
And this assassin here, we've seen so many highlights coming in from this hero, and let's see if Yon will be able to show us another highlight.
Yon should be able to. He's performed quite well on the Lancelot. Back then it was a tank slot, right? But take a look at the emblems, talents from Yon. That's a Warcry, right? Because right now, thank you very much. Warcry coming in from the side of Yon wants to make sure that he's constantly outputting the dash, outputting the damage. Thorn Rose would be very painful. I think recently I'm seeing a lot of Lancelot picking up the War Axe instead as the first core item.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight slot, right? It's going to be an assassin slot. Yeah, it's not going to be a tank slot meta this time, so it's going to be slightly different. But now we do see in the bottom lane, right? We have CS and FMM. They will be head-to-head against each other. Now they don't have, CS doesn't have that hero advantage anymore. But with the first turtle already spawning in.
Yeah, Jay going to channel this one, but it's too late. That is going to be dead though, securing that one.
So close.
Oh, they're pushing through. Closer here with the Outshatter as well. Gear follow up in a knock-up. And Eternal Guard as well, but yeah, not enough damage.
I never thought I could see a horse flying. You take a look, he's constantly getting knocked up, right? On top of the Earthshatter and Roy's Eternal Guard, the high loss constantly goes in there, and that's basically a bit of a tasting what RSG can do.
What?
Okay.
Oh, Gear.
First day back to office, I guess.
Yeah, Flicker being used right there. I mean, potentially trying to find a knockup, but not getting that target that he wanted. Now in a lot of danger. Does not have that flicker though.
Tyrant's Revenge. Deck here with that Fracture as well, and Gear will fall. Great setup here coming in from Jay.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the Lancelot, right? You need a lot of farm to get going. You can't exactly be that key burst damage you need in this early game fight. And that's the problem where it comes to RSG. Where's this early game burst coming from? They have their mid-game secured, yes, but in this early game, they're definitely going to struggle.
Yeah, Nolan's already scaling, right? And now with the Blade half a season, he's going to do a lot more damage. Bleed is also the one that secures Turtle for themselves as well. And Deck performed quite well in game number 1 using this Nolan. So yeah, RSG definitely needs to, I think that that missed flicker right there, I think hurt RSG in the earlier chance. But hey, it's just first day back in office. Welcome back,
Yeah, they just want to hold as much as possible. Not give away too much net worth, I believe, because RSG, they're just fighting for this mid game here. Second turtle, third turtle, where CS does have his Zamon's Force up and running, and with a Harif running full damage at you, it's going to be pretty hard to fight these team fights.
Yeah, the playing RSG is playing around CS right now. Roy and also that Tigreal setting it up down the bottom lane, because don't forget Harif is countered by the Lunox, right? Dominic also scouting out Gear. I think we're just preparing for the turtle.
Oh, Dominic, flanking maneuver. Now at least he spotted Gear here, and it is going to be Bleed trying to go for the turtle, but the implosion is there. Still, Deck secures the neutral objective. Gross pathway is here. Gear very low once again, but it's going to be now Dominic going to go for the chase, and FMM secures a double there, and Closer will be the third one to fall down, and Jay secures that pickoff, and Yon CS backs away.
I'm very confused with RSG's movements right here. They do go for the implosion, they do go for the team fight, but who's not there? Jan is taking the purple buff. His retribution is used on that purple buff. They were not contesting the turtle at all.
I think it's just RSG. They're dancing in different. They're dancing in different step in the same song, right?
Yeah.
So RSG definitely, I think, like what I was talking about, right? Like with Gear coming in, it could potentially mess up the whole team dynamics. Maybe it could work for game number 2, but I think right now, game number 3, you need all of that.
Yeah, man.
And don't forget, Yon definitely doesn't really have the items to really burst anybody down. Deck by now should be able to, so that's why RSG, that's probably why they don't really want to engage.
Yeah, RSG, they lose that mid-game power spike that they were going for. And now with that decision being made, how do they come back here? Because all they have to do is they have to rely on Closer, right?
And CS. CS hasn't joined the fight yet.
Jay! That's a big Tyrant's Revenge there, but again, counter play here with Eternal Guard, and now Gear backs away, and now the Zaman forces as well being laid down. Look at Kiwi and FMM, free hitting the back lines, but Roy secures Dominic in the process.
I hate when I'm right.
Yeah, man.
When I said CS need to start joining, there you go. Once CS join the fight, 3 members from the side, Bleed goes down.
Yeah, easy fight for RSG. They want this mid-game team fight going as much as possible, where Jan is online. And now that Jan joined to get the fight together with CS, they had the damage to go onto Deck. Deck cannot play as unabided as he has been.
Will they punish FMM though? 3 against 1. He has still the ultimate over brilliance. Managed to fend off the aggressive play coming in from RSG. It is Jay and Dominic here fending them off as well.
Yeah. They have to worry about that implosion timing.
Yeah, Roy's second skill right there definitely saved lead. And I think that's what they're relying on. Gear goes and conceal. Jay maybe charging up.
No, I guess they will not take this one, and Jan will be securing that neutral objective free.
Yeah, once Jan is online, RSG's mid-game, it is theirs to take. They have to start getting these objectives, farming these objectives. Meanwhile, you see Bleed trying to make these cross-map plays, but...
Jay again, FMM, wow, the battle is split into 2. And look at this Frigid Glacier coming from Kiwi, but isolated Dominic there. Closer, very low, flickers back, but still been picked off by Dominic.
Yeah,
a bit disjointed, right?
A bit disjointed.
Like, if you notice how Dominic really splits up RSG apart and just peeled, right? And Closer losing their life, and there's no support coming in after going in human form. Yeah, so RSG losing that one earlier.
Very good decision-making by Deck to go for that cross-map plays, taking away Jan's attention, because he would have absolutely obliterated that team fight if he were there. But just Deck being present at the bottom lane, taking that tower as well. And this is what Bleed has to go for. They know that they cannot match up in terms of team fight. They have to start distracting members away.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in game number 1, right? When RSG is not together as 5 men, they will crumble. Dominic?
Wow, forcing this one. Trying to go for the pressure on the top side, and I'm not sure what was that call there, but great defense here by RSG.
Yeah, green carpet for some weird reason right there, right? And when the turret is up, there are not a lot of minions. The rest of the RSG members are there. They can just wave clear very easily with Roy and CS. Not too sure why.
They wanted to force the engage on the horse, right? I mean, they have no other full initiation other than the Kufra. And Kufra shines when people are jumping on one of your heroes. So that's what they were going for in RSG. They called their bluff.
Yeah. Nice movements coming off from Deck right there, dodging that Earth Shatter. And if you look at how Dominic is right here as this high loss with the Revitalize, just take a look at RSG. Who can deal damage against Dominic, right? There's a lot of bursty damage coming out from RSG, but not a lot of sustained DPS. Only when Closer goes into human form, that's when he can deal with Dominic, but usually Closer will be the one engaging slightly towards the front. He doesn't play at the back.
Yeah, and Dominic is still being a huge threat, especially in terms of just soaking up damage. RSG, they need to prioritize. They need to go on the key targets. You want to find Kiwi, FMM, or Deck.
Gold lead right now is equal. RSG,
full commitment, dragging out the horse, but this is going to be the counterplay with the Tyrant's Revenge here. And now Gear, half of the health. It is going to be Deck going to go back away. Dominic still surviving the glorious pathway. And now look at the burst damage, but still Closer. Roy, sliver of health there. Managed to go back away, but they will transition here for the Lord takedown.
Good plays coming up from RSG right there. Burning a Bleed all the way down, but even though RSG is super low, they're still forcing it.
Yeah, look at the Hailstorm. coming in from Kiwi. And now Gear, 1/4 of health. It is now going to be Dominic here. And the burst damage here for Deck. Secures the tank roamer here from RGSG. And now CS is here in the middle. Summon Force. Oh, Dominic with a big kill. And Deck secures the Lord as well.
Yon using the Phantom Execution. I thought that, you know, the Lord is actually down low. They tried to contest for it. I think the timing is wrong coming up from RSG. Roy is not there. He had to back off earlier just now. Bleed took the opportunity. RSG was forcing that Lord fight a little bit too much.
Yeah, RSG believed that they had the damage. They wanted to force them away by initiating on Dominic. But if you're not able to kill Dominic, why initiate on
Exactly
him?
what I was talking about, right? Dominic is the biggest problem that RSG needs to resolve. And that's why you see the Wishing Lantern coming into play, because there's nobody that could literally shred this horse right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of problems. This horse, it's either you ignore him and he becomes a problem later on, or you kill him.
Yeah, just... I like to procrastinate. I think I actually need to procrastinate on Dominic right now. Burst down Kiwi, burst down FMM, but like I said, how do you catch FMM? Goes into Brilliance, you can't do anything. The iframes is so annoying. Now RSG needs to deal up top and also at the bottom at the same time. Bleed is looking to handshake a teamfight anytime.
Well, I thought the Hylos has been nerfed here in this current patch, but Dominic absorbs a lot of initial damage here still.
Yeah, of course, because RSG has an Harif, has a Vexana. Those two are your main damage dealers.
Oh, but that is somehow very cheeky for Dominic, and he still survived! Deck here with that fracture play obliterates Roy in the map.
Yep, assassination complete by Bleed. Deck is just assassinating left, right, center because RSG, their attention is divided, right?
I mean, you picked up a Tigreal, right? You picked up a Tigreal, and that's now your destiny to, as Gear, you want to land that implosion onto FMM or Deck no matter what. But he's been using it on Dominic multiple occasions, and that's not what you want to see. You have to burst damage to take out Deck. All the farm is on Deck at this point. If you take him out, there goes the rest of the game plan for Bleed. They don't have the rest of the damage to follow through.
Yep.
But that's just not the execution we've been seeing from RSG.
So I think RSG took a very good fight earlier just now before the Lord fight. They forced the Lord. That was a bad decision. Bleed took that, abused that, took the Lord, and now all of a sudden Bleed has majority of the map control. Gear goes to Conceal, looking for a target. Kiwi giving a wide berth. They don't want him.
Dominic, again, look at the zone and the knockup. Eternal Guard combo, but Kiwi is here. The Mach lines as well. Deck cleaning up once again. Jay tried to go for the knockup, but Closer here with a Primal Wrath goes for the auto attack there, but Overbrilliance is there, and now Deck will be the target. Closer will still survive again.
It's close to death.
Yeah, close to death.
Yeah, but that's a very good fight. RSG definitely need that one. You see Dominic putting a lot of problem, right? But once Yon picks up the items earlier just now, like what I mentioned, he's going to be more of a fighter Lancelot that can potentially deal quite a decent amount of damage against Dominic, right? And Bleed, I think that positioning was good coming up from Kiwi, but RSG, if you fight RSG in that choke point where the Zaman Force just pops off like crazy, you got an Eternal Guard, you see a Flying Horse, now Bleed needs to contest for this Lord.
Oh, great zone coming in from Closer here, as well as Yon. Now Overbrilliance has been used to back away. Jay with a save, with a knock-up as well, and he will fall Yon here on the Lancelot.
They do get the Lord trade for their troubles though, but losing Yon at this point, it's going to be huge for the momentum of RSG. They won't be able to take many key objectives with the jungler gone.
Yeah, good decision coming up from RSG this time, especially with Closer right there, just pushing Deck away. Once you push Deck away, the Lord is theirs. And now with this Luminous Lord, by the way, RSG needs to make maximum damage against Bleed. Don't forget, RSG is playing from behind. They need to try to use this Lord to equalize the gold, equalize the damage.
Wow, look at the macro play coming in from Deck as well, going to go for the push while defending right now. He's too far out.
And this forces Yon to just be in that base. So that means they are fighting this 5-on-4 as Deck will be converging in.
Lord's taking a little bit of trouble right here. RSG, yes. Attention divided once again. I was talking about that one.
That's two flickers. Same result we're seeing here, but I'm not sure. But I can see right now that Gear wants it very aggressive at this point.
Yeah, like RSG, I think that was supposed to be an engage. Don't forget, Tigreal's rely on the flicker.
Yes.
Ultimate, right? And now it's like another 80 seconds for that one to happen. RSG trying to penetrate through the mid parts of the map, But RSG at the very least still takes down bottom side. Take a look at items out. Yeah, War Axe first item. There we go. And Endless Battle as well. So that's exactly what I mentioned. Yon does have a little bit of DPS, hopefully to deal with Dominic.
Oh, he doesn't have the flicker here, but of course, he still managed to go back away.
Still alive to tell the tale. 15 minutes in, right? This is where Bleed will start getting a bit of steamroll going on, especially with Dominic becoming unkillable. And Deck is going to have a buffet in that backline.
Dominic's already almost unkillable right now, right? This roster from the side of RSG is not meant to deal with Dominic. Not only just that, Bleed actually did a very good defense in the mid lane, right? Because even though there's a Luminous Lord marching down the side lanes, they sacrifice it, at least they still keep the mid lane intact. And that's still the first tier turret. And that is basically means that Bleed has majority control of the map.
Yeah, they will lose slight control in terms of this jungle control, in terms of this purple buff control as well. And we see that Bleed, they really do want to fight for it. Jay's in a great position.
Yeah, bouncing ball. And now they want to protect this purple buff, indeed, for the side of RSG.
And great positioning by Gear to tank the majority of the ganks, because you don't want the damage going on anybody else on your team. Closer is the second viable target. Other than that, if it goes on Roy, if it goes on Yon, if it goes on CS, there goes your game.
Slowing down the tempo just a little bit more. Bleed right here is just biding for time. They do have a little bit of a gold lead, but we're going into more the later parts of the game. RSG right now itching for any form of opening, and Bleed is not giving it over to RSG.
But RSG, they're free to just play this late game as well. In terms of scalability, both teams, they have very good scalability. Whether or not they make the correct executions. Now we do have the Lord fight.
Gear being pinned down here. Still managed to absorb that initial damage. Closer is here, but look at Deck once again. Big pick off against CS. And now this is gonna be Jay with a Tyrant's Rage combo. And now Immortality be pop up. Flicker's been used here. Try to disengage at this moment. And this is big here for Bleed.
Yeah, Bleed takes down the damage dealer from the side of RSG. That's a red carpet for themselves. Then they pave in the blood of RSG towards that Lord Pit, right? Something has to happen for the side of RSG, but look at Bleed. Disciplined plays, they're just letting it go.
Yeah, they're not converting, they're not making the same mistake that RSG did to funnel onto that Lord. And now CS will be spawning up in 5 seconds, but they're not in position to engage. Now Bleed go for this perfect timing on this Lord. They get a free objective here.
Yeah, FMM taking that one instead. I mean, it's still okay, right? That Lord should have gone over the side of Bleed. That's exactly what they need. And now that's a battering ram against RSG.
Yeah, they're going to have to deal with this enhanced Lord on their front line. And look at this macro plays that Deck has done. All this chip damage on the bottom lane turret as well. So that's a lot of pressure. They're going to lose a lot of turrets here, especially if they don't force out a team fight anytime soon.
I don't think RSG can force it. RSG needs to go back and defend, right? Bleed is the one that is trying to split RSG's attention. This is basically guerrilla warfare that Bleed is committing against RSG.
Yeah, Bleed are playing this lineup perfectly. They just want to address the way attention. They don't want to fight around an implosion. But now we have it.
Oh, Rigid Glacier. And now it's going to be Dominic here with a stun again. And backlines, look at that. Ruby DD plays coming in from FMM. And Kiwi with a double as well. Just like that, 2 players here for the side of RSG went down. And 2 inhibitor turrets as well. Yon going in, trying to defend, playing it safe for now.
Yeah, like they couldn't go for more, right? RSG, Gear getting picked off right there, Roy getting picked off right there, the Frigid Glacier and the constant CCs coming up from Kiwi that's making it so hard. And the worst part is Gear's basically in a bit of a pickle, right? You want to hold your implosion for FMM or Kiwi.
Oh, Bleed, they want to end this. Yon doing his best here, trying to clear the ways, will he be able to do so? And Closer is here, oh, the trap coming in from Kiwi there. It is going to be now Yon falling down.
Yeah, that's a massive trap. Literally what you said, that I Bleed right there, using FMM as bait. Finds the you start to see the damage coming from Yon, right? That's half HP gone. But Brilliance immediately Frigid Glacier right there, making it super hard for RSG to dive onto Bleed.
Yeah, they're not finding the team synergy that they need. And now with Gear getting picked off so early, despite having that immortality, he was forced to use that implosion onto Dominic. Not typically ideal. And RSG, it just feels like if they're not initiating, if they're getting initiated on, they just instantly lose that team fight.
Yeah, but in the earlier parts of the game, they're initiating onto Dominic. Dominic likes that, right?
Yeah.
But now RSG shifting gears slightly, switching up the strategy. But who do you catch? You catch Kiwi, he goes into his passive, right? You catch FMM, he goes to Brilliance, and then after that, hey, Ruby Didi onto CS.
Yeah, Deck will be the only viable target, but Deck is positioning.
Yeah, man.
He's not showing himself, only coming out after Gear's positioning is exposed, then he goes for the kill onto CS or to Roy.
Yeah, but if you take a look at the gold lead, still even, right? So which means that in terms of items, RSG does have the items to deal with Bleed, but they need to constantly go back to defense. So once again, Bleed's main goal right here is to make sure that RSG is super busy, right? Keep them occupied. Once again, just take a look at that cross-map plays.
Yeah, Deck cross-map plays once again. The Lord is up and running. This is going to be an 18-minute tanky Lord.
Yep, RSG needs to win this one, right? If not, it's going to spell a lot of trouble. In fact, the longer the RSG delays it, it goes worse for the side of RSG. Bleed is more than happy to dance around this Lord with RSG.
Yeah. Plus the pressure across the map here, it's really going into their favor here. I'm not sure what is going to be the call here for the side of RSGSG.
Yeah, RSG needs to defend topside already. Yon leaves the scene already, and that's where Bleed strikes. Like I said, Bleed plays around the timing and
there you go, Jay! Dr. J precision combo with a Times Revenge and bouncing ball. Everything here for RCSG was caught by surprise. Lord is free. Bleed in for the taking.
Yeah, that timing is so well timed for the side of Bleed. Once Yon just appears on the minimap for the side of Bleed, Jay catch a 3-man right there. Wonderful play coming out of Dr. J.
Dr. J.
I almost said Dr. Strange.
And now with that advantage, right? They don't go for that finish. They go for that safe play, taking out that Lord Bleed. It's all but theirs to lose.
Yeah, now not only just that, RSG should have a bit of should be able to defend this with a 5-man. Just take a look at recall time, death timers, right? Roy's coming back up, Close is coming back up, CS coming back up immediately, but they still need to constantly defend. RSG right now, once again, playing base defense.
And this is the difference between Roy's gameplay and Kiwi's gameplay, right? Kiwi on that Vexana, he probably wouldn't have died. But if it was Roy, he's in such an aggressive position. They know that he's always in a position ready to fight, and that just makes him so much more easier to read compared to what Kiwi does.
Yeah, and that's why we asked the question, right? Roy, I think it's probably because he's not really comfortable with immobile mages, right? But here we go. That's Lord marching in. It's a 3-prong attack from Bleed.
They must defend. Glorious Pathway is here, trying to fend off the siege. Closer is here. Look at Kiwi. And now the implosion as well being knocked up with that Earth Shatter. They still managed to defend once again. RSG holding at the last moment.
Yeah, RSG is always so good at these base defense, right? Yon picking off MMM right there. That games his life. Gil finally made an implosion that he needs to defend against this one. But what RSG just did, in my opinion, is just delaying the inevitable.
I mean, they have that implosion. They have Roy. They could get that dream of that team fight magic going. And if they do get that just advantage, it could spell the end for Bleed. It's 22 minutes in. Death timers are insane right now.
Man, they need to translate this one for an objective takedown. They're forcing their way in the middle. Inner Charts in danger right now, and Bleed playing it safe.
Oh wait, they're knocking on the doors of Bleed right now,
Oh,
but
no.
RSG has to go back to defend.
You're getting back. Yeah, they need to defend that one.
Yeah, so our Bleed right now, lucky for them, their investments in the earlier parts of the game is basically paying off, right? Dex cross-map plays, keep RSG busy. RSG is always getting caught out of rotation, and that's what Bleed still have going into this game.
Yeah, and we run it right back right now. It's 5v5. The Lord is spawning.
We're back to square one again.
Yeah, Bleed, they have that creep advantage.
Yeah.
RSG, they took away the outer turrets, yes, but they still have to rely on the mistakes from Team Bleed.
Yeah. Look at Gear here is scouting really risky at this moment. I think I cannot blame him.
Oh, no,
this is the thing. Oh, Caster's curse, man. He's been spotted and Gear going to die.
How many ultimates did he burn from that one? I think that's 2. Deck and also Kiwi, but mind you, that's going to come out anytime soon right now. RSG, no PO, no tanks. The only technically tanky one is Closer and Eternal Guard. With the Lord spawning in 4 seconds, that's unfortunate for RSG, but very fortunate for Bleed. They caught a very good timing once again.
Yeah, they're gonna have to give up this Lord here. There's no implosion, there's no Tigreal, there's no tankability on the front line. So Team Bleed, they're gonna get this for free, and RSG are gonna have to defend once again, but if they get caught
man! Oh, no, Dr. J with a stop, with a pick. And this is going to be a big deal here. Going forward, they don't need the Lord at this moment. I think they can win this.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
Death timer, 1 minute on Yon, right? Gear's coming up pretty much soon, so hopefully he gets the implosion of his life right underneath the base turret for the side of Bleed. But hold on a second, Dominic goes in, going halfway.
Yeah, with the Summon Force here being activated early on, trying to defend. Will he be able to hold, though? That is the big question. And look at the back lines here. That's now Closer. Primal Wrath holding his grudge. Still managed to take a kill against the side of Deck. They again defend.
RSG defended once again against Bleed, but that's not the final wave. The final wave, the Lord is marching down mid.
Yeah, there's still a lot to deal with. 3 members of RSG remaining, 20 seconds left on Yon. They have to hold this. Roy and CS, they have to make the defense of the lifetime Zamon's Force available though.
Gear has the ultimate. He has the flicker as well. It is going to be Dominic providing the space with Glorious Pathway. Lord's bashing through. Minions are there for the side of RSG, and they will still hold. Jay popping, of course, the Tire's Revenge and cancel it in the last minute. Again.
RSG defended once again. This is a massive way. The only saving grace for the side of RSG is Bleed doesn't really have a traditional marksman, right? Had that have been a traditional marksman, RSG base could have shattered.
Yeah, RSG, they will have the same problem when they go for this base race, though. They have CS. That's a lot of damage, yes, but it's still not a traditional marksman. And you need to be very close range. And Bleed, they will have that defense with Aurora.
RSG is on a tightrope right now, right?
Oh my god.
Bleed is sending waves and waves and waves against RSG. RSG is that cockroach hiding in underneath your kitchen sink that refuses to die.
Steve, it's not you, but meanwhile here, it's going to be Jay here being stunned off an Eternal Guard once again. And now it is going to be this space being given by Dominic. Look at RSG. They are not faltering at this moment. They still want to fight.
Yeah, they know that an implosion is gone right now. So Team Bleed, they can force out some semblance of any objectives if they want to, but there's no objectives on the map.
Yeah, but right now RSG need to regain map control for a certain extent, right? They need to try to fight on Bleed side of the map. And don't forget, this is when teams get really scary, right?
Yes.
Going towards the later parts of the game. You give them momentum, all of a sudden they're winning team fights after team fights. It is the aggressor that is on the losing end because they're frustrated. Their patience running dry if they let the emotions get the better of them.
Yeah, this is where fatigue kicks in as well. So for these players, it's going to be whether or not that fatigue can force them to make that mistake right now. And Dominic, he is still doing a diligent job of checking that bushes. You only want Dominic and Jay on the front line. Nobody else on Bleed. And RSG, similar as well.
Jay, moment, do you believe in miracles? Let's see! Let's see! Dominic is here! He's been picked! This is big for the side of RSG! Now counter plays. They're going for the Rudy DD play, and now Jay is here in the middle as well. Look at the damage in the back lines there! Jay will be picked once again! 3-man down for Bleed! Miracles!
RSG is the cockroach that learned how to fly, and is flying against Bleed right now. Don't forget, 3-man down, 60 seconds in terms of the death timer. Bleed needs to retreat. RSG takes the Lord.
Yeah, they will get this Lord for free, barring a spectacular play coming out from FMM or Kiwi. They're not in positioning for now, but we are looking at that instant replay from that team fight, right? They go on to Dominic. Dominic thought he could front line, but there was no semblance of peel, no follow-up coming through. The FMM and the rest coming through, but just not in time.
Yeah, the FMM Ruby DD right there did not tag onto a lot of these AoE, so that's why none of the damage is going through. Kiwi is slightly behind, but now it's going to be... Wait, what's going on?
They've literally lost their very health. The base is a sliver of HP.
Almost.
Oh my god.
Imagine coming so far, we're watching the instant replay. Hey, the game's over.
Hey, Bleed just won? Okay.
I thought this is going to be a Winion game.
Oh man, it was that close. It was that close. And now, with both teams capped out at itemizations, it's really on that single magic team fight that we need to see out of RSG or Team Bleed. It can go either ways. It's 50-50.
RG needs this series, right?
Yes.
They haven't had a series at all until, well, no, they never had it at all, right? So RG is more hungry for this win. Bleed, on the other hand, needs to brace themselves for the defense. At the very least, everybody is up, right? But RSG, unless, something goes wrong, and hopefully, Gear gets a wonderful implosion, it's all up to Gear. It's all up to Roy to land the magic Eternal Guard, and it starts now.
Will this be...
A lot of lane pressure, though.
Yeah.
Already crashing in onto the top lane.
Woo. This is going to be indeed intense here for the side of Bleed. They must hold. And look at the Glorious Pathways here. Look at the burst damage as well. And now Dominic here in the middle. And look at closer at the base.
Finally
Destroyed. Miracle. Blaze. RSG.
Oh my god, what a comeback from RSG, and I believe this is one of the many comebacks to come, right? It's something new. You put Gear in your lineup. Now the team synergy has gotten way different from when it was before. They have that winning mentality. And having Yon on that Lancelot, just having that damage come through, that was just very needed in that mid to late stages of the game.
Yeah, finally, RSG. If I have confetti somewhere, I will actually literally pop it right now. Congratulations for RSG for winning the first series. The transfer window that's clearly needed. Gear introducing at least some form of shot calling, some form of experience onto the table. Must be really, really spicy, especially, if you're a supporter of RSG, you know that they need to win back their supporters. Yeah. This is the series, and it's against one of their eternal rivals. It was Bleed that takes the fall this time.
And I predicted that it is a serious win for Bleed, but seeing this actually RSG win this series makes me happy as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Team RSG called it 2-1, man.
No, you did not. Oh, no.
I called it, man. 2-1, baby.
Yeah. Mo again called this one. Okay, we give him that.
I mean, with Gear coming in, I feel that it was still a nail-biter of a match.
It's a scrappy one.
Yeah, it was extremely scrappy. They will have to find a lot more team synergies moving forward if they want to take down the champions of, like, Team Evil, like Team NIP Flash. There's still a lot of obstacles to go through, especially if they want to make it for playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Momentum for RSG starts now, right?
Yes.
And this transfer window desperately needed by RSG, like what I mentioned earlier just now, to win back the supporters. And I feel like with this particular game, against Bleed as well, like, this is the middle of the pack. Now you start to see the rise of RSG, literally resurgence once again.
Yeah, RSG.
We can also dub them as the, I'll just say, high ground defense team. So much defense that we have seen coming in from RSG, man.
And that's just how Roy changed up his game style, right? He was not getting caught by Kufra anymore. He was in a position to defend. He knew that he was that pivot. He was that statue that had to stand and shoot down blasts from above, keep defending time and time again. That's what a Vexana is great for. And I believe, I'm not too sure who the MVP for RSG is, but for me, it has to be how Roy changed it up and became that defending factor that they needed.
Well, we shall see, ladies and gents. MVP goes over to Roy on the Vexana, like what you requested, right?
Well,
I think the second skill coming out from Roy literally really messes up the combo coming out from the Kufra, and apart from that, Eternal Guard being like literally guarding, providing the secondary peel against the rest of the members of Bleed, definitely coming into clutch in order to, and also his wave clear as well. That's very important.
Twice in a row, MVP coming in from this guy.
I like the switch up coming from him because he was playing so aggressive in that early to mid stages of the game, getting caught time and time again. But once he became that, yeah, I'm not gonna die anymore, he switched up his mentality, and it's a very hard thing to do in the middle of the game where you want to go like, I don't want to die anymore. I gotta stop dying. But you don't know how. But Roy did it. And the fact that they tried to kill Roy, that was Dominic going into that backline, trying to kill Roy, trying to find where he is. That caused Bleed's downfall. That was their mistake.
Yeah, look at the time, game time. 30 minutes.
I think this is the
one of the longer ones.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, this is one of the longer ones. Let me just quickly double check.
I think this is the highest game time, to be honest.
Yes, this is the highest. The second highest was 28 minutes. We just broke the record because RSG just refuses to die, right? Literally, like what I was just joking about. They're the cockroach that finally grew wings and Bleed just cannot catch them anymore because of the amount of base defense that RSG was able to put out. Not only just in this game, by the way, game 1 also, as well. They're able to hold on to the base as long as possible. And that's where, you know, I was talking about how teams will crack if they've tried to send wave after wave after wave of minions and also Lord against you. They'll start questioning themselves. They'll start to lose patience. And RSG, their discipline held true.
Yeah, I mean, RSG is not the first time they were in this situation, right? CS, Roy, and Closer, they were there with Bray during Season 7 where they were forced to do this time and time again. So it just feels like, yeah, we've done this before, you know, holding against these minions, base being naked, no problem, man, no problem at all. And if you take a look at that emblems coming in, very aggressive emblem coming out from FMM, going for that lethal ignition, wanting to have that burst damage, right? But not finding those burst damage on the key targets at the end of the game. Of course, he had a very nice KDA, but they were unable to pick off Roy, they were unable to pick off CS or Yon when it mattered.
Yeah, like what I mentioned, we all talk about combo breakers, right? Kufra relies on the follow-up ultimate after the jump. That always gets denied either by the Vexana or to a certain extent the Air Shatter and also the Implosion. Same could be said of the side of RSG, right? RSG, the combo breaker from Gear, the Aurora is the one that's really denying all these dives, right? So RSG, I think they did a wonderful job, especially in terms of base defense. And I think that literally won them the game.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the battle spell coming in from Dominic. He went for the Revitalize instead of the Vengeance that we typically see, right? It would have helped his survivability in the later stages of the game, given the lineup that they had, because they needed the damage to pull through, especially since Roy was raining down so much damage. That Vengeance would have helped. That Revitalize, I mean, it does help that early game, mid game momentum. But that that late game, I felt that, yeah.
I personally feel that the Vengeance doesn't work really well here because members from the RSG is mostly burst damage, right? So that's why it goes for the Revitalize. It's a secondary heal for your team that's kind of required because if the Nolan's going to dive like that, if the Lunok's going to dive like that, you need the High Loss to provide that secondary heal to basically regen and peel for the team, right? But if you take a look at the damage dealt from the side of RSG, CS, I think should be, or even Roy to a certain extent, was doing a lot of damage against members of Bleed. It's a little bit more as compared to Bleed in terms of the damage.
And I just felt that RSG, they just took advantage of that. Like Dominic not having that Vengeance, he became the crux of RSG just jumping in on Dominic during the last few stages of this series, right? Yeah. Dominic was jumped. And as a pony from hell, you don't want to die. But Dominic was dying.
Plus, this current patch right now, we see a nerf coming in from the Hylos as well. It's not that effective anymore when it comes to later stages of the game. But yeah, Revitalize, by the way, it did its job, as you have mentioned, of course, in the early to the mid, but in the late game, man, just too much.
I feel that RSG just took advantage of it.
Yeah. Plus the base defense, you know.
Yon having that GPM on that Lancelot is impressive, though. Despite going into the game like all the way down, him having that GPM still is going to be very key for their comeback as well.
Sorry. I was just getting a little bit distracted. I think my ADHD is kicking in. But I personally feel, right, that was just a very nice game for RSG.
Yes.
Really. Literally conclude that they're going to really just scroll out of control in terms of momentum. And, well, maybe their reign starts now.
Yeah, maybe. But we'll find out in that mic check what RSG has to say.
I'm dead.
I knock out.
I'm dead.
On the ED for...
Oh.
Yeah, right. I got flicker out for things, right?
Hey,
chip. Just kill chip.
Nice. Nice one.
Opening. I can come, I slowly come.
Ui.
Wow.
Alo.
That was second guy. We lose, man.
We lose. The Aurora.
Wow, shag. It's
Hey, they are nothing.
Hey, carry low.
Relax.
Hey, come.
Oh, nice.
Roy.
Hey, no energy. Nathan, no energy. On carry. On carry. I still on carry.
Hey, don't get it.
Okay, it's okay.
You can back. I back already.
Can make me up. I'm dead.
I'm dead as well.
Oh, anti.
Get back.
Hey, kick me.
Nice.
I'm there. You'll see all. Hey, deck. 1 HP deck. Nice on yo. Nice.
Carry free.
It's okay, back.
Help, watch it. Chono kick.
Nice. I look at Lunox. Hey, Lunox die.
Hey, nice.
Hey, go.
Nice one. Hey, let's walk out.
Walk out.
Can.
Nice. Hey, Nox.
Kai back, guys. Hey, no, fuck up.
Watching. I start.
Hey, no, go.
Hey, slowly, relax.
Slowly, guys, we all win, guys.
Chill, relax.
Go lock.
Coming.
Can on. Relax.
Hey, what's up?
Play properly, guys. We can end.
I start them.
I stand behind on their back.
Nice!
Finally. Yeah, that was some spectacular calling, right? This is the first time that we've seen RSG on the mic check because this is the first time that they won. But we see the difference in dynamics, right? We see Gear really calling despite being new on that roster. He's just making that call to chill, making that call to just go as well. Yeah, I feel that was the voice that they needed. Yeah. So it's really well done from the side of Team RSG to just put in Gear and have that shot caller in terms of that, having the experience as well, and just providing that synergy when it comes to CS closer as well. But let's just see what Professor Churros has to say in the Off the Desk segment.
So much to say about this game. 30-minute long game. It's so good to see a rival or old rivals versus basically a classic rival match. Last time we used to call it the El Clasico when Bleed used to be that Slate Evos stack thing, but let's just get into it. There's so many clips, and I just had to include 4. This might be my longest analyst segment just as of yet. Let's first start with that draft. So far, let's start with Bleed first. For the Nolan, when you pick this up, you're basically securing early and mid game. When you hit that 20-minute mark, it becomes increasingly difficult for Nolan to make any very sudden moves and try to eliminate the back line because it's just so difficult because of the build-up of the defensive stacks. But when you're playing a Lancelot, your damage exponentially increases as the time goes by, especially if I didn't see the items correctly. I don't know if Yon got that Thunderbelt as well because he's always poking, he's always building up a lot of damage as well. He's got like one-shot potential onto FMM, we'll see in just a bit. But this particular fight was Lord 4. I had to put this mark over here because there was just so many team fights, so many Lord fights that was just so beautiful, and this was just Jay's play. Notice how Jay walks into that brush. They know that they don't know where CS is at that time within that tri brush, so they don't really have vision on this area. But Jay has vision on Roy. He knows that Roy is one of the main damage dealers of RSG. So the goal is let's just take him out. The rest of Bleed knows this. They want to go and follow up for Jay, knowing that full trust that Jay can secure a nice little jump on that back line. Surprisingly, he actually secures 2 when he was just going for Roy. It was just Closer being a little bit too close for comfort right there. CS pops that Zaman Force, but unfortunately, that's a 4-man collapse. I like how the target prioritization on this team fight was just so immaculate, just facing up against just one member. They know their targets. This was the base defense that actually, honestly, I felt like RSG, they defended so well that it turned the game around for them. Notice how the economy was so close for both sides, so it doesn't really matter who comes in, but Yon has set his sights up on FMM. What he wanted to do was try to clear that waves on this side, but he saw an opportunity to try to hit that back line, and this was just an amazing call from Yon. He comes in, hits on FMM, unable to turn into that brilliance, unable to get out of that way. And notice how the main tanks and the main wave clearers from Roy actually secures that wave. Gear, very, very patient with Implosion on this time, waits for Deck to come in and just pushes everyone into that base, into that turret, and using Roy as sort of like this defense. And I was just thinking this was a perfect opportunity for Jay to come in, but I was thinking how was Jay able to identify that Gear was in that area, because the rest of the members of RSG was so far ahead, and I thought this was it because this was such a perfect catch onto Gear. So Jay actually identified Gear when he was just scouting around that brush, and just because Jay was somewhere around this area, knowing that he saw a glimpse of that Tigreal using that first skill, trying to check that brush, trying to get a little bit of objective. So I think this was, there's a lot of graphic on the board, but this was just an amazing shot call, amazing catch onto Gear that I thought that Bleed would have won that game in the end. But ultimately, this was just a very, very immaculate find from Jay, knowing where Tigreal is, knowing where the rest of the opponents are. This was the last, the penultimate fight, or the penultimate skirmish that that RSG identified where Dominic is, tries to take him out. There was nowhere that he can move. At this point, Yon and CS were the main damage dealers. This node, 27 minutes on the clock, and they were trying to split that fight as much as possible. So if CS suddenly falls, at least you have Yon to take down that turrets, and you have basically so much understanding of that game, knowing where your opponents is. You get a glimpse of FMM. FMM tries to dive in for CS, but note how his shields just keep coming back up, and just Deck trying to get that backline, trying to get a kill, but it was just not enough. My hypothesis is if Jay went in first, then FMM followed up, it would have been Bleed's game. But hey, that's just a theory. Let's hear it from the players themselves. Mini Cheryl, over to you. Man.
Alrighty, guys, we are back here down on level 4, and I have got Youngin from RSGSG with us. Before we start, RSG is back, baby! I'm super excited because, number one, I looked at the RSGSG social media. You guys are telling us to roast you guys before the match happened. So at this point in time, it's kind of tough to kind of roast you guys. So what do you reckon is going on? Do you guys expect to not win against Bleed for people to roast you guys?
I think getting Gear in, was the first step in to start our win streak. Yeah, so I think over the last 2 weeks, of course, things didn't really go very well for us. But this is a fresh week, fresh players. We are hoping to start a momentum from now onwards to the playoffs.
So what is it that Gear is able to bring into the team this time, right? Because is it about shot calling, or is it just his general awareness when it comes down to his roaming capabilities? Any specifics about Gear that works well with you guys?
Yeah, so Gear already played roam last season for Bleed, so we kind of know how the Bleed system works. I think that's important. Personally, I've been teammates with Gear also, from before, way many seasons before. So it adds a little bit of synergy because the rest of the team, this is my first time with them. And, at first we had some synergy issues, and we had to quickly iron that out. And, Gear being that eccentric kind of player, he gives the confidence, he gives the shot call for the team. Now as a roam, he dares to bring the team in. You can hear from the mic check as well, right? The voice that he puts in for the team is important to boost the confidence of the other players.
Okay, now I'm gonna look for something really spicy here, right? As we hear from the mic check, we've got Gear that is really hot. This guy is agitated. Any backstory? Anything that we should know?
Don't know if you want me to say this, but we all of us are out from Bleed last time. Right, so I think always when you get a win over your ex teams, it always feels good lah. Yeah, so I think it's to prove. Basically, you're saying you guys made the wrong choice lah. So I believe that's it for him.
Okay, and also since we are on the topic about Bleed, right? I believe that you are familiar with Gear, like how you are familiar with FMM and Deck. What is it that you brought into this game for RSG to deal with them?
Yeah, so I think this is the first time where actually Dak gets to play an assassin, right?
True. Oh, yeah.
So last season when I was with him at Vanguard, we also came in during the transfer season, right? So I knew that they kind of had a short time to adjust. That's why their drafts were a bit funny to me because Dak is a Link Fanny player, but they decided to ban their own hero. So they obviously had maybe Dak maybe was rusty and he wanted to go for something more comfortable like the Nolan. We actually knew that going into game 3, so we kind of had a game plan against him. Yeah. So on the other end, FMM, I think like he is going back. I mean, he's always been good at the goal lane, right?
Yep.
Finally see him back in the goal lane. Going from the past few games, I think that he has been playing well, so we make sure that we always kind of have heroes that go on him. So almost all the games we had some form of way to deal with FMM.
Like how we saw Yon dealing with the Lunox. Like
Yes,
the Lunox
correct.
didn't even have any time.
Yes, correct. I mean, that came as a surprise because actually Yon was feeding the whole game, right?
Yeah.
So like suddenly if you see a guy feed the whole game and suddenly he out of nowhere, kill the marksman, kill the goal laner, then that's going to be a surprise lah. So yeah, so good on Yon to feed all the way to the start to make this play at the end lah.
All right, thank you so much, Youngin from RSG. Thank you for coming up. Hope that you guys will do well for the next 2 games coming up, because at this point in time, getting 2-1s and 2-1s for each will still get them in because of the head-to-head from this point onwards. If they actually didn't win, that means that they have to 2-0 everything from this point on, correct? Yeah. So from now on, even if they get 2-1s, they are still gonna be in the game. So as we see a lot from just one last message. Okay, please.
We are very sorry to all ex-RSG fans who has been supporting us, and then this season we didn't do really well. As the coach, obviously I take responsibility for the team, and hopefully that with this win we can gain back your trust and continue all the way to playoffs. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Youngin. Thank you. And of course, I stick a lot when it comes down to Instagram, and I always like to look at our RSG posts as well. So to see them telling us to roast at them, and I was like, wow, bold move. And I guess at this point in time, with how RSGSG has played, it's kind of tough for us to say RSG's R stands for relegation. They are definitely still RSG as for the last time's resurgence. So I'm super excited to see how that is going to be like for tomorrow as well as for next week. In the meantime, we are going to go off for a short little break because we will be preparing the battlefield in the Land of Dawn, as we do have quite a bit of battle for you guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away too far. We'll be right back with you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's right. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? And one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Looming dash also can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why JC?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically 1v. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's right. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? And one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Looming dash also can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why JC?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
3, 2, 1.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? They one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobia?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically
Gentlemen, welcome back. We have just finished the first series of the day between RSG and Bleed Esports. Of course, with a 2-1 format, RSG managed to come back, and thus it does definitely seem like RSG is slowly climbing back up onto the leaderboards. If whether they will still be in the relegation bottom side, well, we gotta have to see it and wait and find out at the end of the day, which is after match 5. Now, without further ado, we do have quite a bit of a game here as well, as we did definitely see quite a bit of mix-ups of these two teams. So, without further ado, I believe that we are going to be introducing the very first team to come up over to the podium. Let us have HomeBois SG. Here in week 3, right after the transfer window, we have got 2 new players that join in the mix of HomeBois Singapore, with Lord Zul that will be able to take over for Kazuya and Sub for Astro. So how does HomeBois SG kind of change the tides around? That is a question that we'll have to find out as we are going to be introducing the next team up on stage. Let us have Rift Esports. Rift Esports, mainly with managerial changes, but of course with 2 new players up in the mix, and with 1 player that will be replacing the jungle role slowly. And here we have Astro that will join into the mix of Rift Esports. Now, this is definitely a question as to how this is gonna work out, right? As we definitely know how Astro came from, and of course where he is now. Without further ado, I believe that it is time for the players to speak for themselves through the game. And let us just throw it right back over to the casters. We've got Deadeye, we've got Churros, of course, onto the desk analyst, on the analyst segment, Jace, as well as MoBoy.
I'm MoMan here. Yeah. Well, welcome everybody. And this is the pose that Astro was doing. And we have a game lineup for you guys. But before that, I'm your caster, MoMan. And with me is Deadeye. And of course, we have Jays. And off the desk, we will have Churros as well. And wow. Come on. Who's on the other side now, Jays? Who's on the other side?
I kid you not, like, I think our video is not updated as of yet. Astro is still appearing on the side of HomeBois, but this is a massive betrayal coming out from Astro. He's rising up to that villain role right there, and in fact, his first game debuting on the other side is against his old team, and I couldn't write a better anime storyline.
Yeah, I mean, he is one of the best up-and-coming junglers that I've seen so far. Just out of nowhere, he's been piloting these assassins really crazy. Meanwhile, can he fit in with Rift Esports? But HomeBois, on the other side, bring in their staple, Sub. We know him as that meta jungler of the last season, right? He has that Fredrin, he has that Fredrin, he has a Box, yeah, Barats as well, yeah. But now, just look at the lineup.
Yeah, Hazard is here in the EXP. Now Sap going into the jungle role. Ryzen here in the mid. Lord Zul as well on the roam, and Marcus in the gold lane. Now we have seen HomeBois SG struggling in their matches, but a new roster here in the mid-season transfer window. Will this be the new change they need or a chaotic one once again? So that's a big question here.
It's always with new players coming in that they provide new synergies, so they shake things up, right? But looking on the other side, we have a lot of shaking things up in just one player alone.
Well, not only just the fact that this is Rift Esports right here. If you put a picture up of Asterisk and you look at this one, you can tell a little bit of difference, but it feels the same. Because not only just the fact that Astro is their new jungler right now replacing Slowly, you also got RL19 back on the coaching desk, right? Welcome back, RL19. And apart from that, you know, Bear is finally back as well. So there's a little bit of rough Rift changes in week 1 and week 2, and finally week 3, there's another change. And this is where I ask a bigger question, like if you keep switching your players like that, that's a big problem, right? Because strong teams usually tend to have, you know, the players to stick all across the regular season to really warm up, to build a chemistry. Now you basically do plug and play in especially during the regular season. I know it's a place for you to experiment, but don't forget, only top 6 goes to the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's not just about enforcing your own playstyle. It's also about being adaptable as a pro player as well. When you're playing with different players, you have to learn how to be versatile. And that's just not just in terms of esports, right? When you're working out in the world, you gotta be adaptable
Don't remind me about my corporate work. Don't remind me
on.
about my full-time job, please.
Everybody, come on. You get it. It's relatable. When you're out in the world as well, come on. You're professional players. You're technically working here, and this is your career ahead of you. MPL SG, a chance to represent Singapore on the international stage.
Yeah.
So it's
actually with these changes as well, we've seen how in the previous match that RGSG managed to find the stride with Gear joining in. So I think this is really good as well.
Yeah, but we have the HomeBois stats on the screen, so just continue on, Deadeye. You do have a lot of key points to make about HomeBois right now, right?
Yeah, HomeBois, man. As you can see here, our Marcus still, we can see he's been stable on the gold lane right now, we are seeing right now, but without Astro, man. I think Astro's been, I'm going to highlight this one.
He's on the other side.
Astro right now, he's been one of the key players here on the side of HomeBois SG, but now with this, as you can see, not applicable stats we are seeing here for the side of HomeBois SG. This could be a surprise as well for this team.
Yep, so for Saab last season, he played 1 game of Nolan, so I hope that could also work out, but then he realized that it doesn't really work well, because after that he started playing 6 games of Fredrin in HomeBois Singapore last season, and that's where he got like the 50% win rate on this particular hero. But you don't play Fredrins anymore in this particular patch.
Fredrin is completely out, so there's gonna be a lot of changes to this meta as well. But whether or not Saab has changed as a player as well, because he did play the Nolan, and perhaps it was not the meta for him. Now perhaps it's his time to shine. We'll just have to see in terms of gameplay right here, whether or not he can fit in. And there's another wild card as well, right? Lord Zul filling in as the roamer in place of Kazuya will put a lot of team synergies into play as well. But on the other side, we will have Rift Esports with Astro coming in.
Yeah, Astro, man, this I would say a HomeBois Singapore trader right there. Now, you've seen his, actually, you cannot say that we don't have information of him. He did play for 2 weeks already, and he's very comfortable with the Hayabusa, the Assassins as well. He does have decent turtle control rate, in my opinion, and also does a lot of damage. So I think what Rift Esports is looking out, I think this is still an okay kind of switch as compared to Slowly. Slowly also does the same thing, right? So I think this introduction should be a-okay, but apart from that, you know, look at Bear. Hylos is also one of his main picks. Don't forget, he used to play a bit of a Thamus back then once in a while. He's also very crazy good on the Terizlas as well. Melon also surprises me, right? As a mid laner, he kind of got 1 or 2 season hiatus, but he came back and he fits right into Rift, and which is surprising.
Yeah, in terms of adaptability, I mean, I feel that Astro has a very different playstyle when it comes to assessing the jungle compared to Slowly, and whether or not Team Rift they can find the synergy right now will be very important. And HomeBois on the other end, they are dealing with a very fractured lineup as well, so it's going to be very different. And just looking at the casters' predictions, right? What do you guys predict? What do you?
No, actually, it's going to be the head-to-head video that will be coming right up. Later on, we'll show you the predictions, so I know you're a little bit excited. With that said, ladies and gents, roll the video. Mind you, it's a little bit outdated, but just bear with us.
Yeah.
if any team had FMM and FMM left them for another team, I think most teams would be in shambles. It wouldn't be surprising. The type of player FMM is, playing 3 different roles in 3 different seasons and excelling well in them. It would definitely impact the team. But the surprising thing about Riff is that now Melon is back into the scene and he has played MPL for a couple of seasons. Has always been a consistent player, and with Bear and Chu at the side lane still, they still keep the original side lanes from Asteris, but the trio mate has changed. I have played against Pancake and Slowly, and I know how well they play in terms of their mechanics. So they shouldn't be underestimated at all.
I think this team, Rift team, is one of targeted for the champion for the season. To be honest, because I see the potential of player like Bear, Utah. So for me, for my opinion is Rift is one of the best team in this MPL. For this season. So it's quite good for this season. It's more surprise, and it's Asteris a new name, right? From Asteris and to Rift, but the lineup is still same. Strong team. Then I think they will compete for top 2. Seems like Evil.
Honestly speaking, I never really watched the qualifiers, and I also don't know how easy their bracket was. I would say luck is a skill as well, so they are quite lucky to have qualified into this coming season. So I wouldn't belittle them, but I wouldn't overestimate them as well. I did watch a bit of HomeBois SG second day game, and honestly speaking, it's 100% that no doubt like Liano Kill is better. He did solo kill me in a lane last season. He's a very strong individual and can't be replaced easily. So Liano Kill will be undoubtedly better than Hazard.
Well, words have been said from both teams. I mean, you said it, Jays. It doesn't age very well.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, and in terms of not aging very well, right? Kazuya being on there, he's no longer with the team as well.
Yeah.
So Astro on the other side. So HomeBois, now they don't have that similar oomph of that last season. They don't have Vernocure anymore, but they did bring back Sop though.
I don't know whether Sub is going to be really impactful, to be honest, because we have information on him mostly playing the tank junglers.
Mostly playing tank junglers, but he did try out the Nolan. But before that, right, what do you guys predict? What do you guys take home the trophy today?
2-0 Rift for me.
2-0 Rift?
Yeah, Rift as well.
Yeah, 2-0 Rift for me as well. I mean, that's pretty much in the cards, right? In the statistics, we feel that Rift Esports, we've seen them play. So 2-0, right? But let's just see, let's just have a consensus of what the audience will think. Do you think that the HomeBois would still have that audience predictions going through, or will Rift Esports pull through?
Of course, the fans will be there to continue to support, of course, their team. As you can see, it's not that much of a difference here. So I'm loving to see that HomeBois SG fans is still there to support the team.
It's surprising because I remember HomeBois Singapore usually have a very strong fan base. Technically speaking, the audience prediction presented by McDonald's, a little bit biased because, you know, we support our own preferred teams, right? I mean, we as casters also watches the game as well. We support our own team, but surprisingly, Rift is actually starting to gain some market share.
Yeah, in terms of statistics, I feel that they do have the stronger players, right? They talked about the side lanes being extremely strong. Bear, Chu, they're really strong in their respective lanes. And now that you add in Melon, a seasoned player, and now with Astro, one of the up-and-coming rookies as well, there's going to be a lot of changes when it comes to gameplay.
Yep, gonna go into draft right on the bat. This is game number 1 between HomeBois Singapore up against Rift. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, have HomeBois won any matches as of yet?
I don't.
HomeBois? HomeBois?
HomeBois did, right?
Yeah, they did.
right?
They did.
Vanguard. If I'm not mistaken, it's Vanguard, but we're going to continue on the conversation. Welcome back to RL19.
Front yard cards. Front yardigans.
Front
Yeah.
yardigans,
front
okay.
yardigans, yeah.
But that's before, you know, the roster swap. If you notice, Sub and Lord Zoo is here. So we have to see HomeBois Singapore as a completely new team because don't forget, once you change your Rome, everything about the team changes.
Yeah, roamers make the best calls. I mean, they are usually the main initiators when it comes down to gameplay, right? And Lord Zul, whether or not he can fit into this team, because if I'm not wrong, Kazuya was very vocal when it came down to HomeBois SG's mic checks as well. So whether Lord Zul can fulfill that spot or they will have that synergy going for them.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Rift Esports, it's a plug and play with Astro.
I completely agree, right? Kazuya was literally the voice of HomeBois Singapore. He is the leader. Now HomeBois Singapore literally lost that leader. Lord Zul, like I said, we have no information. I don't know whether he came from community because I've never seen him in community before. Don't know what kind of experience he has, but maybe he's like a hidden OP that we've never know. Turns out, hey, he does have the game knowledge. He does have the engage. Hopefully, he surprises us this time.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? The surprises that we are going to expect with this transfer window coming in from HomeBois SG. And speaking of transfer, though, I love the combo between Pancake and Astro here because Pancake has been considered as one of the highly aggressive roamers I have seen on the past few weeks. But Astro as well is right on top with his kills. I do believe he's #1 when it comes to kills.
He goes for those flashy plays. I remember that Hayabusa Turtle Retribution steal that we saw out of Astro. And now with Hayabusa, like being one of that premium picks, and it's still available on the board, right? Will HomeBois SG ban out that Hayabusa because they did take out the Ling and Chip though?
I think there's also the high loss that's also leaked out for now. Fanny also on the table, by the way. There you go, the Hayabusa. That's something that Astro likes to play. Gets banned out by HomeBois Singapore.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they will not have a lot of information, right? They're just going with that standard
bans,
blanket bans that they can go for. I mean, with whatever the game style that HomeBois SG are going to bring, it's going to be a wild card because we've never seen Lord Zul play. And with a totally new rumor and Saab in a meta that he might potentially be unfamiliar with.
Okay, that's a high loss ban from the side of Rift. Taken out by RL19. First picks right here. Zask has fallen off meta. Unfortunately, we don't see him anymore. There we go. That's going to be a Juicin selected. Post-patch Juicin. Any thoughts?
I feel that, Juicin was really strong when it came down to that tank meta gameplay. Because because of the fact that you're melee and you just want to sustain, right? And Juicin just ruins that sustain by displacing you. But now with all the assassins jumping the back line, Juicin, you have no place to stand.
Now, we talk about assassins. There you go. That's going to be Astro playing that Fanny. Could potentially one-shot the Juicin if Ryzen is not capable of piloting that in a good positioning. Not only just that, has to dodge against Edith, right? That Edith is also flexible. Can go into Pancake, can go into Bear.
Yeah, and if Edith is on the roam, right, this is what speaks out to me. Like you can play any form of mid lane. You can play any form of mage because you have that priority with that Earth Shatter to clear out your creep wave. So you don't have to go for those blanket AoEs like Vexana, Lilia. You don't need that lane priority versus Juicin. So you can potentially pick up the Zosk for yourself.
Zosk? Remember we talked about it. It's like falling out of meta slightly, but okay, we're going to Akai and Cho. Coming out from HomeBois Singapore, that's probably going to be a tank jungle?
Yeah, it's probably a jungle Akai.
It could be a roam Akai as well. Not too sure about that because Cho can also be flexing to EXP. Rift brings out the Eve. Once again, I'm excited about this one because I've been seeing other MPLs picking it up. It feels like the artillery mages are coming back ever since Zask left the meta.
Yeah, Zask, with those nerfs that come through on the skill 1, you don't have that really bully stage with that little minion that you have right now.
Lose a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Eve provided that same zoning capability that Zask did provide, just that she's a bit more defensive.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, even though, okay, that's kind of interesting, right? So I'm interested in how the interaction of Juicin and Eve. When Eve goes in the real world manipulation, technically speaking, she can't be knocked up. She can be stunned, but
Yeah, can she be dragged?
Yeah, I think now I'm asking that question, right?
Can she
be dragged? So this to me is a science experiment.
For Ryzen versus Melon, yeah, it's gonna be. Can you drag Eve away from that real world manipulation? Yeah.
Okay,
so
Professor Churros says no.
Professor Churros is telling us no, but we'll find out.
With the whirlwind dance?
Well, are you the kind of student that literally when the teacher says no, it's like, oh,
okay.
I'll try throwing magnesium into water.
Let's just see whether it explodes or not.
By the way, don't do that at home, guys.
Yeah,
don't throw magnesium into water. Or sodium.
Sodium.
Especially sodium.
Yeah.
Taking chemistry right here in MPL Singapore. What are we doing?
And we do have the goal laners being taken out, all right? Harif and Claude. Well, I mean, with these kind of bans going through, you will want to take out more of the premium gold laners as well, right? Just deny all that space away from Chu. And we've seen what Rift Esports like to fall to. They like to go for the Roger gold lane, but I believe this is not going to be the case, especially since you have Fanny already.
Yeah, I think if you're Rift, you don't want to ban the Moskov, you can pick it up for yourself. And after that, you basically, Moskov is a good counter against Fanny, right? Apart from that, there's also gold laners up for grabs. So Roger, like what you mentioned, there's also the Lunox. And there's also the carry.
Yeah, the carry would be a premium choice to ban out right here. And Rift Esports do ban it out. HomeBois SG, they're going to the similar route. I mean, there's only the Roger left if you want to ban out that goal laner. But if, let's say, you want to take out that blanket, what's that called? The roamer, you can still take out the Minotaur, which is very good for Rift.
Yeah, I feel like HomeBois Singapore right now, instead of going to literally ban away more gold laners, I think they need to leave some open for themselves, right? They need to, they can also potentially just ban out a Terizla because Cho could potentially go to the EXP as well. If not, the Minotaur is also a good ban. First time HomeBois Singapore, you just want to prevent people from knocking people up, and there you go. That's a Lolita ban away by HomeBois Singapore.
Surprising to ban out the Lolita, given the fact that she has been kind of nerfed down. But it's okay. I mean, they can still go for that Lolita Navi combo. It's still pretty strong. But Rift Esports, they do pick up the Moskov, as you said.
Yep, Moskov, good counter. Everybody line up and everybody wins. Because right now, HomeBois Singapore, these two picks is going to be very important how they want to play this. Don't forget, Arkai Tank Jungle, I don't know whether it still works in this particular meta. You're going to get shredded down by Moskov.
Yeah, HomeBois SG. They have to think about their gold laner right now, right? I mean, with a lot still in the pool, they can still pick up the Roger for themselves if they want to.
Terizla.
Not very premium. Terizla has been taken. Now the gold laner.
Guys, I think I'm lacking the damage from the side here of HomeBois SG. I'm not sure if... you have plenty of crowd controls here. So many utilities, but to follow up with an instant burst, there's nothing here for the side of HomeBois SG.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect a Nathan, but now they do pick up the Bruno.
Interesting.
Just want to have that lane advantage versus the Moskov, maybe.
Yeah, Bruno will spike even faster as compared to Moskov, but when it comes to later parts of the game, Moskov should be able to deal with it. But this means something, right? HomeBois Singapore is using the tank meta. We're going back 1-2 patches ago, right? HomeBois Singapore brings back the old guns when we're already going into assassin junglers.
It's gonna be very hard for Rift Esports to answer.
But HomeBois SG still, I'm still looking. They lack the mobility for me. They lack the damage as well. Team fight, yes, they can have plenty of layering of that crowd controls, but
Uranus.
Oh,
interesting.
Wow.
Okay, Uranus really good against the Bruno as well to a certain extent. Yeah, I agree with Rift is going to have a little bit of problem coming in with crowd control. Yes, there's a self-heal from Moskov, there's a real-world manipulation that infinite slow, but there's no hard lockdowns, right? Except for the Edith onwards and Earth Shadow. But whereas HomeBois Singapore, there's a lot of there's knockups, there's a penalty zone. There's also the pick. Justin can just pick somebody up from the side of Rift. So Rift has to play it smart, but hopefully, Rift can give us a 2-0.
Yeah, it's going to be a macro versus micro gameplay here. Rift Esports, they cannot go for these mid-game team fights as they wish. They don't have that blanket abilities. They don't have the lockdown available. But what they do have is a lot of mobility, right? They have that Fanny, Edith, Moskov into Uranus. That's just a lot of peel, a lot of mobility on one team. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We bring to you Game 1 of HomeBois SG versus Rift Esports.
Yep, Sup, bringing that Akai jungle back. Feels like last season already. And Lord Zoo on a lethal ignition Cho as a roamer.
Yeah, I mean...
They need a damage.
They need a damage, but... I mean, are you going to
So
consistently force out the fight?
So your wave clear is going to be kind of bad because don't forget, yes, they kind of buff Jusin's wave clear just a little bit. Pancake will be able to find him though, but like, I don't know what you're trying to do right here, Lord Zoo.
Yeah, there's non-existent wave clear without that concussive blast of the Cho.
Unless Lord Zoo wants to go Assassin Cho.
Yeah.
Bro, like a Natalia. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's possible. Man, with this emblem right now coming in, that's the thing. They need the damage. I think with his flashy moves coming in from Lord Zul on the show.
I don't like this at all because you're going to be free food for Astro, right? You don't have that tank ability. You only have one Shumpo against the most mobile jungler in all of MLBB. That's just going to be free gold for Astro, man.
Yep, but maybe because they've already run a tank jungle, right, on sub, right? So that's why Lord Zoo has to double down as the assassin roam. This is really interesting. My mind is a little bit boggled.
Yeah, and this is where we test as well the new players coming in from HomeBois SG. If they will be able to pull through such complex hero here in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, look at that. That Cho gunning for the assassin emblem. He wants to basically just become that one. That kick is going to be really deadly.
It's going to be deadly, but Rift Esports, I mean, in terms of having that mobility, right? They just want to play PL as much as possible. They want to get that late game going with their Fanny, Moskov. Mobility is there. Their macro gameplay needs to be on point. And for them, not taking a team fight, not forcing any objectives is still a win for them.
Turtle fight upcoming. Hazard just zoning up. Pancake. Melon doing good, taking a lot of damage though.
Oh, Bear goes in as well, trying to contest this neutral objective. Look at the zone here, the backlines. It can actually be dragged away! Yeah,
Professor
and the first
Churros.
blood, it is going to be from this show as well. HomeBois SG secures this one, a neutral objective, and the drag, man.
Professor Churros lied to us. Turns out you can pick up Eve on real world manipulation. Does that mean Ryzen is there to counter against the Eve right off the bat?
Yeah, I mean, picking a Eve into that Ryzen right now... Now it doesn't seem like such a great idea, right?
Yeah.
HomeBois SG, they're looking like they drafted out of the heavens right now.
Maybe they expected as well what Professor Churros mentioned. No, it cannot be. Guys, cannot be dragged.
I totally trusted that call, you know. I said we'll see, but I was like, yeah, there's no way that simple lantern takes out an ultimate.
But right now, HomeBois Singapore is in a good spot, right? Not only just the fact Lord Zul secures the first blood means that more goals going into him. He's going to secure his items faster. I don't know. I think the roaming boot should have gone to Ryzen instead. And HomeBois Singapore also secure a turtle. So in a sense, HomeBois Singapore right now is in the lead.
Yeah, they are slightly in the lead right now. But Rift Esports are happy to take these trades all day, right? Because they have Bear, who's never going to die on this bottom lane unless he has multiple players ganking him. Meanwhile, Pancake, Astro, and Chu, they scale very well into the late game as well.
Good start for HomeBois Singapore. They need to continue that momentum. Look at Bear, a menace in the bottom lane jungle. Weird control, and I'm not too sure whether the Terizla is actually able to match him at all.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Bear is not going to die unless you commit that Cho kick onto Bear, and where else are you going to get damage for? You need that Bruno too. So there's going to be a 5-man committal from HomeBois SG if they want to take out Bear.
Okay, little scuffle here. Oh, flickers in, Earth Shadow, and the Primal Wrath. Look at Astro here, wants some revenge, but he is under turret damage. Goes back away for now.
Yeah, I think Astro is out for blood. Looking at all markers. All markers burning the flicker is actually kind of good. Means that, you know, the Fanny can come back and re-engage. But once again, HomeBois Singapore controlling the turtle pit.
Yeah, speaking of control, it's going to be hard here for Bear to actually go for the contest here. But it's going to be Astro once again trying to go for himself. But Sat secures that one. Look at the heavy spin. The team fight win once again coming from HomeBois SG. Too much crowd control in the presence of HomeBois SG.
Yeah, just buying time was not enough, right? They lost that 50-50 retribution. Sop did get pulled through. And now HomeBois SG, they look geared for that mid-game.
HomeBois Singapore looking really strong right here in the mid-game. Taking a look at the items, Heart's Claws are secured by all markers as well. The problem right now of Rift is that because you're fighting, an assassin is fighting against a tank jungle, you cannot stay in the turtle pit at all. You cannot absorb the damage, right? And that's why Rift needs to play it really smart.
They do need to play really smart. It's where their macro gameplay needs to be on point. And this is where Chu and Bear's time to shine, just to buy some time off the map while Astro gets the farm somehow.
Oh, knock up. Lord Zul still managed to go back away, man. Ryzen, we talk about this Zujian first pick, right? The current patch, no mana required of his skills except if she hits the summoned unit or a hero. So actually can be used as well as to scout the map here. If she managed to scout in the bush, if her mana will be deducted, oh, it means there's someone out there.
Ooh, Astro.
Ryzen backs away. There's going to be a kick here. Great control here coming in from Lord Zul. And that is going to be Marcus secures the kill there. A double for the Bruno. Make it a triple kill. This is what you need for Marcus.
Man, HomeBois Singapore is really proving all of us wrong, ladies and gents. Rift right now in a spot of trouble. And Bear is just getting tagged on by 3 members from the side of HomeBois Singapore.
Wow, he's hammered it back here. And look at Lord Zul almost picking him off there. But Bear managed to hold the middle turret.
Yeah, that's an extremely pivotal turret for Rift Esports. If they lose this, no, they lose Chu instead. Oh my god.
Mid-game power spike, here we really go. All Marcus pick up the hard scores. Berserker's Fury next. Chu is really behind right now. The only way Rift can play is around the EXP lane. But you gotta admit, HomeBois Singapore's control around the mid lane is really strong and it's hurting Rift right now.
And the fact that there's no counter towards this Tucson right now, right? The only thing that they're counting on is Astro jumping in. But now, Lord Zul is waiting for you there with the Way of the Dragon. What do you do?
Astro cannot target out all Marcus. Astro cannot target out Hazard. What can he do?
Oh, look at this one. No way. Solo kill. Solo kill.
My.
Astro managed to go back. Oh, my.
No purple buff as well for Astro. Right now, if you notice what HomeBois Singapore is doing, they need to control the purple buff right now. Sending Sub all the way does have the heavy spin. If Rift jumps into that one, I think it could spell trouble.
They want to contest this one, but it is going to be Pancake once again. Flicker in with Earth Shatter. Hazard as well, providing the zone, the penalty zone. And now Astro backs away. And it is Bear tanking all the damage here. But Sap managed to take away the purple buff. Look at the damage here. Pancake retreats for safety. Shu is here. But auto attacks, and this is mission accomplished here for HomeBois SG.
Yeah, definitely. They snag away the purple buff, clipping Astro's wing. Now he's not Astro Boy anymore, he's just a boy. And then after that, Chu, on this Moskov, you can see that his attacks are not coming in because he doesn't really have any items. Just take a look right here. Corrosive Scythe only available, working towards the Golden Staff. He needs even more time. Look at the gold lead difference between the gold laners. That's insane.
Yeah, 2,000 difference. That's one key item away. And at 8 minutes in, right? Chu cannot win any single 1v1 on this map right now.
It's a bit of a trade happening, top side for bot side, but the tempo still leaning heavily in the favor of HomeBois Singapore. Ryzen is just landing down these damage, and I think leaking the juice in, or maybe perhaps Riv making a mistake, just underestimating the juice in this current patch.
Yeah, they still don't have anything for the juice
See Halberd.
barring an Astro jump, right? And Astro has not been able to do it because of Lord Zul's Disrupt.
It's kind of interesting though. It's my first time seeing a roster like this coming out of HomeBois Singapore. Gotta admit, it's a little bit creative. It's against the norm, and I love it, right? I love creative drops like this one.
Oh, and I doubted the damage, but you know, they can actually pull this one through. And speaking of which, another invasion here on the purple buff. Hazard missed the penalty zone, but then again, Sap is there to go for the follow-up and have his spin. Look at the space here. Ryzen is here, targeted by Astro, flickers back, still managed to escape. Oh, Marquez with the damage. This Bruno's wrecking havoc here, and now it is gonna be Rip going back away and double once again, but he will be shot down in the end.
The worldie literally bouncing off the damage against Rift. All Marcus has scaled uncontrollably. Rift cannot put a full stop, finally, right, against All Marcus, but it took so many people to take him down.
Yeah, consolation prize for Rift Esports with Melon getting that shutdown gold onto Marcus. But still, they've lost all momentum on the map. And Astro going there, Astro going down there was just not ideal for Rift.
Definitely no purple buff, right? That means that Astro really cannot do much right now, and that's the problem of a Fanny, right? You need that early game, you need that assassination in an early game. I think the window of opportunity for Rift is gone. I think they're not ready. That, you know, who brings a toe roam assassin build? Who does that?
And the thing is, it's working so well because with this Lord Zul on the map, right? Bear has to be worried, Astro has to be worried, Chu has to be worried. They can't go for the macro gameplays that they were hoping for. And this was what I wasn't expecting at all. I thought he would just be free food for Astro.
Yeah.
Remember we discussed how the roamer affects the gameplay of the team? And this is it! My goodness! Lord Zul, without it here, that's the emblem pick-off is not enough, but it did wonders right now here in this game.
Yeah, now with the Lord on that bottom lane, they will have to deal with it. And for Rift Esports, right? They're comfortable to hold. They want to go into the late game as much as possible.
True.
If HomeBois SG, they don't want to force the issue.
Hazard
Rift will take it any day.
He's under heavy fire. He will be picked off, but the penalty zone has been activated in the end. And Sap is there, but it's too late. Oh, the flicker in. They want to go for this team fight here.
Oh,
but decided not to.
Okay, at the very least for Rift, right? Hold on a second. Top side, Astro is just trying to make it work.
Oh, Lord Zul will be able to escape. Slows is there for Pancake. Melon as well, but Lord Zul slippery in the end.
Yeah, but look, okay, Rift at the very least does have a little bit of high ground, right? In the form of the Melon, real-world manipulation, we've seen this before. They can hunker down, they can defend, and technically speaking, Astro on the Fanny, especially when you're close to the base, yes, you can wave clear very quickly, right? Apart from that, you've got the book secured by, at the very least, for Melon. It's gonna spam a lot of these mana at the same usual, but right now, I think he needs like an Ice Queen 1 or something so that she can potentially slow and make his slow kind of more slower than usual, because HomeBois Singapore is allowed to reposition all across the board. And don't forget, right now, Akai on this Thunderbelt, yes, a little bit nerfed, but is actually making him even more stronger as the time goes on by.
Yeah, but what I'm worried about is Rift Esports scalability into the late game, where they will have the mobility advantage and they will have the scaling advantage as well. So the only wild card here would be the choke, right? Lord Zul's gameplay is going to be extremely key. Whether you can find the key way of the dragon onto at least Chu or Astro. And now Hazard.
Oh, concealed play. Pancake with the stun. And now Marcus still survived. Goes back out. And now it is going to be Ryzen being the target coming in from the side of Pancake. Oh no, Marcus being falling down there. And then Pancake as well, trying to retreat, but Hazard is here. Pincer movement for the side of HomeBois SG. Bear is still holding on, trying to force this team fight. Hazard is there, and now Astro joining in. Winter Scrunch will pop up in the end, but then the cleanup play. Rift Esports this time around, that's going to be a kick for Lord Zul. Still, Astro is in the chase. Goes back away here, managed to survive. But the Lord will be the priority here for Rift.
Yeah, massive fight coming up from Rift. They needed that one, right? HomeBois Singapore right there. I think they made a bad play coming up from all Marcus, even though he was protected by Sub with a heavy spin. Melon with the real-world manipulation was able to access him all the way back. And don't forget, Rift does have a little bit of a late game composition against HomeBois Singapore. All Marcus cannot do anything against Bear.
Yeah, and during all that time, Lord Zul was at that top lane, right? At that top lane, trying to get a bit of macro advantage, not in that team fight. So there was no threat from him.
Yeah. Ice Queen 1 being built by Melon right now. This is his time to shine. I'll be a little bit slow. And, you know, that real-world manipulation pivotal in order to take down all Marcus. If not, it will be over too late. Bear hunkering down to make sure that HomeBois Singapore doesn't go back so that Astro can fly back to take down and finally gaining access to his own purple buff. So Rift in a more comfortable position right now going up against HomeBois Singapore.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, right now, Bear is not dying. So there's no point in forcing any damage on Bear, but still, he's providing so much peel for Rift Esports, and this is exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, exactly what we call the Bear Trap, right? Like, literally, he's trapping the members from the side of HomeBois Singapore right in him so that to buy time, and here we go.
Hazard, again! That's a burst! You need the skill, and Hazard is gone! Still, they will going to push and going in for the siege. Inhibitor charts in danger here to bot side. That's Melon here for the slows. Look at this one. HomeBois SG trying to retreat. They need to burn this Lord down while the Rift Esports team putting pressure across the map.
Yeah, Astro finally pick up the purple buff. That's why he's able to find the damage and assassination onto Hazard, right? Sop using the heavy spin onto Bear, and that's exactly why Bear wants to be real-world manipulation.
Oh, look at the slows indeed. And Lord Zul cannot even penetrate the back lines. And 2 inhibitor turrets, 2 base starts gone for HomeBois SG.
Yeah, the lack of capitalization from HomeBois really costing them. They had all the momentum to go with, but they could not get a hold onto Rift Esports. They cannot get any inhibitor turrets, they cannot get any pickoffs, and the macro gameplay was all over the place.
Yeah, HomeBois Singapore, by the way, this is a heavy mid-game power spike kind of roster, right? So that's why Rift is able to just overpower them once the gold lead starts appearing. Once Shu picks up his the trinity of the items, now going for the Malefic Roar. And then, Melon picking up Ice Queen 1, the slow is going to be even slower. Bear also picking up a Twilight Armor, which is buff, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is good against all Marcus, because all Marcus is a bursty kind of marksman.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Marcus, despite knowing that he's up against a Fanny, despite knowing that he's up against a Moskov, does not go for the Wind of Nature, right? There's gotta be some form of scalability there when you go into the late game 1v1 scenario. And right now, with that Rose Gold Meteor, he's just preparing just for the Eve alone.
Yeah, not only just that, the shields hopefully could help him just a little bit much more, but I think, against Astro. Oh, hold on a second. Where's Astro super low?
Oh, Lord Zul is going for Astro, but just sidestep the outplay.
Oh,
Lord Zul is down.
Oh my goodness, Astro was so low right there. Lord Zul almost committed assassination onto the assassin. That would be problematic for the side of Rift, but finally, at the very least, Bear is there to make sure that he stays trapped.
Yeah, this type of individualistic gameplay, he was just alone. If he managed to find the pickoff on Astro, yes, it's great, but it's not dealing with the lane pressure, it's not dealing with the objectives that Rift Esports wants.
Bear has trapped HomeBois Singapore right there, while Rift secures the Lord for themselves. So yeah, once again, Bear trap strikes again.
Yeah.
So D, of course.
Yeah, he's not going in. He's not going in. Chu goes in there. I got nothing to say. It's probably not Chu playing on that Moscow. But yeah, Bear, he's just buying so much space right now.
Yeah, we got to highlight though, if Lord Zul, again, twice in a row, 2 team fight win from the side of Rift without Lord Zul, this is how impactful he is when it comes to HomeBois SG team fights.
Yeah, and
Nothing
not
much
having
for
a death ball.
Yeah, nothing much for HomeBois Singapore to do, but to wait for the Lord and play for this one top side.
Oh, heavy spin has been used here. Oh no, Sap is gone. Inhibitor turret has been now destroyed on the top side as well. Lord is pushing through. They want to defend here, but look at Rift Esports cleaning up the battlefield. The game 1 now being secured by Rift.
A little bit shaky to start for the side of Rift, but they managed to stabilize, all thanks to the fact that they've got high ground advantage. They've got, a bit of the late game marksman in the kit, right? All Marcus on the Bruno was almost nigh unstoppable, but luckily Astro, once he picks up the items, plays safe just a little bit, let his team scale, he's able to come in and clean it up.
Yeah, and exactly. They were willing to take trades all day, right? Rift Esports lineup is like, as long as you don't take the key inhibitor turrets, as long as you don't force the map advantage of us, we will have that advantage all the way. But still, that late game, come on, man. Come on, HomeBois. You had so much momentum, and I just feel that that was so much wasted potential coming out from Team HomeBois.
And man, Lord Zul's show, yes, he did impress me, to be honest, there. But the team fights, again, he's been isolated time and time again, and those have been punishing for the side of HomeBois SG. Take advantage of those pickoffs, and now, with that Lord takedown, just turned the battle around here in favor for the side there of Rift.
Yeah, and for me, the MVP has to be Bear, but I'm not too sure who the actual MVP is. Yeah, it will be Melon.
I think it all started when Melon used the real world manipulation snipe down Marcus. I think that's where HomeBois Singapore slowly spiraled out of control in terms of the map control, right? And after that, I think he immediately picked up, he was able to get enough gold to get his Ice Queen 1, and that's where he really popped off. Once the Eve with the Ice Queen 1, poof, so much slow, so much damage.
Yeah, I keep hearing Ice Cream 1. Yeah, it's like a bear trap, and we have ice cream.
Yeah.
And my name is Melon.
I trap you with ice cream. Yeah, basically. But I really also, an honorable mention over the side of Bear, right? As a Uranus, in the early game, he struggled just a little bit, but he's able to buy a lot of space, take a lot of attention away from True, away from Astro. And then after that, when he started absorbing so much attention from the side of HomeBois Singapore, because, Uranus being Uranus, then they realize, hey, my roster is not meant to deal with the Uranus.
Yeah, you're not meant to. If you can kill him early game, yeah, that's great.
Okay.
That's great. But it's like killing a Minotaur in the late game. You know, it's like you do get the kill on the Minotaur, but once he gets the Minoan Fury up, once the real world manipulation is up from Eve as well, the source of damage is not from the Uranus. He's just there as a distraction.
Yeah, and HomeBois Singapore definitely got distracted, right?
Yeah. Oh, they got distracted hard.
They were distracted really hard, especially at the bottom side, you know, when the lore is being contested. But also honorable mention to side HomeBois Singapore, they couldn't contest as well because Lord Zul went down. So yeah, the Lord Zul was there to counteract against the Fanny, which is really well. That's why Astro was having a lot of difficulties in the early game.
Yeah, but I feel that they started to crumble, right, in the mid stages, where the mid-game decisions were not really up to par. There were situations where Lord Zul was just playing away from the team.
Yeah, split
when
pushing.
he was the main factor to deal with Astro, where he was the main factor to deal with Chu as well. So it was extremely hard to watch. And I feel that Rift Esports, they did get a lifeline handed to them, but they will have to improve a lot more, especially if they want to take home this championship.
Well, technically speaking, it is Lord Zul's debut.
Yeah.
Apart from that, Sap coming back. Welcome back. Sap is also on a tank jungler. And you can start to see why, you know, teams prefer the assassin meta right now so that they can escalate exponentially, right? Heck, that's why how HomeBois Singapore compensate using an assassin Cho, right? Just take a look. Endless Battle as well, just for good measure. See Halbert. I don't remember. Maybe he also got a Blade of Hephaestus as well, but I think he probably sold it off mid-game.
Yeah, and what this build just speaks to me is like, you got to see Albert, right? You got the Endless Battle. You got the Lightning Belt. You want the team fights. You want to go for those team fights, but instead he's going for that pick-off plays. If you're going for the pick-off plays, you might as well be buying a BOD into just Malefic Roar. Just pure damage alone, right? But with Lightning Belt, with C. Albert, with Endless Battle, you want to continuously keep fighting. And what I don't understand is really the macro plays coming out from Lord Zul and HomeBois SG. They just lost in terms of that macro victory against Rift, who just wanted to play for that late game.
Can't remember how big the gold lead was. I think to a period of time was around 3 to 4K, right? And as a HomeBois Singapore, especially when you have a Bruno, you have an assassin-ish kind of Cho, you really want to have like at least an 8K. You have to double that gold lead, right, in order to cement your victory. If you're allowed to stagnate at like 4K-ish and you're unable to take even more resources away from Rift, that's where, you know, Rift is starting to shine, right? Don't forget, Rift drafted an Eve just as a backup, just in case if everything fails. So it's really foresight coming out from RL19 to draft an Eve.
Yeah, I mean, with the Lantern showcase at the start, that really caught me off guard, where he was able to drag Melon out of his real-world manipulation. How do you do that?
Yeah, and if you notice coming up from Rift as well, the Uranus and also the Eve work hand in hand. The slow from the Ionic Blades and the real-world manipulation with the Ice Queen 1 also helps to make sure everybody's staying inside the box.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they are trying to find their synergies right now. And it just feels like, yeah, early game, they still need to get it down. But meanwhile, they do have a very clean late game on their fallback, using Bear as that distraction factor. Astro and Chu, they did pull through with that damage as well.
Well, to be honest, in the early to mid stages of the game, all the lanes has been controlled by HomeBois SG. Yeah. Man, Chu has not single kill. He doesn't have a single kill. Astro has been finding pretty hard to pick off any hero as well for the side of HomeBois SG. Even Melon, right, being pulled by Ryzen there. Will this be a case that HomeBois SG need to find something, a strategy to end the game itself?
Yeah, definitely, right? Like what I mentioned, if you are going for a mid-game power spike, you really need to get a bigger snowball as compared to the one just now. You let Rift stew a little bit in the slow cooker, they will come out really... Not them being cooked. HomeBois Singapore will be cooked instead. The chef will get cooked instead, right? And don't forget, it should be a strong goal lane for the side of HomeBois Singapore. Maybe they could have played around that lane as well against Chu. Don't forget, Chu needs 2 items or 3 items to basically pop off as a mascot. Whereas a Bruno just need 1 item, Heart's Claws. That's it.
And there was a period of time where Chu did join the team fights earlier than Marcus, and Chu was not doing anything, right? And meanwhile, Marcus just shows up and he just he just cleans up everything. And that's the period of time where I feel that they should have identified that this is their power spike and they had to go for the throat. There was a period of time where they had all the towers on the ropes and there was no objective being chased down. And Rift Esports, they really just held on, and all they wanted to do was, that was the name of the game for them.
Speaking of objectives, this is why we see Lord Zul going to go for the split push here. But man, that decision, him being the one going to go for the split push and objective takedowns, I think that is also the bane of where HomeBois SG managed to be defeated in those team fights. They need Lord Zul in the team fight.
They need Lord Zul in team fight, not only just to single out Astro, to kick him away, or basically to catch onto True, right? You're also removing one massive damage filter. You're also removing one CC. HomeBois Singapore, this roster is mainly to lock somebody down, kick him all the way down. If you take a look at these top 4 right here, Allmarker is definitely richest guy. He's been farming out like a storm. Then after that, most of the damage is actually done by Menon on this Eve.
Yeah, and it just really speaks to me how HomeBois, they did have the game in the custom to hands, right? It felt like a lot of wasted potential. It really could have been better. But in terms of draft as well, like if we take, like hindsight is 2020, if we take a look back at the draft, there was no way that they had that macro advantage over Rift Esports. Because even if Lord Zul was not on the one being the macro gameplay, playing that split push, who else, right? The Akai? The Zusin? The Bruno? I mean, there's no way, right? It's extremely hard for HomeBois SG to draft around Rift Esports mid-game macro gameplay. And yeah, it just speaks to me a lot of these holes that HomeBois, they will have to fill in as well.
I feel it's RL19 having the foresight, really picking up the Eve, right? Imagine if you only send one lane of minions down against Rift, you're gonna have a hard time cleaning it up because, well, you've just put a railway manipulation blame, you can try attacking.
Yeah, but let's just take a look at the game's highlights, of course. We do see the early stages of the game, right? Early stages of the game where Astro does get the kill onto Lord Zul as well, but this turtle fight is not going their way at all. The heavy spin and Bear being under threat as well. But this is the early stages of the game, right? You can kill Bear as many times as you want. He is willing to take these trades.
Yeah, and don't forget, the early game reason why Astro cannot play well, what I mentioned, apart from finding the assassination onto all markers, that did not happen. It's also because they lost turtle priority, right? Sub as a Lakai is providing so much trouble. Astro cannot actually, or never want to basically be in the Lord Pit with Sub, because if not, he'll get pinned to the wall. So that's why Astro of cheese, I would say. A flavor of cheese. Maybe it's blue cheese or 10-year-old blue cheese. I don't know, man.
Chinese cheese with choke.
Let me check whether Chinese have cheese. Let me check.
Cheese.
Hold on.
I don't know. You're Chinese, right?
Yes.
I
don't know my culture. I gotta have to Google. Do we have cheese?
But speaking of Chinese cheese, right? We have our main Chinese cheeser, who is going to be Professor Churros in the jungle and off the desk. Let's see what Professor Churros have to say.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chinese cheese, but here's Churros with Off the Desk. Lots of things to talk about, guys, but boy oh boy, HomeBois really got us in the first half. I'm going to break down in an unbiased way 2 different positions where HomeBois would have been able to make the entirety of that game. So let's first start off with the draft. I do love the Akai pick. We're going back to the previous season where Akai was basically used to counter this Fanny, and this was their game plan all along. And notice how in the next 2 clips, you will be able to see how HomeBois are going to be able to play around the jungle. So Sop has his eyes on Astro. He's going to focus fire. Once Astro comes in, he panics with the cables. He's trapped under the wall, creating that zone for Ryzen just pummel them with the lantern. And this was just played out so beautifully every single time, so methodically. When the purple buff is up, Sop is there, Sop makes the call, and HomeBois was just killing it at this point. So real manipulation at this point, still not enough damage. I like how the casters were saying, like, okay, in the early game, Melon doesn't have a lot of a main priority as of now, but once Marcus comes in, once Melon identifies that Marcus win condition, he will be able to take him out. This was the second fight where Sop was also within the vicinity. He's got his eyes on Melon, Pancake, and Bear. I like how HomeBois are focusing on the objectives. The main goal for Sop is just to disrupt Astro and try to delay his farm as much as he can. And notice how every single one of HomeBois are at the purple buff pit, waiting for Astro to come by. Marcus will make that call. Astro moves in a little bit too close, and Marcus takes out that job. And the rest, as you can say, is history. No one really won or lost that fight, if I could say so myself. But at the end of the day, HomeBois having a good running start. This is the final fight before that Lord. HomeBois now 6k gold lead ahead. That's 2 items, 2.5 items up in terms of economy. And this was the moment where all markers taking a little bit too much damage. They're making the same play, but the discipline of HomeBois comes into question. All markers is currently on the retreat, but Hazard pops out the penalty zone and tries to create that line. But there wasn't any shot call for the rest of HomeBois to get back. So notice how the economy actually shifts once all markers goes down, and they continue to stay in that fight. And rightly so, because they actually got Lord Zul up on that top side trying to deny that turret from the in the T3. So taking out with the RWM, they created that space to save Ryzen from harm's way. But knowing how, okay, maybe the health that Ryzen has, the health that Sop has, it's enough for me to tank enough damage for Ryzen to take them out. Hazard's doing a phenomenal job in the background. We still have Lord Zul in play. Let's just prolong this team fight and see what happens. And this was their biggest mistake. Ryzen actually pops that flicker. Just try to secure that kill, so the miscommunication actually comes through. Notice how Ryzen actually wants to go in onto Pancake, but Hazard actually takes out that kill. Ryzen pops that flicker, so without any flicker, continues to stay in battle, tries to secure Hazard as well. But look where Astro is, and this is where everything, all hell breaks loose, because Sop was on the back foot for recall. Lord is up. They don't want to go for that recall. They want to try to defend, and this is where Astro loves doing this. Sop doesn't have his ultimate to delay Astro, and the rest, as you can say, is history, because this was just Rift closing up that gold lead from 6,000 gold to merely a little over 1,000. And I want to see if HomeBois can actually close up that gap in game number 2. Boys, over to you again.
Both teams, they will have a lot of workings to do. I mean, they are still in that phase of that mid-roster changes, right? Astro coming in. But I believe we have some news about another person on Rift Esports as well.
Yeah, Kinoneo is going to come in to replace Astro. So I just don't like it, right? And whenever there's like a sudden in-between game swap like that, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? If you're a coach for RL19. But I think right now, both teams need a clear sight on exactly what they need to do in game number 2.
Yeah, clear sight of what they need to do. And speaking of that, I got Dead Eye right beside me. So we need clear sight, we need Dead Eye, we need Roto eye drops. So with Roto eye drops, with gamers like you and me, of course, we've been looking at screens the entire day. And of course, if you are on the desk with us looking at the games the entire day, you'll need some Roto eye drops to keep your eyes moist and going as well. And of course, we have free 400 Mobile Legends diamonds with any purchase of 2 pieces of Roto eye drops. Extremely cooling, by the way. And also, you stand a chance to win a Secret Lab Titan Evo chair worth $679.
Okay, if I want to remove Dead Eye from the desk, I just drop this onto him, right?
Yeah, you no longer have a Dead Eye. if you use Roto drops.
I'm sorry, change my IGN. I'm this moment. Roto Eye.
Roto Eye
actually works. But yeah, speaking about clear side, hopefully they definitely, all these players need all these Roto eye drops, right? Because the clear side on the goal to basically take one series actually is more prevalent for HomeBois Singapore to prove all of us wrong. Rift right there, I think, you know, in game number 1 is really a little bit shaky. You're expecting Rift to really snowball and stomp against HomeBois Singapore, but HomeBois Singapore bites back.
Yeah, HomeBois Singapore, they can potentially have that strategy to pull through. We see that laning where they are pulling through in terms of that early game, mid game as well. They just need to draft around that late game a lot better. But now we've seen what Sop is capable of, right? He pulled out the Akai jungle, but whether or not he can go back into that conventional meta, which is the assassin meta right now.
No, but also because of game number 1, right? If you're RL19, now the question is, will HomeBois Singapore pull out a tank jungle or an assassin jungle? Because the way you tackle a tank jungle is slightly different as compared to you tackling an assassin jungler.
Yeah, and with now Astro out of the picture, right? There was no Fanny to be scared about. There's no Hayabusa to be scared about. But is Canonio secretly?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, gonna be one of their key factors.
Yeah, speaking of Canonio, is actually a PH import as well. So yeah, to be honest, I haven't heard his name.
So how do you pronounce it?
Canonio.
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 I think it's actually Enya, that Canonio.
Huh?
His
Canonio.
Canonio. So let's see. Let's see how he plays this one out. So actually the game 1, it was the surprise for HomeBois this time around in game 2.
So if Canonio plays well, he's a cannon. If he plays bad, it's Canonio.
Canonio. No.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll see myself out. I'll see myself out.
Okay. Back to serious things, right? Now we do have the Hayabusa, the chip. One of the premium blanket bands being taken out by HomeBois SG. Meanwhile, Rift Esports taking out the Terizla. I mean, on Hazard, it was proving to be too much to deal with, especially Hazard piloting the Terizla. But they do have a very strong Terizla player themselves as well.
I think Terizla, even though the nerfs hit him, especially in early game, but he's still formidable in terms of his penalty zones when he hits like level 6 or something. I think he's still back. Just want to reduce. I think Moontan wanted to reduce the lane bullying coming out from Terizla, but that's okay. But I'm looking at the bans. I'm seeing no Hylos, no Zask, no Roger, no Ling.
No Harith.
No Fanny.
No Harith, yeah.
No Harith. There are also no Ruby.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of scary picks. But speaking of scary picks, right? We have not seen Minotaur the entire day, which I'm very surprised by. Like, teams are just not picking up this cow.
Because everybody can play Minotaur.
Yeah,
Roger as well.
Yeah, Roger kind of fell off because of the nerfs. So unfortunate. Bye, Roger. You're good for 1 season.
Yeah, Roger. Goodbye and good riddance for me.
Actually, personally, I don't like. Okay, I think it's just a personal playstyle. I like Roger on Haas Claws. Master the Basics had this build. That looks really good, by the way. You just go in and just scratch people. They can't kill you. But Roger right now, because you go for Windtalker, you go for Endless Battle, you're more of a bursty assassin, Roger.
Yeah, and that's not what you want out of your gold lane. And for Rift Esports, they do pick up that pony. The Hylos is in their hands right now. And how do HomeBois respond, right? Usually we see the Edith being the response, but Edith is already out of the pool.
Carry can also be in the picture. Don't forget, Hylos right now, his stats are kind of nerfed, so Carry should do wonders against this Hylos. But we also haven't seen something as of now coming from other MPLs, right? We've seen other MPLs picking Alice into the gold lane.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but we haven't seen it thus far.
Yeah, Alice in the gold lane can be really strong, especially if you compare that with an Angela or possibly the Ling as well. But the Ling has been taken out of the pool as well.
Okay, so HomeBois Singapore, 2 prior picks right here. The Ruby is open. Will you go for that? Or maybe you also pick a Zask if you want to go back. Juicing is also open, by the way.
Oh, Zask.
Yeah, very big priority picks coming out from HomeBois SG, taking the Ruby and the Zask. Well, canonically, we see Zaz being counted out by Hylos, right?
That's right.
So, HomeBois SG, they might be picking themselves into a trap here.
Yeah, and Rift right now, if I were Rift, I'll go for a Harif, right? The Harif and High Loss Warmer combo, you saw it, it works, the double H. And apart from that, you also counteract against the carry, right? Which, you know, you definitely will be used against the High Loss. And now it's going to be Rift picking up the Nolan and the Aurora, countering any form of dives. Nolan is also good because you can just skirt around, you know, the Zask. Or Ember's the Zask now if you have.
But I think the Harith pick could be better here.
I feel that too. Yeah, I feel that too.
So it's going to be on the side of HomeBois FG if they want this one. I think it's a great combo as well with the Ruby and the Zask when it comes to a team fight.
Like, you just, I'm offended, drag everybody, you also land on the Zaman Force. And you basically, you know, but you kind of need the carry to deal with the High Loss, so not too sure whether HomeBois Singapore wants to go for that one. If they do go for that, that means that they're really trying to counterpick away from Rift. Now, problem is, look at how Rift is drafting, right? Okay, Nolan's being secured right now by the side. Canonio will be playing that one. And going back to a Cho Assassin Cho again?
I mean, it does perform really well against that Nolan, similar to how it will perform against the Fanny as well. But this time they don't have that Akai, right? Not yet, at least.
Yeah, I think Akai was the biggest problem for Rift. If our RL19, I'll ban it in the second phase ban. HomeBois Singapore, on the other hand, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for you to ban away the Harif.
Yeah, it's gonna be great to ban away the Harif. If not, they could have picked it up for themselves, but they choose to go for the Cho. So we see that priority coming out for Lord Zul'Veth.
That's gonna be a Nathan ban. Okay, still decent, respectful one. Rift right now, like what I mentioned, should go for the... Really, I think, wait, what was I just talking about? Oh my goodness, I'm so distracted.
Yeah, Rift Esports. Rift Esports with that ban.
There we go. Yes, I was talking about the Akai.
Yeah,
there we go.
Akai.
Okay, what's next? Fredrin ban?
Potentially, right? If you are reading up top stats, right? You just want to ban out that Fredrin as well. It's just potentially.
Yep.
Take out all the tank meta.
Yeah, HomeBois Singapore right here. I think if you want to really continue to lock down the gold lane pool, I think really Harif really needs to go. If not, you start to limit EXP lane. But right now, there's a lot of EXP laners that we're seeing, right? Like, you can also go back into...
Okay.
The High Loss is still available as well. So, yeah, they're going to lock down the Tigreal instead.
They take out the Tigreal. So, Rift Esports, they have their choice of premium picks, right? They can go for the Harif. They can go for the Minotaur. And, yeah, there's just that answer right there for Rift Esports.
I'm still not too sure what HomeBois Singapore... I think because of the Cho pick, it just gets a little bit confusing for me. But, okay, Rift bans away the CC. Good shred against the High Loss. That's why they decide to remove that one away.
Not really good in team fights though, right? Just good in the laning stages alone. So they want to take away the laning capabilities of Hazard. They took away the Terizla. They took away the CC. Akai as well. HomeBois SG, I mean, this is a true test of the versatility in hero pool here. They do pick up the Fanny for themselves. So how do Rift respond? I mean, they already had the Nolan, but now it seems to me that they're lacking the lockdown for that Fanny.
Yeah, so that means HomeBois Singapore may be itching to a gold lane Ruby, right? So we're expecting double fighter side lanes. Sub playing the Fanny is going to be an eye-opening for me because I've never seen him play Assassin except for that Nolan that one time last season. Now Rift, what do you go for, right? Like someone that can peel against the Fanny. Immediately, the thing that came into my mind is probably the Brody if you want to go for that one.
Yeah,
Jawhead could be possible here.
Jawhead's good.
Yeah, Jawhead's
for
good.
the Nolan combo, right? So at least they have the burst early game. Bruno, let's see.
They're not. I like it how the Rift is not really.
Go for it. Oh, Beatrix.
Wow.
Here we go.
He's nodding.
Okay. We go back to old reliables. Beatrix coming back into this one. That's gonna be really interesting. I've been playing Beatrix recently, right? Because yeah, she kind of fell off meta because of the Hearth Claws change, but you can still make the Hearth Claws work. And here we go. That's gonna be a Moscow from the side of HomeBois Singapore. Rift, by the way, using the Beatrix does provide something like a high ground, similar to what an Eve could provide, right? The bombs and also the Nibiru is actually really strong against HomeBois Singapore.
And with Aurora to back that up, That's going to be extremely scary front to back for Rift Esports. But this time, HomeBois SG, their power spike is not focused on that early to mid game. It's now focused more of that mid game to late game with the Fanny and the Chu. So now early game really falls onto the Cho and Ruby, Zosk. These three would be very pivotal.
Yeah, but looking at how Lord Zul was playing the Cho in the previous game, it's going to go for Assassin Cho. But right now, HomeBois Singapore is lacking a lot of hard tankiness, right? If you take a look at Rift, you have to go through hideouts. You gotta have to go through Kufra's HP bars, right? HomeBois Singapore, yes, they do have a Zosk, but we shall see going into this particular game number 2.
I mean, is the solution pure damage here? Damage wins everything. This is what HomeBois might be trying to prove as we head on into game 2.
Okay, concussive blast for Lord Zul. So okay, this should be something that we're familiar with, right? Fine, but if you notice, there's a lot of Lord Zul needs to be really slippery in terms of, you know, using the Shimpo right to be able to be a little bit CC immune. You also got Hazard with a little bit more pseudo lives. I'm actually kind of surprised that Hazard goes all the way down the bottom lane. Usually you see a Ruby being picked. Some people will flex it over to the gold lane.
Yeah, and now we do see Sop on that Fanny. So for that first time, we will be having him on the Assassin this season. And Canonio making his appearance in MPLSG on that Nolan as well.
Yeah, shall see how both of these two jungles will be able to impress us, right? Don't forget, Nolan did receive a very good buff with the Fracture that applies a little bit slow, allows you to proc the passive. Take a quick check on the emblems. I think it's the same as what I pointed out, right? Lord Zul going for the Concussive Blast emblem, but Beatrix, by the way, go for the Assassin emblem, so a lot more armor penetration against, you know, perhaps Lord Zul.
Pancake, just like that, bursted down less than a second, and now it is going to be Sap trying to go for one, but Melon pops his passive there.
Yeah, massive pickup coming out from Rift, right? And Melon, you proccing that passive, it's A-okay. Now, HomeBois Singapore needs to try to get something else elsewhere.
Now, look at Pancake. This is what we are seeing. Pancake, as a roamer, is very aggressive. Now, with this Kufra, he did a pretty good plays previously on his matches.
Yeah, it's going to be one scary Kufra to watch, especially when you have a Cho and a Fanny. With the first turtle, though.
Yeah, will they be able to go in? Hazard flickers in, and Sam just walking and steals the neutral objective.
Man, Hazard timing was just right? Spinning for the stun onto Canonio, and then after that, Sub just going in, retreat, stow it away. Perfect assassination.
Canonio, he was immobilized, could not do anything in that situation. Very nice flicker play coming out from Hazard.
Like, that definitely helps HomeBois Singapore just a little bit. But I want to see Sub on, you know, the problem about Fannies is that if you're not killing in the early game, you're not doing kind of your job, right? Because going to the latest part of the game is going to be a little bit difficult for you to kill unless, you know, somebody is out of position. So, yeah, I need to see HomeBois Singapore to really ramp up the aggression just slightly, especially after you secure the turtle.
This Beatrix pick, though.
Yeah, this Beatrix pick is going to be very interesting, especially to see how Chu would pilot this in the face of R. Marcus's Moskov. Because there's going to be so much late game scalability.
Flicker, kick, and now Al Marcus with a follow-up. But still Chu managed to go back, but still Sap will pick him off in the end as well.
Massive pick-off right there. You just want to delay the Beatrix just a little bit more, right? Beatrix, technically, the item's a lot more expensive as compared to All Marcus.
And Ryzen just getting bullied up on that ice field as he does get a lot of damage, but no kill going the way of Rift Esports. And that's a lot of heavy utility usage, right? And it's a very key ultimate for that team fight as well.
Oh, top side. Look at this one. Conversion here for Rift. They're trying to punish as well. Oh, Marcus. But they need Pancake here. Pancake with initiation, though, spotted someone. It's going to be Lord Zul, and that's going to be a big pickoff.
Fights are very disjointed, right, from both of these two teams. You really cannot, I really cannot predict how HomeBois Singapore wants to play this out, and that's probably why it's causing Rift a lot of issues, right? Now you're going to play someone that's really unconventional.
Pancake once again! Flicker, bouncing ball. Canonio going to go for the burst here. Will he be able to do so? And Melon will have the last hit.
Yeah, exactly what Rift needs to do. Sap comes in.
Oh, again, the passive. Pride of Ice saving him. The counterplay. Sap falls.
It was a trap. It was a trap.
But still has it. Oh, flicker in. And I am offended as well. But where's the damage? Still they survive with Bear with a glorious pathway. And again, Lord Zul. Sliver of health. Oh, pinned down there. But Canonio. And now Ryzen is here trying to retreat. But again, the kill from Bear.
Man, Bear, he protects. Using the Revitalize right there, literally saved everyone. I would expect, you know, usually you see Hylos goes on Vengeance against all markers on the Moskov, but heck, Bear picking out a Revitalize was so critical right there.
And putting that Revitalize to extremely good use. Rift Esports, they have found the momentum for themselves.
Someone's feeling confident.
Okay.
Sky Piercer being locked in. Here under 5 minutes, and again, look at Pancake pinning down Hazard. That's a kill once again for Rift.
Pancake's so good on this Kufa, right?
Yeah,
Setting it up for the side of Rift. And don't forget, the follow-up is also what's critical. Taking a look at the items, look at Chu. No boots, no problem, right? Going on BOD sub.
Oh, Chu will be the target here, and he will pick him off. And now Lord Zul is here in the backlines as well. Canonio trying to find Sap, and he will take him out.
Yeah, the rest of the team falls in, and HomeBois SG, they will have to run away with the kills tucked between their legs.
This feels like a brawl.
Yeah, man. Somehow it's very chaotic as well. I can see that HomeBois SG is trying to be reactive on those team fights.
Yeah, and actually it's both sides, right? Both sides just want to focus mostly on the killing. Let's just take a look in terms of the macro push. They're just fighting for no reason at all, I guess.
Yeah, it feels very reactive coming out from HomeBois SG. Meanwhile, Rift Esports, they're getting this macro advantage for themselves. They're already 3,000 ahead in terms of goal lead as well. And just looking like they want to fight this.
Yeah, indeed, very low. It is going to be a cleanup here for Rift. What was that? Bear alone, still with a sliver of health, he will be taken down by Marcus.
Oh, you can see the sick combo, ice cold coming up from Rift, no pun intended. Pancake jumps in, and then after that, you know, just Frigid Glacier right there, right into Nibiru's Passion, or be it a Bennett's Rage. Bro, that's a lot of damage right there.
Yeah, they can take these trades for days on the side of Rift Esports, and they are more than willing to fight this again and again, as long as they get that advantageous trade.
Yep, right now 4K goalie in the favor of Rift. Rift Esports also does have bottom lane pushed up. They have solid control around the Turtle Pit right now. HomeBois Singapore needs to wait for all markers to pop off, needs to wait for Ryzen to pop off. Sub is starting to fall a little bit behind in terms of priority right now.
Yeah, Sub is indeed falling off, but he can get that late game pressure going on that Fanny as well. He does have that Moskov to work with, similar to what Rift Esports was working with the previous game. They can make this happen.
The macro plays here from Rift. They, again, putting pressure on the bot side, while Bear holding his ground on the top side here. Lord Zul trying to make some plays here, but to no avail.
Yeah, still not finding that way of the Dragon Pick. Meanwhile, for Rift Esports, right, it feels like everyone is jumpable by Pancake. And that's just so scary to deal with. The fact of the matter is, almost 4 targets out of entire HomeBois SG. Feels like a Tyrant's Rage would just take them out.
Yeah, not only just that, because like what I mentioned, HomeBois Singapore doesn't really have a lot of HP bars. They only rely mostly on their pseudo-tankiness like Hazard, like Ryzen, to a certain extent Lord Zul as well. So if they get caught in a bad position, they're just going to get bursted down, no issue.
Yeah, and so this means like for HomeBois SG, they either have to be the one making the first move. If not, they're going to have to waste a lot of utilities and skills just to get out of these team fights.
I think Lord Zul is doing just like that. He's actually the playmaker here right now for the side of HomeBois SG, but unfortunately though, it's really hard to take down Bear.
Yeah, Pancake is also doing a good job not targeting onto Lord Zul, but okay, continue play. Hopefully something happens.
Flanking maneuver indeed. That is going to be a great target here, but he is out of position. The rest of the team is way far out. The counterplay, the Frigid Glacier, the knock-up here from Pancake as well. Disaster for HomeBois SG.
Lord Zul did not take trigonometry right there. Kekchu on the other side, further away from his team, and he got caught. Definitely sacrificed himself right there.
That was just heads-up gameplay by Chu, right? That flicker was just in time to avoid Lord Zul's kick. That was heads-up play by Chu. And Lord Zul, he did try to kick him in position, but he got the flicker off before that knockup. That was extremely heads-up play by Chu.
Yeah. Oof. Well done for now. Lord control in the hands of Rift. HomeBois Singapore, on the other hand, bracing themselves. They cannot go in to counteract that one. 7k gold lead. You don't fight that Lord fight if you're HomeBois Singapore.
Kick. Push check. He finds Lord Zul there. And man, it's really hard if you are in the shoes of Lord Zul here. How can you be able to find the perfect pick-off here? Oh, and that's the pick-off.
There we go.
That's
there we
the
go.
pick-off.
Sap waiting in the bushes, finding out Chu, because Chu, you know, in terms of survivability, all he has is that flicker. Or perhaps, maybe if he picked up a Wind of Nature, it's going to add on to that layer of survivability. But he does not have that crowd control. He does not have that Purify immobility. I mean, invincibility.
Great macro play once again coming from Rift. All lanes rather has been pressured here. Lord is still standing here. They can actually take out this inner turret in the mid, but no. Yep, playing it safe.
Beatrix, I think, going for that one. Wind of Nature is definitely one of the items you need against the Fanny and even to a certain extent the Moskov, right? And if you notice, Beatrix picked half build a Hunter Strike, went in the Fairy Hammer first, right? On top of the Assassin Emblem, he's gonna shred.
Yeah, definitely team fight oriented. Rift Esports, they want to force the team fights, but can
Oh, two assassins once again, try to brawl it out, but Lord Zul is here with a conceal, with a knockup, goes for the kick. Will he be able to do so? But that shield will save him, and Lord Zul cutting off his escape. Will he be able to go that down? Oh, just can do out, but the bouncing ball is there. Flicker's been used as well, but look at Bear! Oh, I'm offended here for the side of the Ruby, and Hazard tries his best to save Lord Zul.
Yeah, meanwhile, all that's going down, Sop. He does find some space for himself on that mid lane, but now threatened by Canano. Will get away.
Well, the Battle of Assassins is really fierce in this one between Rift and HomeBois Singapore. Now, HomeBois Singapore, what they're trying to do instead is to really play cross-map, right? That's the only way that they're doing. Use the fact that Sep has so much mobility to really play cross-map, while Rift, you know, on the other hand, I think they can force any team fight that HomeBois Singapore wants a handshake.
Yeah, Rift Esports, meanwhile, they will need to find a way to close out the map. Meanwhile, HomeBois SG, they will have this late game mobility advantage. They have the Fanny, they have the Moskov.
It's a play right here from HomeBois Singapore. Look, play cross map, let Sap control the map elsewhere, but HomeBois Singapore, they're just preparing traps after traps. So Bear is forced to kind of open up the map easily so that Pancake gives information over to Pancake so that Pancake knows which bush to jump in.
Leaving Bear on the front. It's always what Rift Esports wants to do.
That's so annoying.
Yeah,
Rico is so annoying.
That's different, man. It's different.
Yeah, that's the newest task right now, man. It's loud, it's obnoxious.
And I just did that. Okay. And now, I think this is going to be Rift here controlling the Lord pits. So I don't know if HomeBois SG is going to force their way through. It's going to be risky.
Nah, I really don't think so. Look at where Sap is positioning. Takes a purple buff. The only thing that he could do is hopefully sneak an orange buff away. But now HomeBois Singapore, using the fact that Rift is actually working on the Lord, has to take some, at least, structures damage down bottom lane.
Yeah, and planting Sap in positions where he can potentially pick off Chu, that's going to be one of the ways that HomeBois SG, they're going to come back into this game. But if you take a look at what Bear is doing a very systematic check of every single bush before Chu can go in. Like, don't go into a bush alone ever again, bro. I'm here.
Yeah, definitely. High Loss is definitely working on that one, but now it's going to be a siege happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, this Lord is still banging the doors there. It's going to be Lord Zul trying his best to go for the knockup. Lord is still standing, though. They are giving away this inhibitor turret in the mid. No risky plays for now for HomeBois SG. But Pancake goes in with a Tyrant's Revenge combo there, and it is going to be all markers in the back with the auto attacks, but the damage has not yet been felt against Rift. They still manage to pick off Hazard. 5 versus 4 situation, but the minions is still pushing for the top.
8k goal lead. Make it 8.6 right now. Rift does have a lot of damage against HomeBois Singapore. Hopefully something can happen for HomeBois Singapore. They need some form of pick-off right there. It's all about Lord Zhu setting it up.
Pancake once again. Look at this one. This guy has been a menace. And look at Sap here being pinned down with a bouncing ball. Still, it is going to be Chu here with the last hit. Takes him down.
Yeah, now if you notice, Sap builds the anti-Kuras. He has had enough. Right now, there's so many damage in the side of Rift. Don't forget, Chu is an assassin build marksman. Half builds the Hunter Strike as well. No matter how much armor you have, it's going to do a lot of damage against anybody.
The fact that Hazard died so early, gets bursted down, and Sop cannot even go in because of the bouncing ball, it's just a complete death ball strategy for Rift Esports right now. And I like the fact that they forced out that inhibitor turn, right? They are finding ways to close the game, if not get more map pressure for them.
Yep, definitely, right? The bouncing ball is a massive counter over to the Ruby, over to the Fanny already. That's the reason why I think Rift just decides to let the Ruby go.
And this is what you highlighted, like straight away. They only have that pseudo sustainability. They don't have that proper way to absorb the damage coming in from Rift. And this is where Rift Esports are like, yeah, every jump that's coming from Pancake is just a free pick.
There you go. That's a hard clause for the Beatrix already. You know, Beatrix is gonna out-sustain all of that. Even ignoring Immortality already completes the Hunter Strike. Moskov also doing the same though. Wind of Nature, and then after that, probably going for a Malefic Roar.
Yeah, I can see that as well. That Sap doesn't prioritize the split push right now. He's afraid because anytime this Pancake can just go in with a bouncing ball, it's the risky plays.
Yep.
From HomeBois SG.
And apart from that, doesn't have the purple buff, right? So if he gets caught, that's it. Now, Riv is going to take that Pancake.
Oh yeah, Bear is here with the Glorious Pathway. They will not give it freely, as you have mentioned, Jace.
Just use the Glorious Pathway as a way to just block anybody from the side of HomeBois Singapore to step forward. Nicely done right there from the side of Bear. HomeBois Singapore right now, start for everything. Map control,
buffs,
gold,
objectives,
everything.
Oh, look at this one. Top side, as you can see, is very cautious at this moment. And Rift is in the vicinity as well. One mistake from Sap, it's going to be the end indeed.
Yeah. I don't think Sap can actually take any damage from Chu. Chu right now probably could shred. That's a concealed play happening. Rift looks like they're looking for an engage.
Yeah, they want to end this one. Pancake again with engage, with a Tyrant's Revenge. That's going to be a kick here coming from Lord Zord, but to no avail. Still, they will hold the damage, the sustain. Rift Esports want to end. And now Sap doing his best here with the cables, but will it be enough? No, it will not. Rift will sweep this series to
the bouncing ball right there, literally preventing the Fanny from jumping around and wave clear. Good job coming out from the side of Rift. Ending game number 2 in a more dominating fashion as compared to game number 1. Game number 1, HomeBois Singapore definitely almost took that one, but Rift, you know, they calmed down and they worked together and they delivered. Canonio? Good job. Canonio. Not Canonio, right? Canonio.
He's a cannon.
Yeah, he's a cannon.
The cannon, yo.
Cannon, yo. Yeah, and a great job by Rift Esports taking a 2-0 against HomeBois SG. HomeBois SG, they struggle to get any points as they continue to stay at the bottom of this leaderboard here.
Yeah, it's really well fought though, especially game number 1. That was really commendable. Understanding what's going on as well. They had to, you know, replace 2 players as well. That's not easy in the middle of a tournament. And Sap actually kind of impressed me, right? His Fanny is actually not bad. His cables are landing.
It's good.
But it's just the Kufra that's really blocking everything.
I mean, it just felt like a total draft counter, right? You can play the Fanny, you can play the Moskov. That's what we did the previous game. But we know the answer to our own strategy. Of course, that's RL19 for you.
Yeah, RL19 really impressed me a lot ever since he took the mantle of a coach for Asteroids last season. So I'm really grateful to see him back in Rift Esports this time.
Yeah, and who do you feel was the MVP for Rift Esports?
Canonio.
Yeah, Canonio? Canonio? Do you think it's Canonio? I gotta say it's the Kufra, man.
Oh, yeah, Kufra. I think Kufra has been...
I think it's Pancake, man.
Pancakey!
I gotta give it to Pancake. Oh, you're right, though. You're right, though. Canonio with that Sky Piercer, 9-0.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
He hasn't died a single time, right? Even though there's so many people trying to look for him to basically assassinate him, he's been proven very slippery, right? Apart from that, remember when he bought a Sky Piercer? I'm like, ooh, seems like somebody's confident.
And look at his pose, right? Looking like a DJ.
DJ Cannonio.
DJ Cannonio. DJ Cannonio.
Yeah, he's spinning for the win, especially against HomeBois Singapore. First debut, first MVP. He's starting this transfer week window really strong.
Yeah, it seems to me like they have a lot of strong junglers in Riv Esports right now. They have Astro, they have Cannonio.
True.
They have Slowly. So what are Riv Esports trying to do? Are they trying to build the best jungle in the world or something like that? They're gonna have 3 junglers.
Yeah, hold on. 2 more junglers, they have a 5-man jungle.
Exactly.
5-man entry.
Nice. Oh man, great opening here for Cannonio. It's not Astro here, it's Cannonio indeed on his Nolan. And speaking of Nolan, guys, we have seen the most bans right now. It's Hayabusa, the Ling right now. It only shows up again. This Nolan pick has been one of the most picked heroes right now in this week.
Yeah, because you start to see a lot of Ling ban, a lot of Fanny bans, and Hayabusa bans. So what's left? What's left, literally, right? Nolan is probably like the second or the last best thing before Julian. We don't talk about Julian. Apart from that, yeah, I think unless you're like slowly you pull out a Hanzo or something, or even Joy to a certain extent, actually does work quite well in my opinion.
Yeah, and the lack of lockdowns being very apparent in this game because all you have is Way of the Dragon, right? And that's a very big ultimate that you need to force onto Astro. And that's not gonna be... Astro's not gonna be in a position where, yeah, Lord Zul, come and kick me. No, Astro's gonna play extremely safe. So, Lord Zul is forced to be that initiator onto someone like Bear or Pancake, who is not the prime target. And speaking of Pancake, 0-0-12 on the Kufra, and every single jump that he jumped on, like, totally translated onto kill.
Yep.
And the lack of frontline from HomeBois. That's what you were highlighting, right, Jace? They only have this pseudo frontline. Dominator Descent, yes. Lord Zul, tanky with the Shumpo shields. Yeah, tanky with hazard sustainability. But if they get bursted down, what do they do?
And not only just the fact that they get bursted down, they get chain CC'd, right? Pancake with a Tyrant's Rage, Melon flickers forward with a Frigid Glacier. What else? Law and Order right in the face. Haha. Yeah, there's no way to run, right? Even Hazard as a Ruby gets countered by the bouncing ball. In order to cast her abilities or basically, what's that called? Just regen for her abilities, he needs to be able to dash, right? And that counters by Pancake already. So literally, the Ruby is already denied. Apart from that, I think really, RL19 drafting Kufra, I cannot stress it again. Yeah. It's a wonderful pick. Use it against Moskov as well, which relies on his dashes to gain bonus attack speed. It's wonderful. So this one hero right there from Pancake just denies everything that HomeBois Singapore wants to do.
Exactly, and it came together with the Beatrix as well. You know, in a typical game, right? In a typical game without the Kufra, without somebody on the brains such as RL19, you pick this Beatrix, this Fanny is gonna have a field day taking you out. Chu is gonna be just food for Sop. Lord Zul is gonna kick him into oblivion. But now, you add that Kufra in, that's an extra added dimension because now you have that shred. Now you expose the weakness of HomeBois SG's lineup while countering them at the same time. That's just a win-win. That's Matt Crispy with 3 MLBB diamonds.
And Roto. Not only just we take care of your tummy, we also take care of your eyes as well.
Exactly.
Man, look at the heals. We also have to mention, of course, Bear's contribution with the Glorious Pathway and that Revitalize.
Yeah.
Man, the saves we've seen time and time again. And I've seen the attempts from Lord Zul. He wants to go for the pick-offs there. Unfortunately, though, again, those follow-ups, though, misplays, I can say, in that... segments of those skirmishes. Unfortunately for HomeBois SG, I think, again, the chemistry, the calls, they need to work out here.
Yeah, there's a lot of holes in the drafting that has been exposed by RL19's drafting here, right? That sustain shows the damage, lacking in damage. The ability to counter shows the lack of drafting as well. Then the ability to just pierce through them just shows the lack of frontliners from the side of HomeBois.
Yeah, I think from the side of HomeBois Singapore, they're looking to pick off right there. But if you're not picking off, especially against Rift, right, which is basically going in for more of a 5v5 massive pick off, it's mostly Rift that's engaging instead of HomeBois Singapore. And that's where your pick composition loses out. By right, in the game of Scissor, Paper, Stone in MOBAs, pick is supposed to win against Clash comps, right? But looking at how Rift played it, they never allowed HomeBois Singapore to pick at all.
Yeah, there was no choice. If you want to pick off, you're picking off Bear, right? Do you want to kick in this horse? Like, you
The horse
sure?
will kick you instead.
You sure you want to kick in a horse with Revitalize and a Glorious Pathway? There's no way, man.
To be honest, I thought the Hylos will be falling down in this current patch, but still, it's tanky as hell, man.
Right, yeah. The Hylos has been OP way before. Abstract has called it before. Like, Hylos has been OP even before that Lightning Belt buff. Like we were saying that Hylos is crazy. And why is nobody picking it? Then after the Lightning Belt buff, Hylos became mad.
Not only just the Thunderbelt, right? It's also the Clock of Destiny as well. These are the two wombo combo that goes super well with the Hylos. But in my opinion, right here, I think carry was a missed opportunity from the side of HomeBois Singapore. Had it be a carry pick, I think Hylos would have a lot of problems.
Yeah, Hylos would have a lot of problem with that tank shredder in that forefront as well. But of course, we will find out what these teams have to say, especially in the mic check segment that's coming to you shortly.
If you see the Bruno just back, no dash.
Hey,
go,
no dash,
go,
no
go,
dash,
go,
no dash,
go,
no dash.
go, go, go.
Hey, the bot lane lah.
Ay, knock up the Soxin. Eyes on the Soxin.
No speed Akai, no speed Akai.
Nice melon, just dive, guys.
The bot. Hey, watch out.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, go top. Wait, Charles, stay mid.
I will start, 3 slot.
Hey, the Cholo there.
Just poking. Nice, boys.
Nice.
Akai, no spin, Akai, no spin. Just pushing mid, guys, We will just use melon ulti.
Kill a kick.
I will protect you, melon.
No
just tower. I knock up. Just tower and out. Discipline, guys. Let's push bot. Can tower lock. Tower lock, guys. Tower lock, trust me. Tower lock. Nice. Watch me. Nice, guys.
Come.
I will jump, guys,
He got purify.
It's okay. One hit. Nice melon, thank you. Drop flicker. I protect you. Nice cover, bro. I second him.
Hey, the show.
One hit.
We can fight.
I cannot. I'm low.
Okay.
Must spare.
I have first kill. Don't worry, guys. Chill. I watching. Can follow up.
Watching.
Nice cover.
Be careful, Chu.
I protect. Oh no. No panic.
No flicker, show.
Just.
No,
We can fight.
Hey, the Penny missing, guys.
Top, guys, top. Protect the wave in top.
Go, we can fight.
Ruby.
Yes, Ruby.
I protect my kick. I protect you, Chu.
The Penny.
I protect you, Chu. I have first kill, Watch me.
And just.
I second. Tower.
And what a reassuring statement, right?
Yeah.
I protect you, right? Pancake is like, he's gonna protect you no matter what, Melon.
Yeah, I mean, as a gold laner, if I hear my roam literally say, I'm gonna protect, and he engages, he attacks, is he a snack? I don't know. He's a pancake.
He's a pancake after all. So that's a little nice snack coming out from Pancake. And of course, you know who else protects us well with great analysis? Professor Churros in Off the Desk. And he's going to protect us right now. Let's see what he has to say. Yo.
What's going on, guys? With the way that Rift Esports have destroyed or dismantled, dominated the second game, I kind of feel like the first game was just a warm-up for them. And I want to have a little bit of a discussion on the analysis of this game, but it was so difficult because every single time there was a team fight, there was a skirmish, there was a fight, it just ended with a snap. And so this will be a really snappy analysis that we have over here. Talking about that draft, Pancake obviously picking up a very crucial role, denying so many heroes. I think Jace has said it during the cast. All Marcus with the dash is being denied. Sop denied. Hazard being denied as well. So this was just a very good pick coming out from R19. Notice how now Rift Esports with Bear leading the charge is sort of like doing what HomeBois has done to them in the first game. Just coagulating under the purple buff and trying to delay enough time for an engage to happen, and they do this multiple times. Remember me saying Canonio on the Nolan actually provides a lot of time and space for the early game for Beatrix or Chu to actually scale up during this time. Notice now, this was the second to penultimate fight for the second Lord of the game. Pancake, knowing that the Lord is here, he's making the right shot calls, and you believe me, if you heard the comms, the mic check, you'll be able to hear Pancake knowing when to engage, when to disengage, and the rest of the team trusting his judgment. So this was really, really interesting for me, because knowing that now the Lord taking down the T3 mid side, he's keeping an eye up on Sop. He sees Sop on the top side, and knowing that he's actually got that cable back into that base, he's waiting for the right opportunity. So you'll see, I even heard during the mics check that Pancake was just thinking about where Sop is at all times. Now, knowing that Fanny they don't know where Fanny is at that time because there was a blind spot at this area. But once Fanny shows up, nowhere. Trust Pancake to make the right call, make the right decision, jumping onto Hazard and making that play. And the rest of the team just comes in and just dismantles the entire fight. So no Fanny until the time the Fanny comes back, and then the discipline with the leadership of Pancake coming to play. And of course, Pancake, I know he's not the MVP, but a lot of respect given to this guy, protecting his teammates and creating a lot of space, especially onto Sop's engage down on Chu. And Chu, being the Beatrix, I wanted to slow this down just a little bit more. Notice how the bullets actually hit Fanny on the way. It kind of reminds me of that carry kind of initiation with the last fight. But out of all of this, you know, congratulations to Rift. Did a phenomenal job, great comms. I want to hear from the players themselves. So the beautiful Cheryl, over to you.
My neck would hurt for the entirety of this interview. So this is probably going to be a problem. Well, anyways, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are here at level 4, the battle arena. I have with me Melon from the side of Rift Esports. Now, Melon, before we even jump in to talk about the games, all right? I believe that you remember... okay, so one thing's for sure. Underneath this jacket, you're wearing your Rift Esports jersey. What happened to the collar shirt one? Because I absolutely love that.
Oh, the collar shirt one was for photo shoot only.
Why? Oh, photo shoot only. Because I was expecting you guys to come and visit my home.
PAP.
But well, either way, now we talk about the game itself, okay? The first game, the first half of the game, what do you guys think happened? Is it because, you know, things are still kind of rocky between your team and Astro, or is it some communication problem whereby you guys are clearly taken aback by Assassin Cho?
Oh, it's because early game we messed up a bit, and then we have wrong shot calls also. And so let's say example, I call him to come meet like the Fanny, then he never come meet. So like miscommunication here and there.
It takes some time lah, right? Yeah. What else?
Yeah. And then after that we slowly scale up lah. Then we identify our win con, which is the Bruno. Then we kill the Bruno and we managed to get back our lead. And then we win the game.
Okay, convincing. Now, also, one thing that I do want to mention is the fact that you guys brought in 2 new junglers. You all swapped out slowly, and we all brought in Astro, and then now it's Canonio, whichever the pronunciation is. We'll check with him in a bit. All right, so what do you think? Between Astro and Canonio, what's the difference between them? And like, what are their different kind of play styles? I'm not asking you to choose a preference, okay? I'm not that, I don't stir, but what's the difference?
I think for Canonio is him and me got good, strong chemistry in mid. Cause let's say if our team is dead, right, and then we are supposed to 2v5, I think we will make that happen. Me and him, yeah. But for Astro, I don't really have chemistry with him now because whenever I short call, when I short call for him to come meet, he don't come meet. But when I ask him to come meet for Canonio, he will come and force whatever I want. Then yeah.
Okay. Now, of course, as the shot caller of the team, right? You know, we have this one quote that we live by: "No melon, no win." You know, what do you think about that? Okay, I'm just pulling your leg. But unless you really have something to say about that.
No, I think it's just Sunny. Only Sunny said.
But to be fair, you guys did a fabulous job in today's game. But what are you gonna be doing to expect the next game, which is for tomorrow? What are you guys gonna do? Are you guys gonna be doing the same thing as, you know, putting in Astro and then afterwards Canonio, just to kind of mix things up a bit?
Tomorrow will be a secret, so we can't reveal our core yet. And for Canonio, he has a lot of special picks that you won't expect lah. That's why.
Okay, so there's a room behind over there. I'm gonna pull you in there. You guys are not gonna know what happened, but regardless, I'm gonna come out with information. Okay, I will. Right? Either you or I pull RL19 in lah. Right? Whichever, either one works. All right. All right. Thank you so much for coming up over here. Thank you so much. You can head off over to the side or, you know, join the rest of the team. Now, with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, that we have for the interview with Melon from Rift Esports. We've got more games upcoming. To be honest, at this point in time, we are halfway through the day, but we still have 3 more matches to go. Quite a long day, but we have got so much more. Jam-packed day, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you guys hydrate yourself, eat, drink, like, subscribe, do whatever that you need to support us on our social media. We'll be right back with you in a short bit.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL Hero. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? They one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Looming dash also can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it C?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically, 1v. As long as you can play the hero very, very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius. You're a genius. Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
versus
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story. because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future forwards. Cool. Yeah, and then
the BMI because he can go back and that would
I want
be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Oh. Like cheese?
What Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody. You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
Wait.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy. Whoa, wait a minute. We're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are going to face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because, you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know,
who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think
yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket, but you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab Evo Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh. Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be featuring the third series of the day very soon, right after concluding our second series of today. Of course, when it comes down to looking at HomeBois going up against Rift Esports, we definitely had got a very tight-knitted series, especially game number 1, which it kind of seemed like both teams were teetering on a breaking point. But fortunately for Rift Esports, they managed to clinch a total of a 2-0 victory. We so far already had a 2-1 victory and a 2-0 victory. And this upcoming game between Evil and Vanguard, our questions will always be the same. Is it going to be a 2-1 or would it be a 2-0? That's the question that we're going to have to see right here at Zenway Productions, where we do have the MPL SG Season 8 running through. So without further ado, let us first have got our very first team up on stage. Let us have Evil. Evil has been rock solid since the start of MPLSG Season 8, going in head-to-head and toe-to-toe against NIP Flash, known as the champions of MPLSG many times. And they are definitely here to break NIP Flash down. But let's talk about that later into the day, as their next competitor over here, which is going to be Vanguard. Of course, Vanguard have been the face, of course, for many times, and they, of course, have qualified for MPL SG many times as well. This very strong team is now going up against Evil. The question is, once again, if whether they will be able to put up a good fight. Will the Stain brothers be able to lead their team over to a fulfilling victory? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us move up over to the level 5 and pass it over to our casters. We've got Moman, Jace, and Deadeye.
Well, welcome everybody. We have a game on our hands, right? But before that, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me is Jace on my right, Deadeye on my left, and we got games going in the set. All right, so for today, we have Team Evil, reigning supreme, right? Currently hasn't dropped a game, going up against Team Evil. I mean, Team Evil going up against Team Vanguard. Team Vanguard just brought in Ashrit and Ding as well. Ashrit has been performing stellarly, but for Team Vanguard, would this be enough to go against Boya and Marky?
I think Team Evil is really setting up to be literally the protagonist of Season 8, right? The one that probably could hold a candle against NIP Flash. But Vanguard, on the other hand, remember last season they wanted to be not just a dark horse, they want to be an actual challenger to the championship. But hopefully this time around with, Ashrit, they can do that.
Yeah, hopefully they can do that. But now we have the members of Team Evil. Let's take it away, Deadeye.
Yeah, my Team Evil. This is going to be Ken here in the EXP, Boyets in the jungle, Sayla here in the mid, Powerful in the roam, and Marky on the gold. Man, Team Evil, we dubbed this one as Team Evil 2.0. And this 2.0 is just really good, especially Boyet right now on the jungle. He's been the reigning MVP, I think 3 MVPs right now, plus he's the week 1 MVP as well. So this is also, you mentioned, of course, Jace with the Ashrit. So this is a great matchup we're going to look at in the jungle role.
And I love the fact that you said my team evil because the two Filipino imports inside, and then you are Filipino. So Pinoy pride! Yeah, my team evil, Pinoy pride right there. But on the other hand, we have Team Vanguard. Take it away, Jay.
So question, is this your Team Vanguard as well?
Oh, well, Jace, that's a great question.
Okay, apart from that, right, let's break it down. Right? I really love the fact that we're really pitting Boyet and going up against Ashrid, right? The two Filipino junglers, their first debut in this particular season. Vanguard Esports, they're not too shy either. These junglers has really popped off like nobody's business. But apart from that, Vanguard Esports, true to the name, all eyes on Luxenstein, being able to just dish out the damage from the backline and being able to just be that threat against the enemy team. It all revolves whether Nick Stain is able to protect Luxenstein. And in this particular patch, it's a lot easier, right? Because now the enemy team need to start to target down the assassin junglers.
Yeah, and assassin junglers in terms of Boyet versus Ashrid, right? We see two differing playstyles coming out from Team Vanguard that might be a little bit disjointed. Nick Stain, Luxenstein as a unit. Meanwhile, Ashrid and Ding playing together. Can they bring this synergy together? Meanwhile, for Team Evil, we have the Boyet Marquee as well. Then now we have Sailor Powerful. They did manage to bring it together. And taking a look at Team's Evil stats, what do you have for us, Deadeye?
Marquee, we've seen him playing it safely and carrying the game in the later stages because of Boyets being enabled as well in the early game. As you can see here, these hero picks right now you see in the screens, these are the meta picks right now, for sure. So this is also one of the considerations right now for the side of Team Evil, that with this current change in the patch, will they be able to secure these heroes again? So let's see. But again, when it comes to their gameplay, no questions asked. The chemistry is there already.
Yeah, their chemistry is unmatched and powerful. Moving on to this roam role, it has really impressed me so far. I feel that this is what he is meant to do, and he's really doing a very good job of doing so. Like average assist, 8.89, and that's what you want to be on that roam role right now, because you are that tanky beast, most likely on that Minotaur, that Tigreal, that Grok, that usually in that front line. But on the other side, we will have Team Vanguard. What do you have for us, team?
Yeah, for Vanguard Esports, right, all eyes definitely on Nick Stain being able to just absorb all that damage. Just take a look. It's 121k average damage taken. That's a lot of damage. Usually you're expecting numbers around 100k-ish, but Nick Stain really outputting that amount of damage just in order to protect especially Luxenstein, right? And apart from that, we also recognize Ding on the Phobias. That's why right now Phobias you're seeing is getting banned out every single where. But apart from that, Furin making a comeback just in case we missed him. He played in SMG back in the good old days, and after that he became a sub for 2 pro teams before finally landing in Vanguard as the mid laner.
Yeah, so Farron making his comeback as well.
Yes.
So Ashrid together with Farron, we found some success, right? Team Vanguard, they've been pulling through at the top few of the leaderboards, but Evil, they've been doing more so. So let's just find out what these teams have to say about each other in head-to-head video.
As for Vanguard, this new roster, I think I'll say maybe they will still be like same as the past few seasons. I won't say it's an improvement or a improvement, but I guess it's still they'll be stable also lor. That's all I will say. I think their macro is quite weak as for Vanguard. Yeah, so I think if they're able to work on that, it will be a slightly better team. I think from my past experience drafting against Vanguard, I think I would say their draft is quite predictable lah. Like the heroes they pick is always almost like drafting around a tank, this kind of thing. Yeah.
My experience against Vanguard, I think they have been doing a lot of mistakes already, as to like not change their goal laner. I think if they change their goal laner, they will be way better than what they are now. To go against us, they really have to work really well on their team fight, as they won't be able to beat us this season.
I think Evo will fare very well this season with the addition to the imports. I think that's been an area where people has been thinking where they were lacking at. and I think they feel it with them feeling it in this season. I think they will fare better than they did for the past few seasons. I think previously their weakness was the fact that Powerful can only play the tank jungle. And now that they have changed their roster entirely, so we can no longer use that to our advantage. And it's definitely to look out when the regular season starts and see from there.
When I first saw Evil's roster, I was like, wow, Kenneth Lee inside Evil. I think easy cause his owner Ding is here. His father, owner, everything come here just to show him what's up and then how to play EXP . So this season, I think fight Evil very simple. Just gang the EXP, then he sure die one before the turn. Then he die already, then the whole game don't need play already. Maki also cannot carry cause if the whole turtle fight lose, then how you want the Golden to carry? So I think this Ken he must be careful cause his owner is here to clap him. I think the main reason why Powerful changed role is cause he cannot play assassin and he's a tank jungler main So I think with the transition it'll be fine cause he's used to playing the tanky heroes. My prediction going up against Evil, hopefully is a 2-0 and I hope the 2 is not on the other side yeah.
Well. I mean, ex-teammates going against each other, right? Nick Stain versus Ken, and he has a lot of things to say, right? Ding versus Ken, what do you feel about this?
Definitely, right? I mean, we've already seen one anime betrayals. I don't mind seeing more, like legit. But this one actually started from the start, right? The fact that Ken used to be from Vanguard as well. He kind of finally get to play under the Vanguard banner. So technically speaking, Vanguard, I think would know Ken really well.
Yeah, they will know him like the back of their hand. And they were predicting, right?
Yeah.
Potentially a 2-0, hopefully not on the other side. But what do you have to predict, that
Of course, it's going to be 2-1 Team Evil. Yeah, I'm putting 1 here for Vanguard because
no, you just copy my predictions.
Aside from that, of course, 2-1 because I've seen already the Vanguard also doing pretty good. Again, you mentioned Ashford, you mentioned Ding. The surprise picks as well coming in from Vanguard last week. It's somehow gives me the goosebumps that we are going to see a different Vanguard, especially with the new patch coming in as well.
Yeah, with the changes that's coming through, Ashford versus Boye, there's going to be a lot of changes on the EXP lane as well, Ken versus Ding, because Hylos might not be that premium priority. But if you look at the audience predictions, of course, Evil fans, this season, I think it is the chance to believe right now.
Yeah, I mean, Team Evil, you know, they've always shy away during the lower bracket finals. That's where they always fall. It's either that or, you know, they barely make it into the playoffs last season. But this season, with Marky being the solution for the side of Team Evil, man, they're really going to shine this time around. And on top of that, they got Boyet, really flashing an assassin, mind you. And now it's going to be like what I mentioned. Now it feels like the Naruto versus Sasuke kind of thing that's happening in between Boyet and also Ashford. But let's take a look at the player head-to-head for now.
Looking at Marky versus Luxenstein. Of course, Marky having that premium GPM ahead of Luxenstein. Luxenstein has not been finding that footing together with Nick Stain. They do have a bit of slight synergistic issues, I believe, because Luxenstein and Nick Stain, they work extremely well together. Whether or not they can join together with Ashford and Ding as a combo.
I can see as well that these two players play it safe on the lane. They love to drag the games out and enable themselves here. But what's great about Marky this time around when it comes to the hero pool, he's more flexible compared to Luxenstein. Because he has the Harith here on the side as well. I haven't seen Luxenstein using the Harith at this moment.
Yeah, not really as of this season. And even in the previous season, he was more known for his Nathan. He was more known for his Moskov as well. We did not see him particularly perform well due to his own Harith alone. It's usually a team synergistic kind of thing. And now we do have the drafts underway already. The Hylos, Edith, Fanny being taken out of the pool. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Vanguard, they decided to take out the Roger and the Chip as well.
Yeah, this is a new and fresh scene right now when it comes to a draft. Usually on the first 2 matches we've seen, it was always Assassin bans here. But right now, we have the Halos ban here. This is also being opened up for the Ling, for the Hayabusa. So I'm not sure if Vanguard Esports will going to go for this route. But right now, as I can see, it's still going to be the bans we expected on the week 1 and week 2.
And I'm very surprised that the Roger is being banned out
Yeah,
against
exactly.
Evo, because it's not like they've been playing the Roger so much as well, and it's not really found success in MPL SG. Like most of the time, when Roger is picked, it's like an 80% lose rate right now. And Marky will be picking up the Phobias for themselves. So Team Evo, I mean, they do have the Phobias already.
Yeah, Phobias is very much ready. Party pick here for the side of Team Evil. Great counter as well for those dashes. They're expecting here that Assassins are being much opened here in our drafting phase. So Vanguard, we've seen Ashrit on the Assassin. It's most likely that it is going to be Vanguard's priority pick here. I'm not sure if they're going to show this in the first phase of our draft though, but Hayabusa, Ling, they are much, tempted to pick this if I'm in the side here of Vanguard.
Yeah, highly prioritize the Hayabusa here for Vanguard. I feel it's highly favored. If not, they can go for the 1-2 piece. Of course, Edith is already being taken out. They do go for the Ling though, so it'll be a Ling and Zosk.
Yeah. I think I agree with this pick. Again, one of the victor conditions we see always on the side of Vanguard is to enable Ashrit. With the Sling, he has performed very, very well. And look at the response here for Team Evil. It is going to be the Hayabusa and the Harith as well. Very much powerful in the early stages of the game here.
Yeah, and for Team Vanguard with that final pick, do they pick up the goal laner here for Luxian State? Because we do know that he has somewhat of a limited hero pool compared to Marky, and already the Harith has been picked up. So you do know your matchups. You can go for a similar pick if you want to fight off the Harith. What do you go for here? I mean, the carry?
Lunox.
Lunox,
You
yeah.
can go for the Lunox here. Actually, they can outplay. But the question again, if Luxian Stain will be able to use that hero. So this is the thing here, because Team Evil right now expecting that Vanguard will just going to play it safe in gold lane. Okay, there you go. There's the answer.
Yeah.
I'll stop right there.
On paper,
Lunox.
on paper,
Lunox.
this is the priority pick for Team Vanguard at this point. Now, they will try to ban out as much of Powerful's hero pool as possible if Team Vanguard's banning patterns are going towards this direction, and they try and take out the Jahhead. They don't want that pick-off potential on the Ling, on the Zos. Lunox still very squishy.
Yeah, but this time around, I think this is going to be... Okay, the glue, man. I almost forgot this one, man. The glue pick coming in from the side of Ding. So it can punish the Phobios. And we've seen that one. Ding also having a great game on the glue last week there. And he's been dominating on this hero as well. So this is a respect ban we're seeing right now for the side of Team Evil. From what I look right now for the side of Team Vanguard, though, they still lack the crowd control here. So I think they need someone to have this. Maybe we haven't seen yet the Minotaur, right? So Minotaur has been pretty good as well. The lane combo.
I think Vanguard could be going for a Kufra. Kufra does well against Harith. I think right now Vanguard needs to find a way to kind of deal with the Harith. Technically speaking, Vanguard does have the Lonox to deal with it, but I don't mind having more, right? As long as you can push the Harith out of the way, you eliminate the damage coming out from Team Evil.
And you know what I would like to see from Team Vanguard? I would like to see a Mincetar.
Mincetar?
Yeah, because it will deny away the Harith dashes, Hayabusa's dashes, Phobia's Infernal Pursuit as well. It's just an extremely solid pick. And you can not build him for damage, you can try and build him as a utility as well. So it will be a very good counter pick for Team Vanguard if they choose to do so.
Yeah, I think, we've seen... Oh, no.
Wow.
Esmeralda?
They throw everything into the fan.
Against Harith.
Yeah.
Again, this is a pure counter here against Harith. They want to punish Marky here in the gold lane. So you have an Esmeralda, you have a Lunox as well. This is possible here for Team Vanguard to be very aggressive, punishing the gold lane with the mobility coming in from this lane as well. However, on the other side though, Team Evil responds with Team Fight skill set here. Avatar of the Guardian, and as well as the Frigid Glacier. You need this one with the Zaman Force in paper. Team Fight is really incredible as well for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, Aurora, usually we see it as the answer towards Zosk. Gato Kacha, of course, very strong in his own aspects as well. He does have that taunt ability to try and pull that peel away. And it's sort of like a pseudo Fredrin playstyle, right? And this is where Powerful really shines in. And meanwhile, Team Vanguard, they are going for that Grok. So I have a feeling that, Esmeralda will be on the EXP lane, and Nick Stain, of course, on that Grok as well.
I'm concerned as well for the draft coming in from Vanguard. Will they be able to catch the Hayabusa though? So there's no, I can say, a single target hard CC. Yeah, you have the Falling Star Moon here, you have the Grok Wall Charge, but you have to be time it very, very well. And we have seen how the mechanics coming in from the Shadow Kill coming in from Hayabusa is going to be faster as the level goes up.
And the same question for the side of Team Evil, right? If you're the Hayabusa, right, who do you jump on? Because all these members of Team Vanguard, they're so slippery. They can engage and disengage so easily as well. So there is gonna be a very big question to how this game is gonna be played out. But let's just find out as we head on into Game 1 of this series of Team Vanguard versus Team Evil.
Wow, interesting. Both teams have team fight capabilities. Both teams have peel as well. Ashret here on the lane, looking forward for this one matchup against Boyet as well. And look at this one. The Grok been picked in this week 3. This is the first time we're going to see right now the Grok. We all know that no mana is required right now from this hero. He can be bullying here the lane. As you can see, he's going in to go for this surveillance.
Yeah, and Powerful will be on Nick Stain duty here, trying to prevent the invasions as much as possible. Get that early game advantage going for the Hayabusa, because he does have a faster level 4 timing, slightly over the lane.
Wow, I can see 2 revitalized battle spell here for the side of Team Evil. They want a prolonged team fight to be in their favor, healing capabilities as well.
Yeah, both teams still trying to feel each other out. What I'm very curious about is this Marquee Luxenstein matchup, right? Luxenstein not primarily known for playing these mage gold laners, but now that he's on this Lunox, whether or not he can zone out Marquee.
Yeah, this is a better pick, to be honest. The draft here for Vanguard to use the Lunox against Marquee's have is really good. But again, you have mentioned, right, if he be able to outshine or perform better against Marquee, that's going to be the big question indeed.
Yeah, Esmeralda, especially in the mid game, would he find that timing against Harif? That power spike for power spike, Team Vanguard, they did respond in terms of drafts really well, but it all falls down to execution here. Slight bit of trouble here, but not going to engage on each other. No turtle, no timing yet. Get your level 4s first, then we go for the engage.
Very standard book plays right now, right? Everybody get to level 4, and then after that, we go for the turtle.
Okay, folks. Here in the turtle, I think this is one of the advantages of having still the Zosk, because the Nightmaric spawn can be used to have the vision game as well. But Powerful here inside the pit already.
Yep, wall being built up by Nick Sane as well. Powerful right in. That's also going to be the taunt. Ding, spreading the damage. Nobody from the side of Vanguard or Evil is looking for an engage right now.
Yeah, and with Marquee not being able to be there, because Luxenstein is doing a good job of holding that lane, there is going to be that 3v3 situations against that Esmeralda, right? Whether or not you can catch him.
Down low a little bit, Shadow Kill committed. Bites it all the way back. Ken goes up to Inferno Pursuit, dinging onto Fieran and also Nick Stain. Ding down low just a little bit more. Ken also buying some time. That's also going to be powerful, activating the ultimate. Ding jumps onto it. Sailor picking up first blood. The turtle completely forgotten. And Sailor picking up a double kill.
And that was the sustained team fight that Team Evil wanted, right? They had the double revitalize that Deadeye pointed out. And with that, they just couldn't finish the members off.
Yeah, we can see here in the replay, as you can see, Ken alone against Free with a follow-up coming in from Powerful and popping 2 revitalized battle spell. It's just, he cannot burst down the kind of skill set coming in from the side of Team Evil.
And if you take a look at the lineup from Team Vanguard, there's no burst damage, right? It's all sustained damage until the Ling manages to get that farm. And Esmeralda, as we know, is not known for being a bursty hero unless you build something different.
And with this formation right now coming in from the side of Vanguard, they're trying to punish Marquee, but instead, the defense coming in from Powerful Man and Sayla. We've seen now the combo. I think Ken here on this Phobius, he can be the forward, Powerful with a follow. Man, they're very aggressive here.
Yep, Powerful. That's going to be Astrid torn up just a little bit more. Purple buff being acted like a total fight. Instead, Astrid steals away the purple buff for himself, but Evil, you know, just threatening the jungle of Vanguard already.
Yeah, trying to take away the space. They do have this earlier game timing because they have the mobile heroes, right? They have the avatar of the Guardian. They can jump in with Ken, but Ken is already jumping in by himself.
Yo, Ken, what are you doing?
No way!
He's literally jumping onto everybody. He's trying to 1v3, and that's literally his betrayal arc coming. Shadow kill onto Astrid right now. Astrid is down low and has to fly away, using the second skill to jump, and Evo just threatening so aggressively against Vanguard.
Taking away so much map space, right? But whether or not they can convert the objectives, in terms of net worth still, neck and neck Team Vanguard, they do know that they have that net worth going for them.
I can see right now that Liechtenstein been picking, of course, the Linux, but we are not seeing the overpowered playstyle here that we see on the draft. But hold the thought here, Ken once again, he's just everywhere, man. He's out there, out of position, but he doesn't care.
He can.
Yeah,
he literally can do this.
He can.
Literally. He's just literally using the Inferno's Pursuit every time when he's online. And right now, Turtle being competed once again. Nick Stain will be activating Wild Charge, connects onto the wall as well. Ding jumps all the way to backline. Sailor down a bit low. Boya secure the Turtle for the side of Team Evo for now. But then again, where is the punishment coming off of Vanguard? No, the Zas goes into Dominator's Descent. The wall being built up powerful on the other side though. Evo not going to follow up. They've got what they're here for.
And yeah, this is the lockdown problem, but Shadow Kill going in onto Nick Stain at the background.
Oh man, oh Shrid, he's really going in again. The purple buffs contested by Team Evil.
Wow, the constant pressure here by the side of Team Evil, and we have seen that one that the side of Nick Stain rather initiated the team fight, but to no avail. There's no follow-up.
Boyet! Shadow Kill tags onto Furin as he's trying to recall the Boyet assassination's completed.
Yeah, this is the lockdown problem, right? This is the entire lockdown problem that we talked about. Who's gonna lock down? Now Ken is presenting another issue to Liechtenstein as well.
Oh. My god. Ken can do it. Almost. Liechtenstein ran out of mana. That's why Ken is actually going on ham.
Yeah.
1v1 me.
It's just that power spike for Phoveus where it works so well with such a mobile assassin such as Boyet because he can buy so much time for Boyet to just go in whenever. And with that avatar, the Guardian, it buys so much space for Sailor to just freely walk in, drop in a Frigid Glacier, and yeah, there's his day.
Man, plus the combo coming in from Ken and powerful. I did not expect that one. After one Vitality's battle spell been used, there's another one to fill that one in. The prolonged team fight is just insane here for the side of Team Evil. Now going to pressure here on the bot side as well.
2K gold advantage currently Evil. They're looking to convert their advantage into even more.
Ken still just has to go for that powerful jumps all the way back line. And also Marky using the Zama Force, bringing damage all across the board. Speaking of which, that's also going to be a shadow kill. Marky credited for the kill at the same time. Ken going on ham. We'll be able to find Liechtenstein. He slams. He slams against Vanguard. Now all of a sudden, Liechtenstein no longer belong for the world. Can't see you alive though. Marky focusing down the bottom lane turn. And Boya still trying to push this to luck.
Yeah, Team Vanguard with Astrid on the other side, trying to make cross-map plays right now, trying to get semblance of that macro factor.
Marky. Oh my goodness, Zaman Force right underneath the turret against Nick Stain. He doesn't care. Look at him, and Boyan comes in, secure the kill for Team Evil.
Oh my goodness. That Sky Piercer. Oh my god, Team Evil. This is the Team Evil that we've been itching for since last season, man.
They're making this map their playground. They're not giving away any space. They're not even retreating here. Specifically, Ken. Man, when he's just going into flanking maneuvers, doesn't care. He's just providing so much space, and the threat of the Avatar of the Guardian is still there as well.
Oh yeah. My. And Ken being able to jump in with that Infernal Pursuit because he has powerful as backup, right? He has that King's Calling, whatever, Avatar of the Guardian. Yeah, just jumping in. So that's going to be an extremely good mobility.
3 men right there. That's the Darkening going in as well. Zaman Force used to dodge Nick Stain. Avatar of the Guardian landing onto 3. And Furin has to jump into Dominator's Descent. Powerful, still strong right here, facing down the challenge that Vanguard is posing at him. Sailor, a little bit sneaky right here. Marky pushing forward just slightly. Sailor's right here. Frigid Glacier trying to flicker. Ultimate doesn't catch anyone though.
Yeah, still missed attempt coming out from Team Evil, but shows how dominant of a lead that they have. Marky was 1v4 in that situation. They couldn't burst him down.
Dude, Evo is playing as if they have 10k gold lead, but they're only 5k. Look at Marky earlier just now, was just finding the grok right underneath the turret, and Ken is playing like he owns the map.
And they know that there's no lockdown, there's no answer for them, there's no burst. If you don't have all this, right, that Revitalize is technically free, and Ken is just running around like a madman.
So much space, so much resources has been used from Vanguard just to pick off Marky there. And again, we've been mentioning this one, that Avatar Guardian is such a threat. A semi-global presence coming in from Powerful just in time to go for the counter plays. And now the Lord has been taken away here for the side of Team Evil.
And what do Vanguard do, right? All their eggs are in the Astrid basket now. It's gonna be Ling in that late game situation, and it's definitely his time to shine.
Oh, into play. Sneaking Viren right in front of the Ken as well. Goes into dominate the descent as well. Nick Stain not long for the world. Has to burn the flicker just to try to get on the way. Viren will have to dodge away. Lucian Stain goes into Brilliance though. Marky still picks up Nick Stain. Powerful dives on the way to backline. Picks up Viren. And now it's going to be Ken going up against Astrid right now. Sailor down a bit low. Will be able to allow Ken to basically miss that one. Sailor getting picked off right here by Astrid. But before that, Boye already shallow kill. Assassination secured. Picks up the BOD. Team Evil. They are stomping Vanguard right now.
Oh my goodness.
They only get Sayla out of everything, and that's Team Vanguard initiating with that conceal. It just goes to show, they don't have to burst. First 3 seconds, first 5 seconds, if you don't kill anyone, that Revitalize is gonna come in.
Yeah, and I think that flanking maneuver was the best shot that Vanguard can do. They caught Evil by surprise, but again, the prolonged team fight still in favor here for the side of Team Evil. Revitalize Battle Spell time and time again just pops up out of nowhere. They just want to burst them, Team Evil here, but they cannot do so. They need the damage still. Astrid though, pick, yes, Sayla, but at what cost? Yeah. So many resources, again, being expended here for the side of Vanguard.
And this time they don't have that luxury of having that late game Marky.
Marky stepping forward like that so aggressively. Nick Stain uses a wild charge and now Ding jumps all the way to backline. Ken will be there to meet him. Dominator's descent, taking the damage, but Boye still secure the kill onto Ding. Esmeralda not really tanking anymore. And also the Guardian finds Lucian Stain on the backline. Sayla following suit, flickering forward. Also using the Frigid Glacier to catch everybody for the side of Vanguard. Vanguard, the defense is falling apart. Marky just picking up a killing spree against Nick Stain. It's just Lucian Stain to defend the core of Vanguard as Team Evil step forward and they will be able to pick up the core against Vanguard. There's no fight from Vanguard. Evil trumps.
Like dominoes, they fall 1-0. Easy victory coming out for Team Evil, showing who's on top. Team Vanguard, there was no room to respond at all.
Yeah, and once the team fight breaks out, it's not over for Team Evil. They still managed to push through. I mean, again, those heals, those prolonged team fights, it's just very, very, I mean, going into favor here for the side of Team Evil. The pressure is still constant there.
I have to say, that was the best use of Phobias that I've seen the entire league, right? Ken going in, unabated. Yes, there's a lot of time where you see Phobias keep going in, but there's no follow-up. But now, with Powerful, with Avatar the Guardian, with Boyette on that Hayabusa, it's just free.
Yeah, and the best part is, look, you see how Ken literally stared down the Vanguard. I know what you're gonna do. I know you, Ding. I have you in my sights. And then all of a sudden, he's just 1v3, 1v5, 1v6, 1v8, maybe 1v9.
Yeah, I heard Ding was Ken's owner. I think it's the other way around.
Man, Ken really showing he really can do a lot of damage on this Phobias, by the way. And I really agree with you. Powerful using that Gato-Kacha really allows Ken to really allows himself to catch up onto Ken, because usually the problem about Phobias is that they overextend.
Yeah. So, wow, that was powerful. Ken, who's the MVP, right? Like, who's the MVP for Team Evil? You got it's either Ken or it's either
Ken.
You gotta say Ken.
Ken,
right.
I think it's Ken.
I'm going against the grain. I'm gonna say it's the
Powerful.
Yeah, Powerful.
We shall see. MVP will be unleashed right now, ladies and gents. In my opinion, Ken just literally stared down 1v5, 1v6, 1v10. Doesn't really matter. Like, you can send the whole army against Ken. There's nobody from the side of Vanguard to meet him. And don't forget, I don't know where he gets this bravado, man.
It's not just him, right? It's not just him getting that bravado. I've never seen Marky so aggressive in my life. Like, he went in and he initiated with his Zamon's Force during the last few fights. Like, he was jumping in and out.
And don't forget, there's this one time he used a Zaman Force right into Nick Stain's Wild Charge. He dodged it with his Chrono Dash.
Ooh, that's the thing. I think this Team Evo draft right now, they're pretty confident because, again, of the sustained team fight. I cannot blame you if you are going to say that the Gattacacha will be having this MVP as well. And I couldn't agree more because he enabled as well Ken here on that Phobias.
The entire team, if you gave any one of them the MVP, it would not be wrong because every single one of them was playing their hearts out. The way that they synergized with each other on top of each other's plays. When Ken was going in, Boyet was there, Avatar the Guardian was there, Sayla is strolling in, and Marky is jumping in the backline as a Harif. That's just pure magic coming out from Team Evo.
And we're expecting, of course, Marky will be having a difficult time on the gold lane with this Lunux counter pick from Vanguard. But look at this one. He even doesn't have a single death here in this game. This is due because of Ken's providing so much space in the backlines. And Powerful is there anytime to jump in as well.
And not only just that, Sayla, right? If you see how his positioning is crazy, by the way. Aurora is not meant to basically like step forward like that, right? But he's always at the right place at the right time to land on a Frigid Glacier without the flicker.
Yeah,
and that allows, you know, the follow-up from Powerful, the follow-up from Ken, just make it so much easier to execute, man. Everything from the side of Team Evo just did wonderfully. I'm not being biased right here, right? They did a really good showing against Vanguard.
And if you were Team Vanguard, right, how would you respond, right? There is no answer because they don't have that late game sustainability. Luxian Stain, we were expecting the Lunox to have a field day versus Marky, but he was just barely able to hold the lane. And once it went into that mid stages, it's just like all she wrote. The grave was already there for Team Vanguard.
And by the way, if you don't have a high loss to counteract against Fioren's Zask, you do have a Gattacacha to really help you out. And you also have the Phobias to literally jump onto Fioren like that. I think it's just really well done in terms of the drafting coming up from Team Evo.
Powerful has to be the best Gattacacha I've ever seen in the entire MPL.
And this is also the best gameplay we've seen a Gattacacha as well. Not only, of course, Powerful, the gameplay itself, it's just perfect. And for me, it's just also how to say, it's a great synergy as well with the Phobias. I did not expect that one.
Yeah, this man is meant to play Roam, right? Powerful on the Roam. We've been hyping it for ages. Finally, Season 8, he is on that role and he's fulfilling his destiny. Oh my god, I am so hyped to see match number 5 for today, especially with the showing that Team Evo has done against Team Vanguard. Now Vanguard back to the drawing board, right? They have to think about the strategy going into this game too. Do they keep their mental going strong? Because they do have what it takes to win them, but it's just not drafted for them.
I personally feel it started when Vanguard decides to go for the Ling instead of Hayabusa. We saw how Hayabusa is really prized, by the way. Now the burst damage really connects even faster. Ling, to a certain extent, is easy. It's counterable, right? You know exactly where the Ling wants to be. Purple buff is up, he'll be there. And you see what Team Evo did. Just literally camp Astrid right there. And apart from that, you also got Phobias to counteract against the Ling. Yeah, that's it.
Oh my god, and just take a look at the total heal coming out from Team Evo. That's the double revitalization coming into play. And yeah, Team Vanguard, you have an Esmeralda. Yeah, you're counting out Marky. Marky's the only thing that you counter out. We have Powerful, we have Ken with Revitalize, who's jumping in your faces, right? And that was the X factor that Team Vanguard was not prepared for. When you see the heroes, yes, you don't see the battle spells though.
Yeah, that's the thing. And there's one also attempt coming in from Vanguard on the turtle fight. I'm not sure which turtle fight was that, but Nick Stain initiated with a wild charge, but there's no follow-up there. I mean, if in paper, of course, the ultimate is so many AoEs here over the side of Vanguard, but the damage dealt is not enough to go for the burst kills. Plus, of course, we have to highlight, of course, that Revitalize, that prolonged team fight advantage here over the side of Team Evil did wonders as well.
And looking at the stats across the board, of course, Marky dealing a shit ton of damage. And Ken with total 10 assists. on that Phobius, right? 2-0-10 on Ken. That guy's a madman right now. He's going ham in that background, but yet goal per minute, 768, of course, on the Hayabusa, high mobility.
They enabled really Boyat here on that Hayabusa, man. This is just great space being given, but specifically from this guy, Ken, on that Phobius. I'm not sure right now if Phobius is going to be banned in this game too.
I think it's very important, right? We've seen Phobius really have a very high ban rate, especially after his rework, right? The threat and the amount of space he can buy, he becomes this raid boss if you cannot burst him down. As long as he takes him to the air, he heals, he does damage as well, he zones everybody out. That's why, definitely, I think you definitely should ban the Phobius in the next game.
Man is in the background just raining from the heavens, and then another man jumps down from the heavens, and that's powerful, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man, and 2 Revitalize is there ready to pop up. They cannot even burst. Man, Nick Stain did his best to go for that wild charge there, to go for the knock-up. Again, the damage is not yet enough. And look at how Team Evil managed to control this game with the constant pressure. After a team fight, they go for more here because look at their health bars. So healthy at this moment. He doesn't care. Even diving under the turret here because they know that they have plenty of utilities here to go for the team fight win.
Yeah, and once Ken jumps you in the background, right? What can you do to hold him? You only have potentially only one stun. Then the rest of the team follows through, and there's so much damage, so much sustain coming out from Team Evil at this point. There's no answer for Team Vanguard. What can they do? They can control their spells. Yes, you will chip away a bit of the HP, but they will sustain. They will keep fighting, and there's a lot more where that came from.
Yeah, this team fight actually was Ashrick's team fight to win there.
Yeah.
They pick off one, but that's the only thing they can do at that moment. Nick Stain again, he's well charged, man. It's the moment that they must initiate here, but they can't even go for the counters here. Man, Team Evil just owning them each and every team fight here. And look at Powerful, man, diving right through the nose of Team Vanguard. It just says something that this is how confident this draft is against Vanguard.
Yeah, I told you, like halfway through, if you notice, Team Evil started playing as if they have like 10k goalie when they only have 4.
The confidence was through the roof. You see Marky initiating with Zamon's Force. That's not a common thing that you see in MPLSG, right?
Yeah.
Harif doesn't usually go in first, but Marky did it. But let's just find out what our Professor Churros has to say in the After Death segment. After you, sir.
I've got lots to say, and the first thing I will say is, as an Evil fan for the longest time since their debut in Season 3, man, am I glad to see the Evil get the recognition they deserve. And I'm going to be breaking down the magic of team fights. They've been having it for so long. Touted the Titan Slayers, right now the Titans. And so let's take a look at first the draft coming in from both teams to see how everything breaks down. So Powerful and Ken, they are getting the Gatut and the Phobius kind of combo right here. And we'll see in a couple of clips that this actually creates a lot of opportunity and space. And they're always calculating whether they are able to outnumber their enemies, whether they're able to win that fights, because this is very, very crucial for the success of a lot of their team fights that they commit and they want to take. For the side of Vanguard, on the other hand, they're always just so fixated on Ken that they throw all of their resources. And you'll see in just a little bit how in this particular team fight, Ken was just the bait. What he wants to do is try to take out Nick Stain's ultimate, try to use it on himself, and they're not too worried because Powerful is there at a moment's notice. Ken also has a Revitalize to just protect himself and sustain, and we're seeing sort of like a very, very changed up kind of Enchanter combo that Team Evo has brought to the table. So Ken down low, almost a half of his health, waits for Powerful to pop his ultimate. Avatar Guardian comes in, pops the Revitalize, gets an extra bit of health from the sustain from Powerful as well, and Sayla comes in with the the bulk of the damage. Just a little bit before, Boy had already used up his ultimate, just like that. So the double revitalized combo, I've seen it more than this game, that Powerful and Ken has been using quite a bit. So you've got the Lolitas, you've got the Phobias, you got a lot of the high loss even. If Ken chooses to go for the high loss, they opt to go for more of the sustain route instead. This you'll see the combo from Ken and Powerful yet again. Their goal was just to protect Marky. This time at 7 minutes, their goal was just to, okay, let's bring Marky up to speed. He's in the battles as well. And I won't discount Vanguard for the fact that, like, okay, we've got the Ling. Let's try to focus on a 4-1 composition. We'll try to get Ling to try to get that split push. But it was all to no avail just because the damage from Marky was just too much for them to handle. And of course, you've also got Boyette on the sidelines to try to get any loose flanks. So this is that target prioritization that Evil was so adept at creating that space. So protecting Scylla pops in. They don't really worry about the turret that much. They try to slow push that turret. And oh, this is a very, very interesting note. A lot of these pro players, they like to do this just because they try to let the turret destroy the minions instead of them destroying the turrets themselves. So they extend the gold lead even further. So that's another plus point for Team Evil. Playing the macro game, but also the micro in this, in a lot of the team fights that pop up. So the last clip was just a final clip. I was just wondering and pondering to myself that why Marky is forced to pop the Zaman Force over here. The reason for this is because you want to be able to force Nick Stain's ultimate. He's not too worried. He's got the Purify. He's able to get out of there. And once everything goes, all hell breaks loose, they shift their target onto a single target because the rest of the members of Vanguard, they're all situated in protecting this space. So any loose members, they'll go and target. So this is target fixation at its finest. They know where to go for, who to go for, and how to layer in all of these team fights, who to tank the turrets to. And this was just so beautiful. I want to see Evo's magic for game number 2. Casters, back to you.
So much magic going on.
Yeah.
Very well said by Professor Churros indeed. I mean, what do you guys have to say about the game, man?
I feel like really the Team Evil's magic is really showing. Like the fact that Ken, remember last season what you did, Mo?
Ah, yes.
You remember that?
Yeah. But
I wish we had the clip to pull out that clip.
He's changed.
Yeah, for
He's
context,
changed.
for context, Mo actually did a bit of a desk, the standing analyst for his Terizla play where he missed, and then after that he replayed that sequence again.
Well, I mean,
I remember that.
It made him a better player, and
Not bad.
today, right now, he is performing really very stellarly, right?
Yeah. But anyway, I just realized that the Phobias and Garakacha combo is very incredible.
It's just
Yeah, I just realized that one with the Revitalized Battle Spell. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, with Revitalize, of course, it's very good, but let's revitalize your wardrobe with JD Sports. If you are looking for shoes, bags, streetwear, whatever gear that you need, spend $110 at jdsports.com.sg and you can get free 500 diamonds as well. So you can up your game in real life, getting that streetwear, getting those sneakers, getting those bags, and get that free diamonds as well.
Yeah, so basically you get a little bit more on top of what you spend, and you also get the opportunity to look good. By the way, there are multiple brands on jdsports.com.sg sometimes, and the discounts can get very nutty. I just saw one blazer last week, it's like 50% discount.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is already on the website, right? I mean, I need a new blazer as well, so yeah, perhaps.
I'm just waiting for Jay's diamonds.
So that you can do this, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, back to that game earlier just now. It was masterfully played by Team Evil. There's no way that Vanguard will be able to respond. I think the biggest problem could be potentially, Liechtenstein not really comfortable on that Lunox. You can see that, Lunox is supposed to be able to counteract the Harif, right? But Harif was allowed to basically do whatever he wants. Just engage right underneath the turret. It's just a little bit crazy, not gonna lie.
And this goes to show, right? Understanding what the hero does for your entire team is extremely important, right? And we see how Team Evil, they fully understand what the hero is supposed to do. Like, we see a lot of teams, they draft Phoveus, yes, but once Phoveus goes in, where's the rest of the team? And now, Team Evil, they show how the Phoveus works to its full extent. You bring in the Gato Kacha. If you are unable to fight the team fight, we fight anyway, because we have the Avatar the Guardian. Now, we do see the next bans and drafts for these two teams.
Yeah, so that's gonna be the big question if they are going to ban the Phoveus or the Garakacha in that sense here. But Phoveus has been considered as one of the higher priority picks.
Yeah, usually you see the Phoveus being banned on the red side most of the time. If I'm not mistaken, it is mostly banned by the red side for about like what, 29%, whereas you don't really see the Phoveus being banned on the blue side. It's 19% only.
But they
Okay.
put the 19%.
That
so,
will be around 21% now.
yeah, that just inflated the stats. Team Vanguard, thank you. And now Team Evil with the final ban. They don't have the Phoveus to think about, so they can take away a lot of first picks for Team Vanguard, and they choose to take out the Zhu Xin.
Yeah, Ling is pretty much open here if they are going to take out Ling here. Boyet still have so many assassin heroes that he can go through. I think he played as Julian, but again this week,
No,
Julian
no,
has
Julian,
not
please.
been very successful here. And I think Ruby for the first pick coming in from Vanguard is pretty good. Still has the kit, especially against assassins. He can go for the lockdowns here.
I mean, Evil, even when Evil played the Julian on Boyet, it wasn't that successful. But they go for the Edith and Roger from the side of Team Evil. And somewhat, we talked about this before, right? Roger really not a very priority pick right now, not really in the meta. Still somewhat we see him surface now and then. But you gotta do a lot to make him work.
Yeah, I think they nerf right now the hybrid defense coming in from this Roger here. It's more punishable right now in the early stages of the game. So I think this is one of the factors right now that Vanguard Esports wants to do. Again, this is how, in the game one, they want to punish Marky. That's why they picked the Lunox here. But to no avail, they found difficulty on how to punish the gold lane here. And with this Roger pick right now coming from Team Evil, it's another chance here for Team Vanguard to do this one. With this, Nolan once again has been secured for the side of Vanguard. I think they can do so.
Yeah, and that's one thing I don't really like about Vexana is when you pick Vexana without having those frontliners, right? It gives you a lot of opportunity for Team Evil to ban them out. So Vexana, you do very well when you have someone absorbing the damage for you and you can lay down the damage in the back. But if you lack that and you have no ability to defend your backline, you're gonna get jumped time and time again. And Evil, they do pick up the Tigreal. That, we see it's most likely to the answer to the Nolan, right?
Yeah, I think with the Sacred Hammer, perfectly timed Sacred Hammer, you can pin down the Nolan here. And I do love this pick as well coming here from Team Evil because you don't want this Wombo combo, Implosion, and the Eternal Guard. It's one of the common combos that we've seen. Very effective as well. So that's why I like about Team Evil securing this Tigreal this time around. So right now, they're prioritizing here Ding's hero pool. So now it is going to be Teresa. I'm not sure if they are going to ban out the glue once again here.
Yeah, you can potentially ban out the glue. You can take out the Minotaur as well. But they do take out the Nathan, wanting that kind of late game taken out for Liechtenstein because that's what he's known for, right? He's known as a very strong Nathan. If we take out his comfort heroes, what can he play?
I think Vanguard can go back to the Claude if they want to play it safe.
Yeah, Claude.
Especially with the revamp, now you're actually a lot stronger. Once you pick up marksman emblems as well, poof, your attack speed is just crazy.
Plus, I think it synergizes well with the Liechtenstein playstyle. So yeah, the Claude is there for the taking here for the side of Vanguard. And of course, I love to see the Jawhead as well being locked in here because you need that hard CC with Unstoppable Force, and Nolan is there with a follow-up Fracture. It's an insta-death there if it will be perfectly executed here with the side of Vanguard.
I mean, with this, right? Team Evil, they can still put the Roger in the jungle.
Yeah.
And they can pick up a Harith for Marky.
There we go.
It still works extremely well, and they do that.
The jig is up. Harris selected by Marky right here. That's going to be a jungling Roger, right? So that's what I was thinking, right? Looking at the banning phase right now, it's a lot of heavy prioritization in terms of banning away, cutting down the junglers that you don't want to see, and then after that securing in your first phase of the draft. Yeah, so Evo really literally showing, okay, you know what? This Roger is definitely going to the jungle right now.
And I mean, I gotta highlight Carrot as the coach here. This is banning trap. And banning and picking trap. This is classic pro coach level here. He's playing 4D chess at this point. And Vanguard are completely trapped at this point. Who do you fight against as a Harif, right? And now it's gonna be a Ruby gold lane versus a Harif. That's not gonna happen.
Ruby.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a great time.
Okay, they had a risk with Lunox. Now this second game, Ruby gold lane. And with its drafts alone coming in from Vanguard, so many crowd controls is there, so many initiators as well. Arlet can initiate, Kufra can initiate, even the Ruby can initiate here. But the question is, the follow-up damage will be there. And Astrid, we have to focus this player on the side of Vanguard. If he'll be enabled on this hero, then again, Vanguard will be having a great victory here against Team Evil.
Yeah, Evil heavily reliant on bursting down a hero before anything happens. If you take a look at Team Vanguard, right? All the heroes only have that pseudo sustainability. If they get bursted down, that's it for them. They're easily one man down, and they do have the tools to do so. They have that implosion on Powerful, who is not afraid to pull that trigger.
Yeah, right now, if you notice how Vanguard was drafting, this is a very dive-heavy kind of roster, right? And who likes it when the enemy dives? Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora, Tigreal, Edith. I mean, they are all lovers of divers, but we do have
Diver lovers.
Diver lovers. So this will be Team Evil trying to get a 2-0. Meanwhile, Team Vanguard trying to tie things up.
All right, we've seen, of course, the Roger being nerfed at this current patch, and I do believe with this nerf, it's much more considerable to use this one as the jungle, because you need to prioritize the damage instead of this Thunderbelt. Yeah, we see a Roger, the Golden Thunderbelt, but instead now going in for the jungler, which we approve, Mo. We love to be having the Roger on the jungle. And with this current lineup right now coming in from the side of Team Evil, they need to be very aggressive here at this moment. You don't want a Roger falling behind when it comes to gold, when it comes to progression as well.
Yeah, trying to build up the stacks, the momentum on that Roger, especially if he wants to pick up the Sky Piercer, and Ken already playing with Ding at this EXP lane.
Wombo combo, as you can see here from the side of Team Evil. Implosion, follow up here with the Frigid Glacier. It's just very devastating here. But on the other side though, same thing is gonna be happening there. Too much crowd control. I'm looking at Astrid again with his Nolan pick, and we've seen how Nolan's been frequently been picked here in this current week, and this week rather. Will he be able to do the same dominance as the others?
Yeah, Nolan's target priority here is very limited, right? You can only go for Marky, or you want to go for Boyette if you see him. Edith, not exactly a prime target. It is nice to catch him, trying to get him off guard, but if you don't go for Marky, if you don't go for Powerful.
Oh, top side, look at this one. Oh, under the turret. Oof.
Yeah, Astrid not gonna have a lot of targets to go for, and easily gonna just try to find a horrible time, right? Sayla, he does have that passive.
Yep. Sayla down a little bit low just of now. Team Evil is just going to burst down the turtle without a fight at all. Astrid going down. That's the power of the Roger in the jungle, right? Being able to be a little bit more damagey against these assassins, right? You're still semi-fighter, but hold on, Nick Stain jumping doesn't have level 4 though, but Powerful getting jump on top Frigid Glacier to kind of slow it down. Sayla saves Powerful.
Survives at the cost of the flicker. Now he does have the implosion up and online. Could have used it, but it's okay. You save it for another day.
That's my point there. You have plenty of crowd controls. You have so many layering of the skills there, but without the damage, it's not enough there.
Nope. Ding walked into the wrong neighborhood right there, but yet, like in Pounds, finding the kill is just gonna make sure that he's really getting those levels in.
Yeah, the perfect trap being set up by Team Evil on that bottom bush. With Ken and Boyette already online.
Very much online here. This is what you want now. They're punishing the bot side here as well.
Ashrid outputting damage, lots of them can burst the flicker, takes a little bit of a turret damage, will be able to walk away, limp away safely for now, unless Ashrid had something else, would not be able to catch, but yet managed to recall back in time. But here we go, that's also going to be a first kill coming from Sailor to scout it out, but yeah, just a little bit of pot shot, see who actually, you know, leaks out any weakness points.
And this implosion will be used.
Oh, Implosion. Sailor goes down a little bit low right here. Doesn't need the passive. The Powerful will be pushing Nick State all the way back into the Frigid Glacier. Ashrid comes in for the assassination. Pops Sailor's passive for now. Eternal Guard will be used. Luxian Stain dragging Marky all the way back. He dashes away.
No way!
Final Slash won't miss him. Luxian Stain bursts the flick up. Ashrid credited up for that kill. And Boyette see whether he could actually get anything more with Ken. But Boyette will not be able to find anything.
Yeah, when Team Vanguard, they need this. They need to get these fights going as much as possible, right? Getting the kill onto Marky, yes, it's nice. But Team Evil, they have a macro advantage, and they have that late game scalability as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Luxian Stain is still on the top there. I think they need to have a team fight win 5v5. They need those crowd controls here. And what's important as well is Ashrid should be in the team fight, because we have seen, right, the crowd controls are there, but they need that finishing move, and Ashrid will be the key.
Oh, ding. Sailor getting caught right there and doesn't have the passive this time around. Ken gets caught just a little bit awkward right there. Final Slash right into the I'm Offended. Still secures the kill. 2 man down for the side of Team Evil.
I guess I'm right. I think Freyrin can also have dished that
Implosion.
damage.
Catching onto Nick Stain right there. That's a pick off right there. Ding will get pushed all the way back. Ashrid looking for a pick off right there. Fracture doesn't connect. Powerful flickers to safety.
Yeah, Team Vanguard, they want to fight, right? Their lineup is based off of fighting time and time again. And because they don't have that priority goal laner, they only have a Ruby. And Ashrid, he does pick up the turtle.
Yep, Fracture connecting Powerful once again. Ashrid at least picking up a turtle early just now. If you saw just now sorry for cutting off, but yet sidesteps that Final Slash. Ding is just throwing every single ultimate, hoping to catch something.
Yeah, and Evil, they just want to get the primary pickoffs onto Boyette. They can still afford to take into the late game because they have the implosion, but Boyette!
Massive shutdown will be found by the side of Ashrid right here. Evil looking to try to punish, but Ashrid slippery for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, very good look on Vanguard this time around. They might tie things up. Slight bit of advantage going their way right now. They do need objectives though.
Topside. There's a lot of fights happening all across the map as well. Apart from the 1v1 down bottom, Powerful will get dragged by the I'm Offender, trying to actually use the Implosion, will not be able to do so. Sailor freezes the members inside of Vanguard. Zaman Force will be activated. Ashrid focusing on the turret, opening up more space, and now Marky may get caught up in just a little bit smaller trouble, but Vanguard doesn't have the damage to deal with Marky as of yet.
Yeah, Boyette though can find recalling Ashrid potentially here. Does see him.
Boyasu dives for it though, looking for a pickup. Sailor goes in Frigid Glacier, but everybody for the side of Vanguard sidesteps everything. Marky, Zaman Force being laid down. It is a good setup of Vanguard, but Marky still catches Nick Stain, picking up a double kill.
Yeah, Marky just going so aggressive there, knowing Boyette has his back. Boyette might have lost his life, but extremely good trade on that snowballing Ashrid.
Wow, let us see this replay here. Marky, before this team fight, of course, Marky did a pretty good job isolating, cutting the team fight into 2. And now with the Zaman Force as well, he's a menace already. The damage coming in from his Harriet is pretty much incredible here. 4-1-0 on his KDA. I think this is going to be the time for Marky to snowball in this game. But look at this one on the top side, though. Vanguard secured this outer turret. So this is big when it comes to macro play. Beautiful positioning is here as well, coming in from Vanguard. Without a turret on the top side, they can go for the pressure here, then go for the turtle.
Yeah, turtle will be up and about. And this really falls onto who initiates first. Whoever gets that burst, 1 man down already, and then you can convert.
That's going to be a push. Stunning, Powerful all the way. I'm knocking sky high. Luxian Stain making sure Frigid Glacier Implosion at the last minute, catching onto the members of Vanguard. Still to kill the turtle, and now Ken in a spot of trouble goes into human form as well. Final Slash will be able to find that damage though. Boy is still fighting Ashrid in the mess of the damage. Sailor just waiting for cooldowns. Vanguard actually winning that team fight.
Yeah, whoever jumps first will get the advantage straight away because that burst damage is so key from both sides, right? Team Vanguard, they want to burst. Team Evil, they want to burst. So whoever bursts first gets the advantage.
And I'm surprised here that Ashrid was the only casualty in the team fight, man. And Boy, and the powerful last-minute implosion, that was great, man, for the side of Team Evil. However, they have been outplayed in the Turtle team fight. Give credit as well here for the side of Vanguard on how they positioned themselves really, really well on the Turtle fight.
Yeah, both teams still posturing here, and we have not seen any room to breathe from Team Vanguard and Team Evil. Both teams are going for each other's throats at this point. They know that it all falls down on the initiation.
Yeah, speaking of initiation, Nick Stain did a pretty good job as well on the Kufra, and right now his positioning is very crucial as well. With his Time's Revenge and Rage combo, it sets the tone here for Vanguard, especially Freyrin. He's just going burst there, poke the damage, and it's going to be now Ashrid with the cleanup. I think Ashrid needs to be the cleanup guy in the team fight. He doesn't want to be the one to fall down in the early stages of the team fight.
Yeah, whether Liechtenstein can have that sustained damage factor, whether he can join the team fights in time, he does have the Oracle now, he will be able to sustain through, and he wants to fight Team Vanguard. They cannot let off the pressure.
Makar plays here for the side of Team Evil as well. Still, they didn't secure any turrets here against Team Vanguard, which is really surprising for me here.
Team
Evil.
Catching on to Powerful once again. Marky goes into Zaman Force at the same time. Sailor looking for a place to enter to output the damage. It's going to be Powerful falling first.
Yeah, once again, Team Vanguard, they do manage to find the pickoff onto Powerful. Ashrid waiting in tow. Ken does get a bit of damage on him, but yeah, not enough to fully burst him down. He is a native, and he is kind of tanky after all.
This was but a scratch.
Just bad a scratch. And now they're forcing this Lord here. 4 versus 5 situation. Big advantage for Vanguard. But let's see if Team Evil will be able to capture this Lord into their stead.
No implosion yet. Team Vanguard still dancing, with Liechtenstein being able to sustain in that forefront. Ashrid yet to come in though.
Charging it up and got cancelled by the Lord instead, and that's a wonderful opportunity for Team Evil to try to engage. Ken flickers forward, will be able to land on the onslaught onto Nick Stain. Nick Stain bouncing ball all the way back out. Marky has already used his Zaman Force. Eternal Guard zoning Evil away, and the Lord resets.
Yeah, resets indeed. Boye picking up that Thunder Belt, recognizing that they need some form of catch. Having that slow might be that factor that they need.
Yeah, I like the contest coming in from Team Evil here. With the Lord reset, it's pretty big. If that was taken by Vanguard, they can pressure the lane, especially here in the mid as well. Still, we are going to see Team Evil going to push through the side lanes. But look at here, the positioning of Ashrid. He's just so far out here on the Lord pit.
Yeah, and it all falls down to when Team Evil decides to push the button, right? Whether or not the implosion is used first instead of reactionary. And that would mean the end of Vanguard stays if they are caught off guard. And Powerful
catching onto Ding as well, gets frozen all the way back up. Nick Stain looking for a way to enter, but gets blocked by Ken. Zaman Force to be activated onto Liechtenstein, and a 1v1 ensues both these two players, but Boyet is already wrecking havoc on the backline for the side of Vanguard. Fearin already down, Ding already down, Liechtenstein goes down next in the hands of Ken, and this is how Team Evil opens it up against all go odds, and now they have a clear sight of the Lord. Ashrid will be able to find Ken right now. This but a scratch, but will not be able to do so. Powerful, a little bit down low, a little bit too slow. Ashrid at the same time, but Marky still Zaman Forcing like nobody's business all the way to the mid part of the turn. Still secures that, and they take away the Lord against so odds.
Yeah, they found that key target onto Ding, and it was a matter of when. For Evil, when they initiated first, it was so important for Team Evil to be that first factor in. And with that implosion onto Ding, that just denies away that final slash. Those reactionary ultimates are not what you want to see. And we see that Team Evil, they've been reactionary implosioning, right? Now you force out that reactionary final slash, and now it swings the other way.
I love the zone being given by Marky as well. Indeed, Marky the solution with that Zaman Force. They cannot even save Ding there on that Arlot. And we have seen the positioning as well from Ashrid. He's just so far away, but then he managed to pick off one. But man, at what cost? That's the Lord.
Yep, seems like another fight may ensue already. Ding looking for opportunity, but has to vengeance all the way back. Right now, Vanguard cannot afford to lose anybody, but Evil is actually knocking down the mid-lane turret. Ken assassinated by Ashrid. This is not a scratch, it's a slash right now.
Indeed. And you need that one, especially for this Ashford. They're going for conceal here, but instead, of course, they're playing it safe. They need to burn this Lord right now. And at this moment, Team Evil must still be very careful for Ashford's gameplay.
Ashford, Boyette, like a bounce, will be able to find Ashford, and that's one massive pick-off. And not only just that, that's a shutdown go, given over side of Evil, and now they're one man lower, and not only just that, Powerful gets jumped all the way back. Now Eternal Guard will be able to land. Vanguard is just landing so much damage onto Powerful. Flickers all the way back out to safety. Zaman Force activated. Sailor also goes into Frigid Glacier, stunning on 2. And not only just that, Eternal Guard from the side of Vanguard is activating so much damage. Boya jumped all the way into the back line as well, looking for more. Like a bounce already activated. The stun will be able to slow it down, but Mark and Boya tag team, they clean up Vanguard as Evil knocks onto the mid lane turret. They don't need anything anymore as Team Evil cleans up and cracks the Guardian of Vanguard as Team Evil reigns supreme in game number 2.
Congratulations to Team Evil for a clean 2-0 against Team Vanguard, one of the more premium teams on the top as well.
Team Magic. Team Evil Magic, rather, is here. And man, 2-0 swooping off Vanguard in this series. Still looking good. So I think this is still the top team you are looking for. And now I'm very excited for the last game later on. But anyway, yeah, again, dominating performance here for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, what a dominant performance by Team Evil. Their draft was really very well thought out, right? In terms of having the initiation, yes, we can get picked off. We can lose the early game, yes. But you notice that they only get picked off when Sailor does not have his passive. And when the Tigreal picked up his immortality, it was just the end of days, because that implosion becomes so much more devastating. And the fact that Powerful can play all the way in front, draw out that Eternal Guard before flickering away, that's just a waste of spells right there on that Tigreal. And that's drawing so much attention away.
There's so many plays as well that Powerful did manage to pull off. Even though with a sliver of health, still that implosion managed to pop.
Yeah, definitely. But apart from that, Marky, man, this guy is just insane on this Harif. He's played Harif twice and he's won in dominating fashion. He doesn't mind diving your turret. You just land down the Zaman Force and you are forced to retreat to your inner turret. It's actually kind of nuts.
He chased down Nick Stain on the mid lane, right?
Not only just mid lane, in game number 1 as well.
Yeah.
Nick Stain
against Lunox.
Bottom lane.
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys give the MVP to Marky?
Marky, I have to give it to Marky. By the way, he also, they were team fighting at the point of time when they had like literally 3k gold lead. But it doesn't felt like, you know, Vanguard had any gold lead anymore because Marky is just dissecting them apart.
Yeah, this is the man of the match at the moment. Marky, he was in an unfavorable matchup as a Harif in the first game versus a Lunox, still pulled through, still was so dominant, and now against, of course, a Ruby will have a field day as well. Just putting a Zaman's Force down, that's the law right there, right? Don't come any closer.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Zaman Force is being perfectly placed there, isolating the team fight, and it's cutting off the positioning of Team Vanguard. It's very hard to counter in that situation. And look at this one right now. As you can see, Ashford here has the Heptases in the early stage of game. We have seen him going to go for the kills, solo kills, but in the end, he's been far stretched already across the map. And I'm not sure if that's the gameplay here for the side of Vanguard. Going to go for the split pushes in the later stages, but they need the damage. Again, they have plenty of crowd controls, but the finishing move, we mentioned that one, is still lacking.
Yeah, and that's because Liechtenstein decided to go for your fighter side lanes, right? They're lacking a lot of damage right now. Vanguard needed more damage. I agree. Technically speaking, as long as the Vanguard extends the fight longer, Evil may not have the chance to basically burst Vanguard down.
Yeah, at that point, they had to double down the pressure, right? If you take a look at it from a macro perspective, Vanguard versus Team Evil, they had all it takes. They were having the advantage at first. Astrid was landing the kills, Brian was having a great time, Nick Stain was landing the initiations. What did they do wrong? They let up the pressure onto Team Evil. You don't want to let up pressure onto Team Evil, especially on the side where you have so much blanket spells coming through, as in the form of the Zaman's Force, in the form of an Implosion, Frigid, Glacier as well. Once you let up the pressure, once all 5 members are alive, you are not able to stand that initiation coming through from Team Evil.
And they cannot stop Marky.
They can't stop Marky
on that Harith. With this we highlighted that the Kufra has been a great pick as well, right? With the bouncing ball, it's not going to be easy for Marky, but instead he still managed to pull it one off. This is insane.
Yeah, crazy. You got Luxenstein, spin once, everybody stunned up. Final slash at the Zaman Force, you're gonna have a very out of position Marky. Fieren can also drop the Eternal Guard right there. Boom! You cannot go onto your Zaman Force. The fact that Marky was able to navigate all of that like a snake is just insane. It's like he's seen in the future, he's found literally the math problem and he's solved it.
And powerful, I mean, at that point, he could implode on anybody, and it was just a free target. Even if you implode on Nick Stain, you just potentially deny away that Tyrant's Rage coming through as a counter initiation tool. That just enables Marky so much harder, because every piece of Vanguard is so pivotal for their combo to work. As long as you take away one of the pieces, Team Evil can just steamroll over them.
Yeah, it only shows here the Team Evil can also have their playstyle adjusting to the enemy's draft here. Again, you see the drafts here, so many counters against the draft of Team Evil, but they still manage to outdo Vanguard in this moment. It only shows here that Team Evil is indeed one of the top teams right now with this kind of gameplay and discipline as well. And man, again, powerful. You mentioned one, of course, Mo, that he is one of the guy that forces the side of Vanguard to dish out those ultimates. Without those ultimates, man, it's really hard to counter back, especially Marky at the right moment. The Zaman Force is just wrecking havoc here. They cannot stop this guy.
Yeah, are you sure you want to aim on Powerful? Because there's better targets to worry about, right? You have to worry about Boyette, you have to worry about Marky. And you saw that Astrid, he did manage to burst down Ken. But at what cost?
Yeah.
Right? At what cost? And Ken is just one of the factors that just brings Team Evil to success as well.
But if you also notice from the side of Vanguard, because they don't go for a fighter side lane, we saw this before with Lunox and Zars, remember, that one of the teams that were rocking on. They lack the turret damage, right, to really secure the deal. They are hoping Vanguard to really hope to basically win the team fights and then after that use the minions to push down the various turrets.
Yeah, they won't have that objective gameplay coming in. So within that first 8 minutes, yes, you are winning. Yes, but are you getting the turrets? Are you getting the gold plating?
Yeah.
Are you getting that macro advantage? And no, they weren't.
Yeah, the dives, right? The dives, dive heavy lineup, they did not translate to the objective pickoffs as well, man. This is really unfortunate as well for the side of Vanguard. Yeah, you have the most wobble combo lineup there is, but if you cannot translate it into the winning victory conditions, it's gonna be, man, turning your back here, especially with the later stages here. The Team Evil did manage to go for the comeback.
Is exactly what I was talking about before we talk about the top 4, is that Sayla on this Aurora is anticipating Vanguard, right? Literally everything that Vanguard wants to do, the Frigid Glacier is there to basically deny all the dives from the side of the Nolan, the Arlot, to a certain extent the Ruby as well.
Yeah, admirable job done by Nick Stain as well, being the sandbag and the best wingman, trying to get that early game going for them, right? Him having that jump, him having that initiation, he was the only factor keeping them in the game. And meanwhile, Boyette and Marky just pulled through.
Again, yeah.
Pulled the game under the rug.
Man, this is, I mean, without question, man, the chemistry already coming in from Team Evil. They don't want this roster changes in the mid-season. No need, because they have been very, very good already. The momentum is here, and they want to be on the top here.
So, are you guys ready for this? We're going into the mic check really soon. We're gonna hear all the fans screaming for Team Evil. Let's just find out.
Hey, start turtle, guys.
Hey, jumping on Joe,
Okay.
Hey, Joe, I'll teach you. Hey, they all in me, they all in me.
Come.
Yeah.
Let's go. Nice.
Oh, so relax. Nice one.
I'm gonna jump in. Watching.
Go.
Let's go. Go fast.
Office. 25. Back.
Blue 9 seconds.
Can back.
Come here.
I got flicker. Move. Can go.
I got revitalized. Nice.
Okay.
I'm good.
I open. Hey, they all bought.
Maki, let's start. Come back. Come here. Hey,
Yeah, I'm running.
Hey, let's go. SMS me, guys. SMS me behind. Slowly, guys. Slowly fight. Yeah, slowly fight. Kill us. Hey, Lakshan. Wait. Nice. Ling ah. Hafiz, open Hafiz. Never mind, Yaku.
Nice one.
Nice.
Go better make tang.
I know help.
Zoning on the left side.
Careful go ah. Can tower? Tanking ah.
Hey, ding first.
Ding. Ding coming
Okay,
ah.
nice one, boy.
Take me. Go me. I got jump.
I got revitalize.
Let's go.
Ding first. I starting.
Can this.
I got revitalize.
Nice.
I got passive. One down.
Hey, go.
Nola allow me, guys.
Cooper.
Nola allow me.
I got passive.
No ulti ah. Nola no ulti.
Go. Can get shot.
Try push out.
Let's go for Alabas.
I'm on Kufra.
Boys.
Kufra. Sorry ah.
Aim the.
No. Nice.
Ruby first.
Nolan coming ah.
Oh, easy Lord.
Nice. I'm okay.
Chill, bro. We can fight. We can still fight. The Lord full HP.
Ruby no hook. Slowly ah. I'm low ah.
I got passive. I can flick out. Nice.
I'm low guys. I'm low. Me can. Me.
The amount of trust in Powerful when he says, I'm okay, right? The rest of the team
I'm okay.
does not come in at all. Man is in hot soup, in fire, just standing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay.
With a head cam. I'm okay.
You know that dog meme in Fire? Yeah, exactly that.
I'm okay.
I'm literally okay. I'm on the other side of the wall in the enemy base. There's an Eternal Guard dropping on me to flick us back to safety. But that also bought a lot of time for the rest of the member to basically, penetrate through bottom lane, top lane.
And that's just CC taken away from the rest of the team, right? But Powerful did an extremely good job. But let's just find out why. How did Powerful did such a great job from a Powerful Professor Churros?
Prof. Churros here again with Off the Desk, and can I say, what a game that was, actually not only by Team Evil, but by Vanguard as well. It was, in the overarching macro perspective, a very, very close game, especially for Team Vanguard. Early game, they had the entirety of the match. They've got a lot of neutral objectives. They have great team fights, but just one fight changed everything. Let's first start off with the draft of both these teams. What Vanguard likes to do based on their draft, the only downfall is that they don't really have range. It's all in, and the core of their composition relies on Ruby, Arlott, and for a small extent or certain extent, the Kufra right here. And all they need to do basically is try to maintain crowd control as much as possible, chain stun any of the members that they find, and basically whoever makes the first move, either your Vanguard or Evil, you basically win that fight. On the other hand though, for the side of Evil, they do like their simple pickups, even though it's a team fight composition, but Marky likes that space. This is the last turtle fight that Vanguard actually won. And notice how Nick Stain is very fixated onto Powerful. He knows where Powerful is. He sees Powerful entering the dot brush right before Ken enters, so Powerful doesn't really know he's there at that point. We'll let this play out. He knows that he needs to take out Powerful because that is his main setter for the entirety of the team fights. So waiting it out, waiting for the right time before Ashrit comes online, Ding's in position, takes it out, and creates that zone because you have Luxian Stain pulling Powerful back. You've got Ding on the way as well, trying to create that space so that they can pick off one person or one player at a time if you're Team Evil. So nothing that Powerful could do, but this was a very, very clutch move, buying that space, buying that time for the rest of his team to come in. Unfortunately though, it was a little bit too late for them because Vanguard created that zone where they are able to just chain CC anyone trapped into it. You get I'm offended, pulling everyone in, and then they shift their target into
into the next one, and it's just chain stunts over and over again, Ding dancing around. The problem is with this fight is that Marky doesn't have space to just dash around with the Zayman Force, and that was the downfall. Notice this was the fight that turned everything for Team Evil. They're down 3k gold lead. They've got Powerful and Boyette on that top side. Notice where the movement is and what the win condition is. Once they get into position, you notice the bottom side, because on the side of Team Vanguard, the only one that can afford to do a split push and get back into the objective at the same time is the Nolan. So they're always looking out on the offside, making sure that Nolan's visible. Once they're visible, Powerful will make that call. He sees Nolan clearing that bottom side. Powerful moves over to Boyette. He sees Ding. He sees Nick Stain in a position, fixated on it. He makes that first move and gets that pick off. So just feeding them with the conceal play. So this was a very, very interesting breakdown just because Team Evil managed to just fixate every single one on trying to protect Ding. Whereas Marky was just wide open, Ken creating a little nice zone to separate the main damage dealer Sayla and Boyette from the rest of the team, but they fail to see or spot where Marky is, just because when you're playing a professional match, you're always panning out of the way, so you're always moving towards that area of that map to see where that was. Luxenstein walking towards, sees Marky, and then halts in his step. Marky loves that space that he's created for himself. He just takes down, and I could say, and I guess you could say the rest is history. That's enough for me. I want to hear from the players themselves. Cheryl, who do you have? Okay, before we get into that, well, I think we can just break this out just a little bit more. I think the players are not ready yet, and Cheryl's not ready yet, I guess. So this one was the last team fight that broke it down. I gotta say though, Ashrid actually created a lot of space and time, but the fact of the matter is he still has that retribution. Evil is very objective oriented. They take down that Lord. Ken buys that time, as well as Marky creating that space. So this was a perfect team fight. Magic of team fight. Evil is bringing it back, but this is not it. They have still one more game. Let's hear from the players themselves. The beautiful Cheryl, over to you.
For the third time of the series, I am not Cheryl. For very particular reasons, I know you may assume that I'm Cheryl, but I'm pulling a leg. But anyways, here I am. Next to me, I have Ken. That is, of course, from Evil. First off, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
And before we even jump on and talk about the game, I believe that you watched the video, right? The video before the game started, right? There's, I believe that we do have Nick Stain that said something about Ding being your owner.
Yeah.
Anything that you want to say about that?
He's my owner, but Powerful showed him who's his daddy.
No. I want you to say it. Say it to the camera.
Oh, sorry.
Say it to him.
Powerful is your daddy. He can teach you how to jump properly as a Kufra.
Repeat after me. Ding.
Ding.
Who's your daddy now?
Who's your daddy now?
Perfect. Okay, because clearly when it comes down to playing on the Furvius, you showed them exactly how Furvius is played. Throughout the entire game, when you are on Furvius, do you expect to win against Ding, or do you what is your idea going into the EXP lane against him?
I never faced an Esme in a matchup before, so I wasn't really sure. So I was just playing safe. But early game, he won me a bit, so I just have to wait for team fight because I can't damage him in the lane. I have to win him in team fights.
Okay, game 2, we're talking about Edith. Typical Edith stuff. But out of the entire game, like when it comes down to communications, when it comes down to rotations, what do you think your team did the best that helped you guys gain your 2-0 victory?
I think it was just our mechanics, like Maki and Boya, because our comms was a bit messy, so we just pray that our mechanics carry us in the team fight. Yeah.
Okay. Now, of course, when it comes down to the entirety of MPL SG Season 8, right? I believe that there is one game that you guys are looking forward to. I believe you want to say NIP Flash.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have managed to get yourself 3 match wins thus far. And the next one, which is the final game of today, the 5th match, it will be your game against NIP Flash. From now until then, how are you preparing? And what do you expect?
So far our preparation is okay lah. So we don't expect much. Maybe hopefully we can win. Yeah. So we'll just play our best today. Whether we win or lose, we won't get affected by it. We'll just the playoff is more important.
Got any last minute training or not? Powerful will tell you to train or not?
No, later go eat.
So now just go makan. Just enjoy yourself. Come back in here, have a good game. Okay, looking forward to that game. That is the 5th series, all right? So make sure you guys tune in. The top dogs going against one another. Thank you so much for coming in. I look forward to watching your next game. All right,
Thank you.
off over to the side. Thank you so much. And now with the 3rd series done and dusted between Evil as well as Vanguard, even though it's definitely sad for me to see Vanguard lose, because let's be honest here, when it comes down to Nick Stain, he's got a content. Every single one of this pre-show content that Nick Stain talks about, absolute love in it. So hopefully, Nick Stain, I hope the next game tomorrow and the day after, or rather next week, it will be even better, yeah? Alright, so for everyone that is online, make sure that you guys come back over to the stream once again, as we are gonna go off for a very short break. And once we are back, we will give you guys yet another game to preview. Alright, so 2 more matches for today. It is gonna be a long day, but it will be a rewarding one. I will see you guys in a bit.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right.